right, let's see what we got here. Previewing. Thank you, YouTube. And we're live. Thank goodness. Good evening, everyone, or almost good evening. This is a wonderful Wednesday, and wow, we finally got the chance to not talk about Star Trek or Star Wars. We're talking about, well, technically, we're still talking about
We're
science
still
fiction.
talking about Star Wars.
We'll ultimately talk about Star Wars anyway, but
Escape.
I know we can't escape it. It's always a topic of conversation. But
You can run from it, hide from it.
Destiny arrives all the same.
But luckily, we got a fellow content creator on board, and he saw or maybe he saw a few seconds, I don't know what he saw, of our previous live streams on his video, which we had all sorts of harsh criticisms to give him. And he was gracious enough and courageous enough to come on board. And what an opportunity. So thank you very much,
Absolutely.
John. This is John from MakeStuff. Thanks for coming on board.
Hey, thank you for having me. And I've watched, I think I got 40 minutes into it.
That's awesome.
45 minutes into it.
Wow.
Which, yeah, and I plan on finishing it at some point. It's just a matter of like, it's finding, because I think I saw it right before I commented on it, and that was what, 4 or 5 days ago, maybe. So it's just a matter of finding, I think it's like 6 hours of video to get through. But
It's a lot.
Yeah, there's lots of points we heavily criticize you for, and I'm glad you're a champ. You can take it, even if you don't want to watch the rest. That's great, because we love criticism of all sorts. You can make a 16-hour analysis of our response. We would love that because we love getting feedback. So
just go back and forth perpetually.
Please bash my videos.
yeah, well, that's not the ideal, but I mean, it's a nice thing to cut us down to size. Where are we flawed? Where are we making mistakes? I like that. So yeah, we're going to talk about your video a bit. We're going to talk about critique. We're going to talk about Star Wars, of course, because that's the topic.
Objectivity and subjectivity and everything like that.
Of course.
Yes.
So let's start with John. Since you said hello, I'm going to let you have the floor. What would you like to talk about? What would you like to ask us? And what's the weather like out there?
Well, it is. Can I swear on this stream?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
No, you
Okay,
can't
it's
fucking swear.
freezing. Oh my gosh, yeah, no, it's cold here. But yeah, you know what? Here, this is what I was thinking, just to make sure everyone's on the same page, because I used to do a with my philosophy club back in college. There was this thing called Eat, Drink, Think, and we'd pick one topic to talk about and go out to a restaurant and pretty much get drunk and talk about that one topic for 2 hours. Which is kind of my goal for tonight. but we picked at one point free will, which is one that always annoyed me because I feel like it always boils down to semantics. So at the beginning of that, I was just like, can we all agree upon a definition of free will? Because everyone's definition of free will is like different. And then people try to argue it, but they're arguing about two different things and no one's on the same page. And it ended up being like the whole night people were trying to agree on a definition of free will. So I would love to get just some definitions out of the way to make sure we're all on the same page. And I thought it would be good to start with a definition of just objective criticism or objectivity.
Oh boy.
Who would you like
Great
that
place to
from?
start, but yeah, that's going to be a tangent. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Well, you know what?
I mean,
yeah,
I've got
I
I've
think
got 3
good-
videos on the topic, or maybe
I was
4.
gonna say I actually just because that's actually when I clicked off from the video about my video was I went to watch Evan's video because he says I actually used some clips from this video in my video about how art is not subjective. So I went and checked that out, and which is really well made, and I really enjoyed it. It was very interesting. But I this might be a good jumping off spot because the definition you give is, I wrote it down somewhere. Objective. Objective does not necessarily mean factual, which I think is a big sort of confusion for a lot of people and something that I've been confused about a bit. It simply means that your reference used for assessing a film is based solely on what is in the text of the film. Whether it's a merit or a flaw, you make an observation based on a reference and form a logical conclusion based on that reference. So I feel like that's kind of like something that we can start to build off of in terms of a definition. So the idea is that we're just looking at the text and we're drawing a logical conclusion from that text, if that is
Yeah.
at all a good starting
Mhm.
spot.
What do you think about that concept? Obviously, that's just what I outlined in the video, and we can talk about the idea of objective criticism, but like, how does that sound for you in terms of like using the text and like not manipulating anything? Because that was essentially what I was trying to advocate for in my video. I was trying to say like the key to being objective is essentially to have references that are accurate. Otherwise, like if you just make up something, then you're not being
Right.
objective, because it's just based on what you've interpreted from the text, and that can't be quantified. So
Right. Well, that I think, like, I personally, like, I totally accept that as a thing, and like, I think that's a good way to approach a lot of aspects of film. And I also think it's, it's totally possible. I don't think that, like, I think that's the thing, is like a lot of people say like objective criticism is impossible because you have to enter emotions into it. But I think what you're saying here is totally possible, where you're just I mean, like, just talking about, like, plot holes or character inconsistencies. I think you can absolutely look at that in, a logical way and say, like, I mean, well, here's the thing. So I like I mentioned, I was in a philosophy club, but I studied philosophy for 4 years, and I took way too many logic classes that were mind numbing. But that is, like, the thing is that it's pretty much just math, where you can say, if A then B, if B then C, therefore if A then C, or something like that. And I think that this kind of allows for that, like you said, a logical conclusion based off of that. So, like, that this makes sense to me for sure. Like, it's some stuff that comes after that confuses me a bit. But yeah, I don't know. What do you guys do you
Can I jump in?
yes, please.
Okay, so you're right. You can look at objectively, and this is how, just broadly going over how we do that and why I think that's important. So the way we kind of do that is mentioned before. Some people say you can't look at art objectively because ultimately emotion is going to come into it. I totally agree on that. Emotion comes into an art quality. However, a better way to explain that when it comes to objectivity is, so when you look at, we generally have things which we can agree on make a good film and that we generally enjoy better. So a film with less problems like plot holes is going to be a better film than a film that has a more enjoyable film generally than a film that is absolutely littered with random inconsistencies and points where the story just doesn't make sense. So we basically measure how good a film is through these elements we can generally agree upon will make it more enjoyable or less enjoyable.
Quick question about that. What about, how would you apply that to something that's like more abstract or sort of intentionally, I guess, like, let's say an unreliable narrator. Like, there's going to be a lot of inconsistencies in the plot. Even look at like Joker or something. There's going to be a lot of things that don't add up, but it is baked into the film. How do you judge that objectively, do you think?
Well, thankfully, I watched Joker recently, so I think that
I'll
it's
avoid
still
spoiling it for
a
everyone
story,
else.
a story that's not meant to be taken completely seriously, and not seriously, more, I guess, a story that's meant to be taken a little bit more abstract, like Joker.
Mm-hmm.
There's still elements to it. Not, you don't have to just look at consistent. There's a lot of general consistency still there. Like a scene will lead to A, lead to B, and lead to C, and it won't totally contradict itself. Like, Joker will have a gun, and then he'll have the gun in the next scene, and then that gun will lead to some kind of event. If he just pulled the gun out of nowhere, then that would, where would it have came from? There's no kind of setup for it.
Right.
And obviously things like character development and all kinds of things still lead. These are things that generally people can agree upon will make it a good film compared to a film which doesn't have, if his character changed on a dime with no explanation. If 1 minute he was Jared Leto, the next minute he was Mark Hamill, and next he was Heath
I
Ledger.
mean, that
It would
sounds like a great film to me.
just keep.
Switching back and forth.
Yeah, there's a fine line when you talk about a narrator in that sense. We have several movies, for example, The Sixth Sense, Tale of Two Sisters. I'm trying to think of it. Fight Club, where there has to be an explanation why the narrator was lying, or how it's even possible. So if the explanation is reasonable, like, oh, this makes sense, like this could have happened, then great. The problem with a lot of these stories is the perspective, let's say from in a movie, they assume that these things are all part of the physical world. So like take Luke on The Last Jedi, he's not literally there, but the wind affects him, the light affects him, he has optical certain shadows, stuff like that. So it's like, okay, either Luke has this ability, like, and of course we're using magic here, to do all these things, or it's just whatever the director came up with, right? So what is the expectation of a lie, and how does the narrative answer that lie? So I can't really believe very well that the gentleman in the Fight Club is literally punching himself and shooting himself. Like, it's very hard to see that happen. And you sort of just say, wait a second, did he really just get into a fight with himself half the time? And you see this guy on the street just punching himself in the face, and it's like, that's hard to grasp. So they did some of that with some flashbacks, but not enough to explain everything. But at that point, you're like, oh, this is so weird. So
Yeah, I really like that. I really like that explanation. That's a really good point about having the explanation for those inconsistencies within the text to sort of justify them. That makes a lot of sense. So,
and another, if you mind if I jump in with one more thing, like another thing that actually can kind of relates to that is the idea of a story that like has a self-aware narrator. There's movies like The Emperor's New Groove and Deadpool and like a little bit of Funny Games. Those movies have like a narrator that is like talks to the audience, and therefore you can get away with a little bit more stuff inside of those movies because like they'll stop a movie or they'll talk over it, and like you're like that's something where you can bend more rules, but that's still internal consistency if you stick with that, because bending the rules is something that you establish from the beginning. So it's all a matter of like what a film sets up and if it sticks by it. So
okay, yeah, I think that makes sense to me. So here's the thing that sort of trips me up about this, but I think it becomes a sort of larger conversation about art. But well, yeah, here I think let's just start broad from that then, if it's okay if I ask for another sort of definition. But what do we think the goal or purpose of art is? Like, why do we do art, I guess, is my question. Do we have any ideas?
I suppose really at the end of the day it's all about enjoyment, but there's all kinds of, just to say that a film should be enjoyable is pretty broad, and there's things that, as we said before, we can generally agree upon will make it more enjoyable. And one part of objectivity is removing your bias, because okay, I'll give you an example. I'm going to be more biased towards Star Wars than I am going to be towards Lord of the Rings. I'm a more sci-fi guy. I enjoy spaceships and explosions rather than people with swords going stabby. Right. So you can have a movie. I'm not going to argue anything, but so for instance, if you can take a look at a film and say, remove your bias and say this is a better film than this film because of these elements, and even though I enjoyed this film more, these elements in it will make it generally more enjoyable because of its things like consistency and everything like that. So sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Were you gonna jump in and say something?
I was gonna, because that's sort of where it loses me. Like, that's sort of where I get confused, because it's saying it's removing. So you're talking about removing personal bias, but then you're trying to determine what general audiences.
Well,
like,
no.
kind of thing?
not
Like, what
general
you're saying, like-
audiences per se, but more. So if people, I'm just trying to say. So things we can agree upon. So if we sat in a room, we could come across like a bunch of lists. So maybe take it away from storytelling and something a bit more technical. So just because I can speak from visual effects, because that's what I do, you can look at a room and look at something, and you can say, well, technically this makes this worse because of it becomes a worse visual effect because you haven't done this and you haven't done that, and this hasn't worked well. However, these elements have worked well, and generally towards the end it'll become a better visual effect. So while a visual effect might be more enjoyable, it might not be as good as technically. Sorry, Matt, I don't know if I'm losing the analogy here. So I suppose a well done story is like a well done visual effect. It doesn't matter that, well,
if you don't mind, could I jump in a little bit on that one?
Do take on, yeah. I lost my trail of thought.
Yeah, it's all right. So the idea, like,
very broad
what is the
topic.
purpose of art? Like, that's a very broad question, which, like, I think that's probably why it's being addressed right now. But, like, I kind of look at that as, like, what is the purpose of a car? Like, the purpose of a car is to drive. But then the question is, like, what defines a car? Like, because you could technically just have, like, something that could be qualified as a go-kart, just a couple of 2x4s with some wheels slapped on it. And it's like, it depends on what, like, parameters there are in between different cars. And that's what I kind of address in the video, is that I say that different art has different types of standards. So you'll have a painting, there's a purpose of it, like a self-portrait, for example, like, just to jump onto a painting. By the way, I don't know anything about paintings. Like, that's not something which I'm well versed in. So I just like, a self-portrait is to draw something realistically from yourself, or, like, maybe not, maybe it's something that's supposed to be a little bit more abstract, but that's what I think varies art. Like, yes, art is to, like, stir emotions. That's one of the purposes of it. That's the broad definition, but you go a little bit more specifically, because not all things apply. Or art isn't defined by, like, a uniform standard. Like, you have different standards for paintings versus sculptures and film, and there's all different branches. But I'm like, I think the broad category, you could say, might be to stir emotion, but at the same time, there's more specific category, I think.
Yeah, see, I definitely agree with that. Like, that's where I like stirring emotions. I usually gravitate to, like, just evoking emotions is what I generally think the purpose or goal of art is, just because like, I think largely enjoyment is accurate, but then you get stuff like, Schindler's List, where it's like, you're not necessarily supposed to enjoy it, but it's supposed to evoke some kind of emotion for you.
Exactly, yeah.
So yeah, I think we're definitely on the same page of just
I suppose that we've kind of got my thoughts together a little bit. So this explanation, so I would say one of the things, so enjoyment, sorry, I think one of the things that should be valued most in art, if you're dumbing it down, is basically art is made up of skill, time, and effort. And I, as an artist myself, I believe this should be valued very much, and you can tell the difference between a very well-made story where the person made it has put a lot of skill, a lot of time and effort into it to make sure this story is airtight and it's brilliant, and then you can have a really lazily done story that is it's very weak, and there's lots of kinds of inconsistencies, no setup to the payoff, all these other kinds of issues that we would generally take issue with. So I think
well, just to ask, so like I totally agree with that, in the sense that, like, when you have a complex, sprawling story, like, even with well,
no, it's not just about a complex sprawling story, it's just about doing it better. You can have a more complex story, but it won't be as well done. Sometimes a more complex story is harder to do, but it doesn't, just because you have a more complex story doesn't mean it is inherently better, because it can be all over the
right. So I mean, that's where I'm like, because there is, what were you said, effort, skill, and
skill, time, and so dumbing it down, the what makes up quality to me anyway is things like skill, time, and effort.
So like, let's say with something like, is anyone familiar with The Old Man and the Sea, Hemingway's old book about
Yeah,
just
yeah,
a
I've read that.
guy? Yeah. So it's a very stripped down story where it's this fisher, I think his name's Santiago, and it's like he goes out to sea, and it's very detailed about his what he does, the whole monotony of it, and he catches this massive marlin. And it's him strapping this marlin to the side of the boat after struggling it with it for like hours, and then like these sharks come up and eat the marlin when he's trying to get back to shore. And it's a very stripped down sort of simple story, but I think it's incredibly effective, very fascinating. But would that at all take away from it? Like Hemingway famously wrote while drunk. If you found out that like Hemingway wrote the whole book in a week while drunk and kind of just going through it, and it doesn't have any necessarily plot holes because it's just about a man going out and fishing and trying to bring a fish back, like does that lessen how objectively good or bad that art is if there was not necessarily a lot of effort or time put into that story?
Not necessarily. I don't think so. It depends, like, on the writing quality, because again, like
Yeah.
that's something which I stand by, especially with like books, is there's different qualities to writing and like how you structure and format your book. And like, The Old Man in the Sea, it's like it's hilarious. It starts off like with a chapter, and it's like there's other characters that are introduced, and then
Right.
you have and then he goes out in the sea, and like it's just description after description. Like Hemingway is insanely descriptive of the sea and like
Yeah.
how it affects Santiago, and
Just
it's
to
like
give people an
it's
idea
fun
of
to
that.
read, but
Yeah,
it's fun to
literally
read.
like
But it's one of
it
those
is
stories that,
good
like,
and it is strong and the wind is windy and like it's a lot of ands and a lot of just very straightforward descriptions.
Yeah, you can get
But yeah,
away
sorry.
with some rule breaking in prose and poetry. As for the idea of the intention of the author, some people get that confused with the premise of the work, and the premise of the work should be introduced within the body of the work, and it should be clear. And it's hard to do that with some short stories and by other authors like Hemingway, for example. Hills Like White Elephants, his short story. You have no idea what's going on until you pay attention to the story. He doesn't tell you what's going on. He doesn't tell you what these two people are doing at the train stop and why they're drinking beer or one's not drinking beer. Like, you don't know until it dawns on you, like, oh, this is what's going on. So how intelligent
Right.
is your audience? Who is this for? Is he writing for a bunch of drunk people? I don't know. So it's really about not like who cares what his background is? Who cares if he was drunk or on drugs or like, that's irrelevant to the body of the work.
Yeah. So that's why
essentially
I
my
was
answer. You go on.
I was just gonna say, yeah, that's what kind of gave me a bit of confusion with the time and effort, because I do think, like, the people should be respected for really, like, I think a movie like Die Hard, I think Get Out has a very like sound script in terms of like there's so little fat on that movie and stuff like that. And I think that there are those movies that are just like, I'm so impressed that they pulled it off, and with the complexity it has and stuff, and you really see that time and that effort and that skill. But also I think that I don't necessarily want to that doesn't necessarily factor into how good or bad something is for me, because I don't always know the context of that. Like, going into a movie, I don't know if they cranked it
Yeah,
out in
Hemingway
a
can
week
write
or
crap. I
what.
mean, that happens with
Yeah,
Joyce.
yeah,
So
yeah.
as much as you love Ulysses, not everyone loves Finnegan's Wake. So I mean,
Right, right, right.
Like my answer to that would essentially be that time and effort doesn't essentially equate to quality, but like like as a general statement, it can, and that's one of the things which I think is important when you're talking about objectivity, is because like you can acknowledge when effort was put in, because it doesn't necessarily like mean that like I said, time does not equate to quality, but it's like you
But
can determine
skill
quality through how
does.
much. Yeah.
So you
Go on.
can think it's kind of like a triangle. So you can put as much time and effort into something as you want, but if you don't have the skill and the knowledge and the ability to make it, then no matter how much time and effort you put into it, it's going to be a crap story. But if you only have the skill but you don't have the time and effort, then you're still going to come up with something quite terrible. So in the end, if you make something, you have to have the skill, you have to have the time, and you have to have the willingness to put effort into it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, okay.
Yeah, I feel I would agree that's pretty much the makings of a thing. But should that really factor into sort of that objective criticism we talked about, where we're just focusing on the text and its logical?
Absolutely, because they are they're quite linked. So when you're looking at a film objectively, you're looking at the quality of the story, and the quality is made up of the skill and time and the effort. And then sorry, I keep losing my trail of thought.
Honestly, Shiny, I think that's one of the things. Like I was saying, I don't think that time and like effort can be judged, I suppose. But like the time, because as you were kind of saying, John,
you can't judge the time. I'm saying that's part of the equation when it comes to making something of quality.
Yeah,
and I'm saying that it's something that should be. While you can't measure the time, it still should be valued that this person has put all this into their story. If I don't know if I'm expressing what I think.
I think I see where you're coming from. Essentially, like the idea that like time is something to be valued, like when you see the work, and if depending on if it's quality or not, like that's something that you could look into. Perhaps like someone makes a bad story, and then you look into it, like he wrote this out in 2 days. It's like, oh,
right.
But apparently, I think I've read into this. Apparently, like the Cabin in the Woods was like written in like 3 weeks or something like that. I forget.
Yeah, it was like they went into just a hotel
3
room
days.
and, like, yeah, I think it was 3 days.
Hell?
Which actually, yeah.
But that's great. It's like, oh, wow.
Yeah,
so
and that's something that I think is also sort of that movie is a very good example of another thing that kind of gives me pause with the just looking at the text. So looking at something like Cabin in the Woods, where it for that to be especially good, I think, or at its peak, you can't just look at the contained text, because it is drawing so much from an entire genre that you have to be familiar with, or else.
So almost like the meta narrative, like looking into the stuff the film is referencing, because that's like a crucial part. Like if you don't know anything about horror movies and you watch that film, you wouldn't quite know the larger picture, right?
Yeah, exactly. Which it reminds me of, I don't know if anyone else saw this, but I remember when Infinity War came out, it was like the New Yorker or something released this review that was like, this movie's awful, you have to have seen other movies to enjoy it. And it's like, of course you have to. What are you talking about? So how do you think that sort of interacts with the with just focusing only on the text of the film and objectively criticizing it?
Are you referring to seeing other films in the same genre, where you say, well, this Blade Runner genre, whatever futuristic cyberpunk world compared to this other cyberpunk world, then you're comparing?
Well, I'd say, just sticking to Cabin in the Woods, where it's something where so much of the enjoyment of that film and so much of the effectiveness of that film comes from these tropes of the horror genre, and specifically Evil Dead and Friday the 13th and all these other classics. How do you approach that objectively and only looking at the text, when so much of that film is built upon things exterior to the text, is my question.
I'd probably say that that would be an example of like the text being enriched by other pieces of work. Like it takes inspiration from it, like because you can still quantify like all the references and how those play in, like the idea of subverting tropes. That's something that relates to storytelling, but you can still measure that. You can still measure like what is happening in the film, where you're like, they literally have that point where the characters are sticking together and then they spray the mist in their face that like makes them say we should split up. And you're like, this is something which is in there to like establish like these characters make idiotic decisions in horror movies all the time. It's something that if you have an understanding of horror films, then it's going to enrich your experience, but that's still a part of the text, I would say, even if you'll be more familiar with it with other movies. And that's kind of the same thing with Infinity War. Like, if you watch that film having seen no other MCU movies, you could still appreciate it. There's like, you're not necessarily going to be lost. There's some stuff you might be behind on, like especially the stuff involving Thor Ragnarok, but still that film is quality in and of itself. And when you see the other films that follow, that like come before it, then it'll enrich your experience. And again, that's still a part of the text because it's a continuation of that story. Kind of the same thing with The Cabin in the Woods, since that film's going for satire. It's something which connects but isn't directly tied in. I don't think that necessarily you need to see all of the horror films that The Cabin in the Woods references, but it's something which is very much in the text itself and connects to other films.
Right. So on that front, then, where do you sort of, if you're you're obviously, with those, you need to sort of open up the text, not just look at the text, but like, I think those are intended to be, examined in the meta like scope of all of horror and stuff like that. So how does that, like, why doesn't so I guess what I'm asking is, like, if you're willing to expand your definition of, the text, or just the scope of the text, in that situation, can you also expand it when it is, let's say, a commentary on society instead of the horror genre?
Yeah, like I would probably
analysis.
Yeah, like theme is one of the things I honestly want to make a video on themes at some point, because a lot of people like rally behind themes, and I'm like, there are themes. I think themes can be measured depending on how they connect to a text of a film, and if they're supported by it. Like you mentioned Get Out. I think that's you really enjoy that, right? Yeah, so that's an example of a film with a theme and like a commentary that connects to the real world. And again, you can probably use the text to explain how well that theme is achieved in the film, depending on the references.
Yeah, so I mean, that's what like, I think Get Out is such an integral example of that, because I think of, and spoilers for Get Out, but I think that that so much of the gravity of that film is when you get to the end in the you see the police lights, and just because of your understanding of society, you suddenly, it's where in any other horror movie this would be, oh, thank God they're saved. In this scenario, because of your understanding of society, it's, oh God, now he's gonna get shot or something.
It's like unique horror. It's the horror that like relates to the real world, where you're like, this is something which connects to, like, a section of society. So yeah. So that becomes sort of an integral part of that text, that understanding of society. So that's where I'm kind of, because going back to that, your definition from the video, where we're talking about assessing a film solely on what is in the text of the film, like, is that not emotional, or is that not bias? Like, that, I feel like that would have to be considered bias to bring in your own understanding of, like, I'm sure there are a lot of Black people that watch the film who that's their bias coming in when they see the cops show up and they think, oh fuck, he's screwed. Is that would that not be excluded from sort of that definition of objective criticism? Suppose that's an outside example of something that like is an understanding that relates to the real world versus like what you see in the film. But what I meant by being unbiased and like sticking to the text is essentially that like your assessment or your biases, quote unquote, like aren't influencing the text. Like they don't change things because of something that happened in your life or something that you are aware of. Like that's something that people will have an understanding around because they live in the real world, and people take in things. That's something that is assessed in films. But I don't. My thing with that is it doesn't manipulate the text. It's something which you have an understanding about and you bring in, but still the text is a text. And like I said, different things connect to theme, and those aren't necessarily text based, but there's something that you can use. Like this is again something I'd love to make in a theme video, and I really would like to make one. But the idea that someone could technically derive a theme from a film, even if like the author didn't intend it, like an author could write a book and then someone could draw a theme, and then it's like then they're like, I didn't mean that, but then they have references, and you're like, oh wow, it's like this wasn't something that was put into the book by design, but still they're using the text to draw a conclusion from it, and it's like that's still what I would call objectivity. They're using references to support their analysis, but it's something which comes beyond the author necessarily, even though it's still referenceable.
So this is where I'm sort of getting murky then, because it seems like, so what's stopping you from just bringing in your emotions towards a thing? Because usually so many of your emotions are dictated by society, and by your understanding of society or your understanding of pop culture or all these things. So I'm trying to figure out where that line is of when you're bringing in just relevant social whatevers, or genre comparisons or anything like that, and when you're bringing in emotions. And
What my stance on that would be is that so long as you're not manipulating the text, like I said, you need to stay true to what's in it, and as long as your emotions don't change things, I think you're still in the clear.
Okay,
let's look
So
at
what if
let's say the romance in the prequel films for Star Wars.
Okay.
We get it. They're going to get married. They're going to have kids. We know what's going to happen. So we sort of forgive, oh, wow, this delivery of this romance is really bad. The dialogue written is really bad. The actors did the best they could. And it's really on how much can you stomach? Is this really corny? Is it supposed to be as melodramatic as it sounds? Well, it is in the space opera genre. Things are supposed to be melodramatic. But you know what? That could have been portrayed and written a lot more competently for people who actually like the romance genre, or maybe the dramatic genre, and they say, hey, this is really bad. But everyone else knows this guy's going to be Darth Vader. So it's like, okay, let's get to that point, because that's the point of the entire series. So the intelligence of the audience helps, as do other things, but what is this work for? Is this not intended? Is the premise for everyone? Is the premise for romance characters or people who read romance stories? So yeah, you have to keep your audience in mind when you're writing whatever, but it's up to the audience then to say, oh, I didn't get what happened in that mystery novel. It's like, were you paying attention? Do you even know Agatha Christie and how she writes and all the plots that intertwine? And if you don't get it, and even after you've seen who's done it, and you still don't get it, it's possible that Agatha Christie made some mistakes. She has made mistakes in her mystery novels. Most of the time, she's very adroit at making things clear so that you're led along the proper path, but it's still a mystery. And some of her stories are almost impossible to deduce. So sometimes she kills it, and sometimes she just, like, no one can get it. So
okay, so this is where we're kind of getting into, because I think the biggest hurdle for me with objective criticism and what I'm trying to understand about it is just the practicality of it, the usefulness of it, because you can set these standards, like, let's say, just plot holes, for example. You can set this standard to say, okay, if this doesn't line up with this, I think a good example is like Jurassic Park, the T-Rex paddock sequence. The T-Rex comes in from the forest, then pushes the car over, and suddenly that forest is a cliff. That's a plot hole, right? That is.
I actually made a video on plot holes, and that was one of the key examples that I used, is the Jurassic Park scene, and I talk a little bit about that. So in relation to objective criticism.
Perfect, because I want to pick your brain about this. So with that, if I come into this with the standard of inconsistencies are flaws, and then I can judge the scene by that, but at the end of the day, there's interview footage with Steven Spielberg, and he says, "Oh, I knew that was an inconsistency, but if I have them immersed in the story at that point, then I can do that, and it's not an issue. If they believe dinosaurs at this point, then they're not gonna notice that. They're gonna forgive that. So if the artist doesn't care, and I'd probably argue that most of the people who have seen Jurassic Park, I can't say for certain because I haven't interviewed them, but I would say most of the people who've watched Jurassic Park, all this whole amazing sequence, 9 times out of 10, a lot of people don't even notice that, and it's always this fun thing to point out, like, "Oh, did you ever realize that?" It's like, "Oh yeah, you're right." But so if most people aren't picking up on that, and the artist is aware of that, but that it doesn't matter because plot holes are not his intention with making this art isn't to avoid plot holes, but to evoke certain emotions. Then what is the practicality of pointing out those plot holes?
Well, at first you said it was a criteria or a standard. It's not a standard. It's just literally what happens in the text. So whether you're aware of that or not is not the text's fault, or sorry, the author's fault. It just happens. So, oh, now you're aware of it. That's bad. Now, in the example of some, like, let's say Jurassic Park or another happy, famous movie you love, you're so engrossed in the narrative and in the rendering of the characters and all the drama that you don't notice those things. But they're still there. So you could enjoy it any way you like. You could enjoy it for the visuals, the sound, all that stuff. That's fine. But it doesn't change the facts that there are problems. Like, I look at The Princess Bride. All kinds of plot holes, but they're not all created equal. They're all not, like, when I think of Inigo having his second wind after he gets stabbed in the chest by the six-fingered man, I'm like, okay, that's a bit strange. I thought he died. Then he comes back, and it's all about his motivation. It's all about my dad. And I would say, you know what? In this world of very, very little magic, people coming back from the dead and sucking life and all that stuff, I can believe a man who's been stabbed in the chest, but all his life, that's all he's thought about is getting revenge. So he's able to overcome death, from a fatal wound, to go and repeat this sentence to this man he's been wanting to do all his life.
Well, with the Jurassic Park.
Oh, who's this?
Example.
This is
Wow.
LiteratureDevil.
I
Hello, sir.
don't mind if I join for a little bit. It's just until my computer freezes.
Happens often.
But I wasn't watching until then. So what are we talking about again? We're talking about plot holes, it seems.
Using the example from Jurassic Park, I can address this if you wanted to. So what I would consider that is the difference between subjective and objective, like the assessments made. Like, so for example, I don't care about that plot hole in that scene.
Yeah.
When I watch that, I'm just like, that scene is so amazing. It's one of those things where it's just like, I don't mind. There's a plot hole. I'm just like, whatever. But again, that's just for me. And that's everyone's enjoyment of that, or how much that affects their enjoyment, is going to vary. What you can do, though, is you can see how much it affects the scene. And I literally say this in the video. I'm like, it affects the paddock scene, because you're like, there's a geographical continuity here which alters the stakes. You're like, the heroes could escape through the fence at one point, and then they can't because the writers decided it. It's like, oh, it adds more tension to the scene, but it came at the cost of a consistency. So you're like, okay, that affects that scene, and then you're like, then how does that affect the rest of the film? Like, it really doesn't. It's just in that one scene, because no other scenes take place at the paddock involving that moment.
The thing about plot holes is that when you have a plot hole in a movie, or well, especially in a movie, because it's visual, it's not as you're not as involved in the movie. You are watching it, so it's not really as opposed to a novel where you have to do everything. You have to do the reading, you have to do the imagining. Movie is more of something you can sit down and enjoy. You can take a nap during, whatever. But when it comes down to plot holes, it comes down to, is it a plot hole that raises the stakes? And it's not just a matter of whether it raises stakes or not. It is a matter of plot hole that, does it ruin the story? Is it a speed bump on the way to the finish line, in a sense? And what we mean by that is, for example, here's an example of a plot hole doesn't really matter, doesn't really ruin the story any, is the one from The Dark Knight, where the Joker is left up with all the guests while Batman goes to save his love interest, and then we just cut away, and the Joker is still up there. We don't know what happened to the Joker. We just cut away to the next day or something.
Apparently, there's not many deleted scenes in that movie, but apparently there's a production shot of the Joker escaping in a car. But even if there was a scene filmed, it never made it into the film. So it's one of those things
Yeah.
you're like, how the hell did he get out of that building without the cops or anyone else catching him, especially since they knew he was going after Dent.
Or
So
I think
Yeah.
an even more blatant example from The Dark Knight is the fact that, like, I've heard a lot of people bring up the fact that when he's in the interrogation room / cell with the cop, and that's part of his plan is to, you know, take a, you know,
he knows
to provoke
exactly.
the cop.
Yeah,
Like-
or you mean to get into the cell with him?
Yeah,
and
like,
that?
why is the cop in the cell with him? That's not a thing in reality. You don't sit in the cell
They
with
had
the
him in a
prisoner.
room. It's one of those things where it probably would have made more sense if he was like taunting at him throughout the glass and then he went in or something like that, or he was aggravating them. But one way or another, like, why was he guarding them? It's like because the cops went to go after Rachel. So you're like, okay, or I mean to get Dent, and they're like, so maybe that's an explanation, but it's not really, because they had control of that room. There was pretty much no reason for him to be in there. But
Yeah. So that's an inconsistency logically. So just, I guess my question is, because you mentioned it was, you know, does it ruin the story is the question you're asking about the plot hole, but who decides that, I guess, because that sounds like you're injecting bias.
No, it's not bias at all. It's basically down to the construction of the story itself. Because when you're following a hero, you're following a hero's journey, despite whether or not it's following the hero's journey formula or not. It goes from, for example, you can just have a Die Hard where he goes in to the building and then he gets trapped there and he starts shooting up all the bad guys. If there's a plot hole where he goes from all of a sudden fighting these guys with guns to he can just snap people out of existence, or he runs out of bullets and then all of a sudden he has 30 clips or 30 magazines on the ground that are just full out of nowhere. That really hinders the story, because it's just kind of the hero is just given things. He doesn't have to. There's no tension. He's just given the solution to his problem. So it's a little bit different. A plot hole is a little bit different when it's actually putting the hero into peril. Like, for example, with the Jurassic Park scenario, where all of a sudden the car is tipped over and now it's a cliff. Now the heroes have something else. Is it still an inconsistency? Yeah, but it's not ruining the story. It's ramping up the tension and the stakes that were already there, because they're already being threatened by a giant dinosaur. But when the plot hole comes in and it saves a hero, it kind of derails the story, because now the hero no longer has to think his way out of things, no longer has to grow or mature or find some sort of enlightenment to continue. He just continues, despite the fact that he encountered an obstacle. And when you put an obstacle in front of a hero, the audience, no matter, even from thousands of years ago, the audience or the listener, or even back to the oral tradition days, back to the Scheherazade days, the Hakawari days, back in the Middle Eastern days, they wanted to see the hero encounter obstacles and then overcome them on their own. And that's what you see that's when plot holes go awry. When plot holes become really serious, is when you have a hero encounter an obstacle and then he is just given the solution without having to think of it himself, without having to grow or mature or become enlightened in any sense of the word.
Okay, so then to look at that paddock thing with the T-Rex, where it's, in a way, it's the villain being given this advantage that is unearned with that cliff there, where they could otherwise just ran into the woods. So let's say in an Indiana Jones film, where, like, you know, Indy has let's say. Okay, this is a good example with the fight scene of the guy with the plane propeller. They're fighting around it, and then suddenly, you know, he gets hit by the plane propeller and he, you know, is chopped up. What if in that scene something equally impossible to a cliff appearing happens that is not good for the hero, where, oh, it turns out this guy is propeller proof and it just bounces off him and it doesn't break his skin or anything?
That's a little different. That goes from that takes it out of the logical continuity of the world, because in Indiana Jones,
there's not a lot of cliffs popping up in Jurassic Park that makes logical sense.
Aren't they in like a big reserve that it's meant to imitate the world? So it makes logical sense that there could be a cliff there.
Well, the cliff, when you fall off the cliff, it crashes.
You're essentially saying something that's like impossible in that moment, like you said.
It has to be
absolutely impossible. And a forest turning into a cliff is impossible in that moment, 100%. Right?
And Jurassic Park, you mean?
Yeah, in Jurassic Park, like that's impossible in that moment.
Yeah, like it goes both ways, like you said.
No, but you're linking. Can I just jump in?
It's not. Okay.
It's
it's not completely out of the picture of the world. Okay, aren't they in a? No, I haven't seen Jurassic Park in a long time. Aren't they in a reserve that imitates a forest / jungle sort of environment?
Yeah, but what happens?
Cliffs exist in those things. Cliffs exist in those things, and the Indiana Jones normal guys cannot be propeller-proof just by their skin alone.
Okay, but you do understand that we see literally 3 minutes earlier in that scene, the T-Rex walks out of where that cliff was, and it was a jungle at that point. So now geographically, a cliff has suddenly appeared there, which is
but it still makes sense geographically. I mean, it's because it wasn't there before. Doesn't mean because we know as the audience that cliffs exist in these natural environments. Okay, in Indiana Jones, you can't. It's been established that there is magic, but not so magical enough that a guy can just brush off a propeller from an airplane.
Okay, so then let's change the example to fit that a bit better. So Indiana Jones has, giant. Let's say he's fighting that guy in the propeller, and then all of a sudden, the guy falls down a giant pit that wasn't there before. We have pre-established giant pits in Indiana Jones. It makes sense. There's a big hole in the ground that he falls into to go into the tomb right before that. So let's say, and we've seen many master shots of them fighting and there is no giant pit, but then all of a sudden at the peak of that fight, that man falls into a giant pit. Is that an acceptable plot hole? It doesn't like. I don't.
Before, like if there was something established
if the environment fits it, but I don't, because it's the whole idea of the environment is that the reason why it would work in Jurassic Park is because the environment would have cliffs. It's a natural, logical thing for that environment to have cliffs, even though we can.
I'm not saying it's not logical for there to be cliffs, but I'm saying it's not logical for there to suddenly be a cliff where there wasn't one.
Hold on, Literature Devil. Do you understand the point he's making with the Jurassic Park thing? Do you know what we're talking about with the scene? The fact that like it changes.
This feels a little bit bad faith. Like,
The thing is that if you suddenly have someone not being chopped up by a propeller, then as I was saying, it is actually impossible, and a scene like that is physically, you don't see the field change, the mountain range, the cliff doesn't magically appear there while you're looking at it, but here the inconsistency is right in your face. It's this guy is not being cut by a propeller. You can see that happening.
I mean, it's raining on logical. I mean, it's still, they're both plot holes. They're both inconsistencies. We know that, but when the Jurassic Park environment, we can logically connect that there is that the area could have a cliff or whatever to drop off of. With the example of Indiana Jones, if that guy got hit with a propeller without any other explanation, then that would be glaringly inconsistent. That would be a glaring plot hole because it was not previously established that people could naturally do that. I think what might be a better scenario would be if Indiana Jones, like you said, if Indiana Jones kicked the guy and suddenly there was a cliff for him to fall down, like the world just opened up and swallowed the guy. Since that wasn't actually established beforehand, that would be a plot hole as well. But because I go back to the environment part, because that's where that's where it relies on in this particular scenario, the specific one. Because in Jurassic Park, the environment would allow for cliffs to be there, but on the other hand, the environment has to be opened where Indiana Jones and the guy are fighting. The environment has to be open to pits, and I think they're fighting at an airport. Had they been fighting in like that tomb or whatever, then that would work. And even if there wasn't a pit there, like if they're fighting in a place that had no pits to begin with, then suddenly there's a pit, then that could be a match for match sort of scenario. And it would still be an inconsistency.
I was about to say, just to jump off of that point. So like in the actual scene, what happens is they're fighting and the plane is static, and then all of a sudden the plane starts moving because Marion like knocked out the pilot, and the plane starts going. And then throughout that scene, Indiana Jones is avoiding the propeller and the wheels, like he can't get his gun because it's stuck. And then that is set up for the payoff, which is that the guy gets hit by the propeller blades. So it's like, that's not an example of like an inconsistency within the story because it's occurring within the fight scene. But like you said, if there's no setup for like a pit that the guy falls down into, then that's something that's essentially Deus Ex Machina. It comes out of nowhere.
Okay,
it's something.
Well, so that would apply to the paddock scene too, right?
Yeah,
That's a Deus Ex Machina cliff.
Yeah, I think we were getting a little bit stuck up on that point. Like, Literature Devil, like, did you understand what we were talking about? Like, do you know the plot hole inside of the paddock scene?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So like that's the same thing. We were set. It's a reverse example. So instead of Jurassic Park, it's something which assists the villain. The heroes should be like relatively safe. Then all of a sudden they're not safe because the geometry changes, or geography. Sorry. But instead of the Indiana Jones example that we were using, that's something which assists the hero. Like the hero's fighting, he's in danger, and then all of a sudden he wins. It's like, oh, what the hell? Both of them are inconsistencies within the world. Yeah.
Yeah, they're both inconsistencies and plot holes. But the thing is that it could also exist on the other side. You can go too far with a villain. There's actually a thing called the villain sue, where things just keep happening for the villain that are just amazing and great. For example, you could have the hero spend all movie getting a gigantic super weapon, and then because he's aiming at the villain, it just short circuits. That's going a little too far. And for the villain, it's just kind of like a happy medium, but you can go too far for a villain. Yeah.
Okay, so that's kind of, because that's what I was bringing up in contradiction to, because you said a plot hole is that ruins the story is something that works out for the hero, so that can also be the villain.
Yeah, it can also be the villain too. It's a lot rarer for the villain because it's as long as they don't go too far, and it's as long as it's logical, and we can kind of make some logical connections to it, then we can have a lot more leeway for the villain. But you can go too far for the villain too. That's definitely a thing.
Okay, so this is where I get confused with like who decides when it's too far is my question, because there are plenty of plot holes that I've seen that other people say break movies that I sincerely did not care about. And
which ones might those be?
So let's say Jurassic Park is a very good example of that. But we run into stuff with like, you know what is a fantastic example? Is the opening of Return of the Jedi in the whole Jabba Palace sequence. Which is
that could make a little bit more sense. I'm not gonna lie.
It is the most nonsensical plan in history, and it is one of my favorite. It's one of my favorite sequences in any Star Wars movies. It's so fun, and we get Jabba's palace, we get Boba Fett, we get the Sarlacc pit, we get the Rancor, and all that stuff. But literally, when you it took me years, literal decades, to look back at that and be like, wait a second. This apparently Luke's plan was first to get give up C-3PO and R2-D2, and then to come in there with Chewbacca and give up Chewbacca for Leia to come in there and have infiltrated, and then she unfreezes Han, but then it's like, well, even if that had succeeded and she wasn't caught, she'd still have to go and rescue the 3 people they'd given up.
Which is their fault. That was their plan. Then Luke comes in with the lightsaber. It's insanity. It's pure
insanity. Like Luke comes in there and he gets captured, and dude. In all of that plan culminates to them. It needs to be Luke. The only thing that goes, the only thing that works in their favor in that whole plan is they hid the lightsaber in R2-D2, which, shoots out, and he grabs it right before he's thrown into the Sarlacc pit. And then it's just like, okay, all of that to get in there with a weapon, like, why not just go and attack them without everyone being prisoners in the first place? Because then all they do is just go and kill everyone there.
Exactly.
So it's like, why not just do that?
They end up doing anyway when Luke just catches the lightsaber and kills.
Exactly.
Them.
Like it is so bizarre and so nonsense. But like, I am so in that moment, and I am so on board with what they're doing in the movie, and it's really a thing that you just figure out in retrospect. But it is just so thoroughly enjoyable, and I still watch that movie and think this is a blast. This is
Yeah.
fun. This is entertaining. This is doing what it needs to do, and I'm sure they knew that plan made no sense too.
Essentially, my answer to that, the idea of like who decides it, is that no one does, and that's why I would call it objectivity. It's because it doesn't relate to how people interpret it or what they say. You can use the text to determine how much it influences the film. So you're like, that one, it's pretty impactful to the first act of the film. These are like the entire thing hinges on this plan, which makes no sense. After that, then you're like, how's the rest of the story flow? It's like the plan doesn't influence anything else. And obviously you can look at other stuff that involve the film. Like you can talk about pacing within that film and how well put together the rest of the script is. And it's like, it varies, but like what I say about like quote unquote objective flaws in films is that you take them as they come. It's like, it depends on how much they influence scenes or the stories or the character payoffs and all that stuff. And it's like, so in that scene, you have this really satisfying payoff when Luke turns on his green lightsaber. It's like, holy crap, this is amazing. It's great to watch subjectively, but also the mechanics aren't quite there. There's stuff which doesn't make any sense within the plot. So it's like, yeah.
Would you say that's an objectively bad sequence?
I'd say it's flawed. It depends. I'd be like, it not making very much sense. It's like you can say that's something which like plagues the entirety of that opening scene. You're like, the rest of it, like you can judge depending on it, like all the stuff involving like, a payoff with Leia and Han meeting again. That's something which is kind of big. It's connective. There's good writing in between the opening of Return of the Jedi, but if you're just talking about the plan as a whole and how well written the first act is, it's not very well written as a whole.
The thing about that sequence is that everything in that sequence is actually, it's built up and it follows the rules of the universe. So it's, this is the third movie. So it's been, Khan was captured in the last movie. Leia can use weapons. She's been in battle situations up to this point. We know Luke has been, for the very first movie, he's been trained in the Force. He's been spent time with Yoda, and they've been training. So it's we could see why Luke would be powerful, why he would be able to fight off all these people. We could see why they would go into Jabba's palace with this ridiculous plan. And whether it's ridiculous or not, it's the plan they go with. And
I mean, that's the part that's unbelievable to me.
Yeah, it's a plan.
I feel like that's inconsistent with the characters.
I'm not really sure. Actually, what their first plan was to.
I feel like that's inconsistent with all characters because it's
honestly
what
I love about
they're
this
not actually exactly the best strategists as far as the movies have been laid out. I mean, the first plan was
they went and destroyed a whole Death Star.
By running at it. It was pretty. Yeah, it was a desperate move. It's a desperate move. It wasn't the best plan either.
But it's still. Like it's hard for me to believe that it's this group, because they're back with the rebel fleet when they have this whole plan and everything. Like these are the people that, like, a small group of rebels that took down a planet destroying space station and everything
by exploiting a small weakness.
That's why it's kind of why that little theory says, okay, it must have been the designers who purposely made it this way so it could be destroyed. And they made that into a movie. It's sometimes
I want to see the movie. Can I see the movie where they come up with the plan to rescue Han? Because that deserves its own Rogue 2, right there.
I'm pretty sure it does. They hadn't died, unfortunately.
It doesn't have to be designed to be. The Death Star wouldn't have to be designed to have this flaw, because they have the design for the Death Star. Analyzing every single detail. Bring it to real world. If you had a design of a tank and you looked at these blueprints for the tank and you found that, if you put this grenade in the specific crack in this place, or if you just shove it in this hole, it's gonna destroy it and it's not gonna be any good.
Right.
The thing is,
basically just doing the same with the Death Star.
The sequence in Return of the Jedi. I mean, they put it all together. It's ridiculous. And the thing is, even if you know it's ridiculous right from the very beginning, right from the first time you're watching it, it'll keep you intrigued, because you can say, well, this is a ridiculous plan. How are they going to pull this off? I mean, this is something that people have done. This is something that writers have done in order to bring you in, to have the tension, because you don't know where this plan is going. Even though it does turn out to be nonsensical and ridiculous, at the very least, it keeps within the rules of the universe. So instead of Luke all of a sudden gaining his own Death Star between the one movie and the next, or something ludicrous and ridiculous. They use the utensils they have. They use the resources they had, and it just turned out to be nonsensical. But even that's a flaw. It keeps you drawn in because you don't know what's going to happen, and you have the excellent payoff. But the main thing is, even if you disregard everything else, it's that they remain true to the established rules of the Star Wars universe, and they remain true to the story continuity up until that point.
But I would also say that, you know, and a significant thing that I've seen brought up with Last Jedi is that they don't necessarily stay true to the intellect of the characters, because I feel like, you know, in the same way that people are offended by Luke's actions and personality in Last Jedi, I think it's equally offensive to Luke to be like, why would he construct or go along with this plan that is clearly so thoroughly absurd? On, like, if someone explained this plan to you, where it's like, okay, first we're gonna give them everyone, and then we're gonna nearly die, and then we'll kill them all, when we could have just done that in the first place, like, you'd be like, no, that's absurd. And so I do feel like that is a betrayal to the character, but it's also not something I even remotely give a shit about, because I'm emotionally, it's
I think
the movie's trying to get an emotional reaction from me, not tell me the perfect heist.
What kind of helps here is that Luke's character kind of draws us all together. It gives you because even if you find out before you find out this plan before Luke arrives, you might think, well, this is ridiculous. What are they going to do? How are they going to pull this off? And then Luke comes in, and it's his character that kind of ties everything together, because he walks in confidently. You can feel confident in Luke that he knows what he's doing, because he's not emotional. He's arrived from his training. You don't know what he's going to do. You don't know what he's capable of. You know, it's something significant. You know, he's been taught by a wise master. So it's held together because the plan has apparently been put together by this man who has completed his hero's journey, more or less, or at least approaching it. He's become his most effective self, and Luke's confidence is what really ties that particular sequence together.
But LiteratureDevil, wouldn't you agree that still doesn't quite make sense within what is established?
I think I've said that. But
so
that's what really is a plan substance, is confidence.
We're all in agreement that the scene works, like in a entertaining sense, from the viewer standpoint, non-objectively, not looking at just the logistics of it, non-logically, it works.
So this is what I love about objective criticism, and the idea of this discussion is, it like you take references from the film, and you're like, so you can determine if things make sense or not, and like how well fleshed out character arcs are, and like the payoffs of the story, and it's like you can determine how well written the story is based on that, like in terms of how it is from consistency, because this is what we can all agree on. Like, all of us are going to have different levels of enjoyment of the film, and it's like, I love that opening scene. I love the Sarlacc pit fight. It's so satisfying to see that. But again, like, that when it comes to talking about how much it makes sense, that's a different conversation, which is something that we can all agree on, so long as we're like being accurate to the text of the film.
Here's one instance that really mattered to me, was that it's been established since A New Hope that a Jedi, I mean, you can have, the Force is malleable. The Force is something that is kind of ambiguous in how strong it can go, what you can do with it. You can add on new Force abilities, and people don't really complain. But they complain with Rey, and I complain with Rey, and here's the reason why. It's because in the New Hope, there is one solid, grounded rule to the Force that has been true from the very beginning, and is that you have to train in the Force to get stronger. You can be exceptionally gifted. You can be naturally gifted, like Anakin was, or Luke was, but you have to train in order to get to the more advanced stuff. Now, when we're talking about plot holes, you go to Rey, and she's strapped to that board, right? There's no way out. She can't get out. There's no way out. She's just trapped. Mm-hmm. She's going to have to think of her way out. And the first time I watched it, I was stuck to the screen. I was stuck to the screen because I was wondering what she's going to do to get out of there. And then she just dominates the mind of the guy she's in the room with, and he lets her go.
Something that was interesting that I read about is someone suggested the idea that maybe what could have been made for a better scene is if she had like MacGyvered her way out, because the film, she's like good with tools. She's been a scavenger. That's something which is more set up.
That was something that was set up, yeah.
So
instead we go with the Jedi mind trick, which he just like does. You're like, wow, it's
Well, this is my concern here with that example. is that I think that we might be conflating, because I, on the other hand, don't remember a part in New Hope where they say no one can be naturally good enough to use a Jedi mind trick. I think based off of the sample group of one that we have with Luke, I'd say if it was if it was Luke reincarnated and he suddenly used the Jedi mind trick, that would be inconsistent with him. But I don't recall a point in New Hope or any of the films where they say there will never be and can never be someone who is so good that they can use the Jedi mind trick on instinct.
Well,
They
that's
didn't
not
have
said,
to.
but
They didn't have to, because it's been established that they have to train. That's what the Obi-Wan is there to explain. You have to train. I don't have to say that if there's no one going to be naturally so gifted, they can just suddenly use the 5-point heart exploding heart technique or whatever.
Yeah. Well, here's
Obi-Wan
the
is
thing.
like
Like,
a
what
Jedi
about
It's a given. It's a given.
What about, like, let's look at Mozart, who
Mhm.
was a brilliant pianist near immediately,
Mhm.
and even, like, I can play a good amount of songs on piano, and I've never taken a lesson before, and so does that mean that it is absurd if we've established before that, like, let's say Chopin was trained his whole life to play piano, and then suddenly this Mozart guy comes along and he's super good at piano even though he just taught himself? Like,
Well,
is that to say that that is uh, absurd,
that's
or
a
because
bit.
that sounds believable to me?
That's a
but
no.
he taught himself. Ray didn't teach herself; she just did it. Like,
She
I'm
just
pretty
did
sure
it.
Mozart didn't sit down on the piano and immediately just start rocking out a tune. He sat there and practiced and practiced, and he picked it up very quickly. But
Hmm.
Ray just does it almost immediately. And Mozart is an extremely rare case. And I think you can say, using the Force is probably something that requires a lot more practice than, say, doing music, because Jedi will spend
Can
their
you?
entire lives,
So do
training.
musicians.
Yeah, but
Uh,
there's shortcomings, I think, is one of the key things, and that's the thing with Luke instead of A New Hope and Empire Strikes Back, is that he fails. We see him training with a lightsaber, you see him training with the Force, and it's something which you need to get tuned into. It's something that, like, there's different skills that
it's
are
something that
taught.
Luke needs to get tuned into, and most people need to get tuned into. But in the
So it's
case
like,
of
maybe
a
someone could
natural.
be like relatively skilled at baseball. Like someone could like
Mhm.
learn, someone could pick up a bat for the first time and actually like hit a ball. It's something that like this there, but like that you tune that into a skill. So it depends. Like maybe there's something in baseball that like is a practice that you do, something specific that happens. It's like that would be strange if someone manages to do that like the first time, something which like takes a skill to hone into, and they just know it. It's like it's something that is essentially a very complicated maneuver, and she just pulls it out of nowhere.
Yeah,
Essentially,
it's a misnomer
yeah,
about
so-
the concept of geniuses and savants. Yes, we do have savants, but those are extremely rare. I don't think Mozart was at that level. If you want to look about what it takes to become someone of that skill level, it's about 10 years, and that's a presentation by Malcolm Gladwell. It's a TED Talk. He talks about all sorts of marketing techniques and things.
Yeah.
So the idea that Ray could do this is it needs way more setup than that. Okay.
What's the difference between that and like Neo in the Matrix or any other chosen one?
That's
story?
another problem. That's
Or
another problem.
Jesus.
Yeah. Well, that's a combination of things. You're talking about
Neo still had to go through his journey. He didn't start off amazing. There's even a particular scene where he starts off on a building, and you can download all the information you want into his brain. So you could download all the martial arts skill you want into Neo's brain, so he could keep up with what's his name, Fishburne. Morpheus.
Yeah.
You can keep up with Morpheus in hand-to-hand combat, but when it came to the actual part where you had to look into yourself and learn about yourself, enlighten yourself, and use your mind, that's when he failed. That's because that barrier is the barrier between a normal person and what was supposed to be the one. It's anyone, even Morpheus, from Morpheus all the way down to the lowest of the low on that ship, could have all amount of data stuffed into their brain, and they can be amazing at everything. But what makes one the one, and according to the logic rules of the Matrix, is that you are the one who can actually not only break through this mindset that we have, the mindset that the rules exist in the Matrix, and we have to adhere to these rules, but you can break through the coding itself, and you can go far beyond what even Morpheus can control. And that's where Neo comes into place. He didn't start off as just amazing like Ray did. He didn't start off to step into the world of the Matrix after being freed and just started flying around and just lifting whole buildings into the air. He failed. He failed over and over and over again. And it wasn't until the very ending of the movie, or towards the ending part of the movie, when he literally died, that he was able to access these powers.
But
That was
he
largely because
still,
of Trinity as well. So
he trained too.
Still, like, there's that part with Morpheus where everyone who's watching what's happening on the ship of them fighting are like, "Holy cow! How is he doing this so early?" And,
Yeah, he's naturally gifted a little bit.
well, that's
but
what
he's
I'm
not,
talking about. So we don't know.
Yeah, but he's
we
not
don't know with
dominating
the-
people.
with
What-
the- well, that's the
what
thing with.
example are you pointing
Sorry.
to? In the Matrix? What example are you pointing to in the Matrix?
When he's
exactly?
doing
Which
the
scene?
when he's fighting Morpheus in the training room.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, where
Well,
it's
that was-
just like he catches onto it so much. They literally point out that he catches onto it so much faster, and it takes him getting knocked down once. And I will point out that Ray uses the Jedi mind trick multiple times before it kicks in. But here's the thing that makes it believable for me is that we don't. If it was like if it was established that the Jedi mind trick is you need to say a code like a magic words or something that she couldn't possibly know, then that's 100% believable that she would, like, if she just guessed that or something, then that's absurd. But the fact that we've established that the relationship with the Force is so emotional and it's so spiritual within the universe, that the idea of someone, because when I imagine that, like, what someone's doing when they're using the Jedi mind trick, I imagine they are, reaching some sort of spiritual resonance with the Force and with a certain level of focus to make that happen. I don't think they're, it's not like Naruto where you have to do certain hand signals first. Like it is the spiritual moment in this moment of focus for them, which I can totally buy as something that someone can do after a couple
there's
tries
also
if they are especially
When
talented.
did she
So
use the
when
mind
is
trick
she-
multiple times?
In that same moment, she says,
used it once?
you'll release it, and he's like, what did you say to me? And then she
Within a
does
few
it again.
seconds. She's within a few seconds.
So
she goes,
what's the acceptable amount of seconds? How many seconds would it be?
no, not
That is
seconds.
okay.
Not seconds. She needed training. She needed to fail a few times significantly. So it's just it might as well she just
That's
done it once.
decided upon whom, though? I think you're creating
That's
an
what
arbitrary
training.
rule here.
That's what training is. That's why everyone
But
is
some
so
people don't need
bothered by
training
it.
in things. I think that's the thing, is this
No, this is-
bizarre.
Okay, but how many things? All of the things? Or
Yeah,
one
I
thing?
would definitely
So
say
it would
the
be totally
Force-
believable for her to just go out and be awesome at everything.
Well,
Because
one-
it's
okay,
emotion.
So
No,
some-
but I'm
just
saying
probably a bit
it's all in
more-
service of the emotions of the story. And in that moment, I bought it as the viewer. I was like, oh, this is a rad moment because she just did this thing. And I wasn't thinking like, oh, she didn't train long enough. In the same way that, like, in the same way that I'm not angry at Neo because he only got knocked down once, then when everyone previous to him took months of training to get to that level of fighting, I wasn't angry about that because I bought into the premise and I was along for it emotionally. And so I think there's a lot of weird arbitrary rules about how much training someone needs to do that is not even remotely established in any capacity beyond with Luke, who she is not. So that's the thing where
So I just want
logically
to can I
speaking-
jump in? Yeah,
Mhm.
so I want to say that you used the example of music with Mozart,
Mhm.
and I would say an example which is probably a lot closer to the
Mhm.
Force is martial arts like karate. So the likelihood
Exactly.
that you're going in karate, if you step into the dojo, you look at people, and they first people who walk in there, they hardly ever do it right. Especially something which is as complex as a mind trick. A mind trick is something which you can pretty much infer that it's a very complex trick to do compared to something which is just pushing and pulling. So someone at karate will spend years and years of their life training and perfecting this form. And music isn't so much. I suppose music is a bit more fluent in a way, so it's much more about it's not perfecting a certain technique, because it's all a lot more artistic and I suppose a bit more abstract. But I say karate and I suppose using the force in a sense is a lot more about perfecting. You've got to do this in a certain way. You've got to punch. You've got to make sure your thumb's under your fist and it's tight, and you pull it from your waist and that kind of stuff.
So then that's kind of, but for me, like the force has always been described in regards to emotion, in anger, in patience, in control, in lack of control, which is not like, here's the thing is I totally buy, if I was angry enough, I think it's very possible for someone who's highly trained in karate to lose to a very angry and dangerous person, and they might not have the perfect karate technique.
I would completely disagree. If someone is really angry, that's often going to put them off. But I say this doesn't apply to the force in a sense. But when you're in karate and someone is angry will usually mean unfocused, and unfocused means sloppy. And it means that while it may give them, a bit more strength and a little bit more speed, it's going to be all over the place.
That seems like a very good analog to the force, then. Actually,
no, but when it comes to the force, I would say one reference I would use is in Star Wars: The Clone Wars. When you're introduced to Savage is probably a lot more powerful in his hatred. And you see this when he's against Dooku. But Dooku hatred is very refined and it's channeled. If you don't channel that hatred and that emotion, it's not going to be very useful. And so Savage just loses almost instantly because he's being all brutish and all angry all the time. And then Count Dooku's is like, "Oh look, I've channeled it. Oh look, you've defeated."
So, but that's.
I would say for the Force, emotion can give you strength, but you just have to channel it into a certain way.
Because
so
if
you
a
don't
force
think
user,
that someone could stumble upon channeling it in the correct way? You think
dominating minds, but dominating someone's mind right off the bat? No, I don't think so. Because
she did it in the scene prior.
All the way at the end of the tech
tree. She read a mind. She read a mind in the scene prior. Like that,
I
so
have
it's
a problem with
established.
that too. The idea that like he's inside, like she does like three things using the force inside of that film. What she does is she reads Kylo's mind, even though he's doing it to her, and somehow like she overpowers him using it. Then she uses the Jedi mind trick to get out, and then after that she overpowers Kylo in the fight.
Yeah, she's all every single time.
So
Kylo's been trained. Kylo's been trained.
Here's a fantastic question. Here's a fantastic example. I'm being a little biased on that regard. It might not be fantastic, but let's look at Spider-Man. Let's look at the first time he shoots a web, and let's say in the comics, first time he shoots a web, he swings with it, and he does it successfully. If I had Spider-Man's powers right now, and I could shoot out webs, and I went to the top of a skyscraper or something and shot a web and tried to swing with it, almost definitely I would die.
I was about to say, instead of Spider-Man, like he first of all, he can't get his webs out, like he's accidentally doing it inside of the cafeteria, and then after that he goes up on the roof, he tries all these different positions, and then he finally gets it to work, and then when he swings, he slams into a brick wall. So it's like, that's something where shortcomings build it up. Like inside of that film, he doesn't become perfect instantly. He has a suit that's made from a ski mask. It's like, those are different parts that build to him becoming Spider-Man and having this and becoming more perfect in his art.
Something
So
they even do into the Spider-Verse.
Just to jump off of the example, essentially from I mentioned the three examples involving Rey, and Shiney was talking about the idea of martial arts and how that's more of an art. What do you think about the scene where Rey overpowers Kylo?
When that seems to be a battle of wills for me, because that's the thing. I think what is happening here with this whole conversation is that both of us have different interpretations of what it means to use the Force. And the fact that that's possible is because it is not so explicitly stated that it is not ever explicitly said, you need to do these. Like when we're watching Yoda train him, he's not giving him the secret tips. Like it's not like karate training where you're memorizing certain moves and stuff. He's talking about control. He's talking about all these different sort of spiritual things.
That's still training.
It's still training, yeah.
I was about to. What would
Rey
you say?
has no training in the Force.
would you say that the OT establishes enough that you need to be trained in the Force in order to like hone in your craft, like in order to use a lightsaber, for instance?
But I'm not denying that. I'm. Here's the thing: is that I don't think that Rey is necessarily like suddenly a master. I think we're talking about a Jedi mind trick, and I think we're talking about mind reading.
You mean during the fight scene or before that?
Throughout the film, like I think that she's going very much on instincts that are being informed by what she's dealt with throughout her whole life, and sort of trying those things out for the first time. And it's even like it's even like let's say Harry Potter. What was the thing that he was?
The boy who lived.
Or at the end when a Horcrux, right?
He was a Horcrux.
You mean?
No, I'm talking about like there are certain things that he was just bizarrely good at, like from the start.
The thing is, there was a kind of difference between Harry Potter because he was kind of an average student. Like he wasn't the best. Hermione Granger is actually the one who was better because she trained, she studied. This is every once in a while there was like a little spike of what he could do, and it was explained because he was infused with Voldemort's power. When you go back to the Spider-Man example, that's a little bit different because it's different rules.
So
different universes have different
rules. Had Palpatine's power.
No, she didn't have Palpatine's power. She was just the granddaughter of Palpatine, which wasn't actually established or even hinted at in the first two movies, and they just threw in Palpatine in the very third movie. Also, it's been established in Star Wars universe by other movies that you can even be a descendant of someone who's extremely powerful in the Force, like Luke was, or be born out of the Force like Anakin was and still need training. You still need training. You can't just be awesome right from the get-go. You need to hone your skills. You need to learn the secrets of the Force, which is control versus emotion.
Okay,
Anakin was the chosen one, and he couldn't even force push and force pull. The only thing he had was his force instinct in a way.
Well, the chosen one wasn't necessarily like the chosen one. Just meant that he was going to bring balance to the Force, right?
He was a child of the Force.
Established his metachlorian count. They say inside of that film that it's higher than Master Yoda's Force, but he still needed to train, like in between Attack of the Clones.
To focus. Well, here's what about this? Okay, to bring it back to martial arts or whatever. There are people who train to punch through wood, and there are people who it takes weeks, months, years of training to punch through a certain amount of wood. But if you bring in someone who was born massive and strong and was strong through other things they did in their life not connected to breaking wood, and you have them go and punch the wood and they break through it, then do you say, well, that's inconsistent because this other person had to train
for so
long to do
it?
Comparing
skill. Like that's skill for strength, right?
Okay, when are we allowed to compare to karate and when are we not?
I was
about to say the reason
he's very selective.
The reason why I compared it to karate was because karate requires training and technique and skill.
Well, there's no skill to punching through a board.
Physical strength, physical strength is very different to. Well, the reason why we
strength.
It's compared to skill, not because if you're really, really strong, you can just I don't know, flick the board and it breaks. But if you're not that strong, you know exactly how to break the board, even though I don't know, you like a stick figure or something, but you can still break the board with skill. That's when you compare it because that's what the Force is. It's skill versus skill.
We've also seen
but why are you excluding people who are just strong in the Force from the whole equation? Why are you saying that's impossible?
In Star Wars, we have seen people with obscene force strength, such as Anakin, being completely bodied by Dooku. So we know that skill, while Anakin is stronger, the skill completely overpowers him because he can't just immediately do all these things because of his force power.
But here's the comparison. Okay, so if you're strong enough to just break a board, then without having the skill, then you can break a board. But if you know the skill to break a board, then you can break the board whether you're strong enough or not. You know the exact technique, the exact place to hit it,
Just-
exactly to do. If you're strong enough, if you're really strong in the force, you can be strong in the force. Like you can do like, I don't know, maybe a strong force push or something. I don't know, do something
Then why
that's
does that...
naturally heightened. But
Mhm.
you don't know the skill to do these things. You don't know the skill that it takes to, the knowledge it takes to dominate minds or to
So
lift
where do
things.
we have it definitively in the text, objectively looking at the text here? Where does it say that you need to have the skill to do a Jedi mind trick and not just be strong in the Force?
I think we did anywhere.
I don't think it's a direct reference to that, but they do very much establish inside of the OT and the prequel trilogy that this is a specific skill. Like Obi-Wan uses it, and then
Well, here's
it's
the
not
thing: Luke never learned it. Like Luke was never taught it.
But they do
We
establish
never
that he
see
was
him
trained.
with it.
And
He was
in
trained.
between-
He was trained.
Yeah,
He
but
looked-
he was not trained. We never see him trained to use that. So we.
He was
are to
trained though.
assume-
He was trained.
Okay.
There was a
So just any
a
sort of
difference.
general training.
As long as they're
Okay.
trained by a master of the Force, and we don't, as long as we know they're trained, then you can do that. Gives you ambiguity enough to give them all manner of powers.
Okay,
Rey was not
so-
trained at all.
So for however many days, weeks that Luke was on Dagobah training with Yoda, that is enough to justify him using a Jedi mind trick. But
Okay,
the fact
so
that, Mhm.
sorry. Well, finish your thought. I'd like to say something. I don't know what everyone else's experience here is with like martial arts, but I've trained in Krav Maga for about 3 years now.
Mhm.
And I also did a couple of years of Taekwondo training when I was very, very young. So, but continue.
So all I'm saying is that we fully accept, because in Return of the Jedi, when he's getting Han out, he uses the Jedi mind trick on the Twi'lek guy, and we are not explicitly shown that, but we accept that all it takes for us to be convinced that he can do it is that he got some vague training, not necessarily in reference to that exact skill from Yoda. But it's the assumption that he's learned to control, like he was just at lifting rocks.
Yeah,
like,
we're not asking for much.
So there's a bit of a gap in time, not only within the duration of Empire Strikes Back. I believe that there's like a few months that pass in universe in between Hoth, like the Battle of Hoth, and the lightsaber duel on Bespin. Am I correct in inferring that?
We see it's very muddled, because there's also the simultaneous plot with Han and Leia, and
Of course.
how long are they on that asteroid and how long are they in Cloud City, but it does not seem like that long.
Okay.
But
a year or something like that. It's a decent time jump. I don't know exactly,
But between okay, so well, a year is between Empire and Return.
yeah, but
so
I think they established that he didn't go back to Yoda until after.
okay. Well, he doesn't use the mind trick in the events of Empire, though, right?
No. Yeah.
Okay. So with a year, so let's assume that maybe he didn't learn the mind trick during the events of Empire, but in between the events of Empire and Return of the Jedi. Okay.
Mhm,
So
yeah.
there's been about a year that's happened since Luke lost his hand, and it's safe to infer, given what we've seen of him, he's got his new Jedi robes, he has like his new lightsaber and everything, that he has gone back to training after getting his ass kicked by Vader, and it's safe to assume that the person that trained him was Yoda, and that Yoda, of course, would be able to teach him the mind trick. So what we know of Rey in The Force Awakens, I'm assuming that a lot of this has to do with how naturally proficient Rey is with the Force. Someone stop me if I'm incorrect.
that's what we're talking about. The idea that she is the mind trick essentially arbitrarily.
So here's what we know about Rey when The Force Awakens starts. Okay, she thinks that the Force is a myth. She thinks that Luke Skywalker is a myth. She doesn't know that the Force is a real thing. She's heard legends, but she doesn't think that they're true, which is absurd, given that there's only been about 30 years that have passed since
those events have occurred. It's kind of strange to think about how such a major event like how the Empire fell and the story of Luke Skywalker and everything has been turned into a myth after like 30 years. That's equivalent to me saying that the Berlin Wall, like, wait, was that really a thing? You know, or I mean, I guess that we're like, wow, the 90s started 30 years ago, so they're like naming an event from the 90s, like the LA riots after Rodney King got beat up. That's a strange thing to have lost to history within 30 years.
To be fair, she is on a desert planet, though.
Okay,
So
but there's still people on that desert
her.
planet that would. There's still people on that desert planet. Not to mention, it's like if she's in an AT-AT, she would have Imperial archives and access to Imperial archives that I believe was the explanation for how she's able to speak Wookiee. So it's like, if you're going to say that, well, she's on a desert planet and that's why she doesn't know about the Force, it's like, well, then why does she know how to speak Wookiee? So it's like, you can't can't use the desert planet thing as an excuse for her ignorance if there's also like third-party information that's trying to explain how she's able to understand Chewbacca.
I don't think
which
party information. I don't think that's very relevant to the discussion. I think we should just stick to film.
Sure.
And all things she knows about Han Solo. She doesn't think that he's a myth, but somehow she thinks that Luke is a myth and the Force is a myth.
The thing is, she's heard of Han Solo. So it's like, even if she's on this desert planet, the name Han Solo has gotten to her somehow. So it's like, but the problem is that what we know of Rey, getting back to what I was trying to make my point about, was she doesn't have any experience with the Force whatsoever. She doesn't even think that's real. She's never seen it in action. So for her to suddenly be able to do Jedi mind tricks without necessarily knowing like how to do it, without seeing someone use it, and like we definitely know that she hasn't been trained by anyone how to do it since her introduction. It's like, what did Han Solo train her how to do the mind trick? Like while they were traveling to Takodana? Is that the argument here? Because
I guess even if he did, it wouldn't make any sense.
The argument is that
exactly.
I mean, it comes back to that thing I said about someone who is just naturally strong breaking a board versus someone who isn't naturally strong but uses skill instead of brute force to break a board.
I mean, the skill is implied.
It is not. You keep saying skill is implied, but
the skill is implied because yes, it is, because there are
specifically
masters
for Jedi mind tricks.
There are masters and apprentices in the realm of the Jedi. There are
masters and apprentices for breaking boards too, but that doesn't exclude the possibility of someone strong coming in.
Hold on. Devil, it's Satan. I have a reference from the Clone Wars that I can give you. So there's a scene in Star Wars: The Clone Wars where I think that they're interrogating Poggle the Lesser. He's the Geonosian member of the CIS board, basically, and they are not able to interrogate him effectively, so they start using Jedi mind tricks. What they do is they send in Obi-Wan Kenobi, Anakin Skywalker, and Mace Windu, all three of them together, collectively doing a Jedi mind trick. So.
I know the scene you're on about. It's Cad Bane. It's not. I don't think
it's Cad Bane. I'm sorry. Okay, I had the incorrect character. The point is, this is a character who's resistant to Jedi mind tricks when it's just from one or two Jedi. But then when you have three Jedi involved, it becomes more potent. So it's not just a matter of if you're to tell me that someone can just be simply strong enough in the Force to then do Jedi mind tricks effectively. I mean that's basically that's a scene that kind of proves it's like, wow, that person has to be if you have this person able to say do a Jedi mind trick on Cad Bane by themselves, then that person must be stronger in the Force than other people. And so but I think that it's one of those things where the Force, I believe, was supposed to be a thing where you didn't just naturally have it like it was a mutation, you're naturally telekinetic, like in X-Men, right? it was a thing that you actually had to learn how to use, like or Harry Potter even. Like Harry Potter does a couple of things in the first book before he learns that he's actually a wizard. Like he's able to talk to a snake and he makes glass like vanish. But he isn't actually able, like he's kind of doing this stuff on accident. He's not actually willing this to happen on his own. What's happening in The Force Awakens would be like if Harry Potter intentionally started talking to snakes and making the glass disappear and having his cousin fall into the snake exhibition. Because even though he is untrained in magic, he just knows how to do it. Like he's skilled enough to do it. It's like you could, I suppose, stumble into breaking a board, but you're not going to actually know the technique that's going to be necessary to break through the board without actual training.
Yeah,
That's
so
exactly what I
said
she
earlier.
stumbled into it.
That's exactly what I said earlier.
And I'm just saying she stumbled into it through a spiritual connection with the Force.
But what I said was that
That's all I'm saying. Like
you could be strong.
Okay.
You could be strong enough to break a board. You
that's
just
my
won't
full
know how,
argument.
you wouldn't know how to. You wouldn't have the skill to break a board. You would just be strong enough to do it. On the other
Yeah,
hand,
and I'm saying she's strong enough to do it. She doesn't.
But
have
I was
when
about
it
to say,
comes
like,
to strength, I referred to
what I
earlier
would-
when it comes to strength. Anakin, he's one of the strongest Jedi or at least most gifted Jedi to ever live, and he couldn't just use the Force instinctively like Rey can. And Anakin is, well, at least in his raw power, is more powerful than Yoda from his metachlorine count.
Yes. So
I mean, people thought that Anakin being like having the reflexes required to do pod racing effectively made him a Mary Sue in the prequels.
yeah.
so is your whole argument that Rey is just awesome?
Yeah,
Well, is
yeah.
Anakin
The argument
just
is
awesome
like no.
that he does pod racing without that
he
no
didn't-
other human can do.
I found
He
that
lost.
personally ridiculous myself. Like
Yeah.
it's
Okay,
I
it's
said
a
he was a Mary.
consistent.
He was a Mary Sue in the first movie. Yeah.
It's yeah. In the first movie, hold on. In the first movie, yes, Anakin is a Mary Sue. The second and third movies fix that though. It's like so I'm a big fan of the Mission Impossible series. MI2, Ethan Hunt is absolutely a Mary Sue. In the other movies though, he is not. In Mission Impossible 2, he is he's like they tried to turn him into the American version of James Bond. But in the other movies, he's a lot more flawed and he's a lot less, smooth and suave and everything. They downplayed. They decided, okay, we need to dial back on all that stuff here. And he's a lot more dependent on his teammates than someone like James Bond would be. And James Bond is like is an interesting character to argue. Like, is he a Mary Sue? And I mean, I'm not going to open up that can of worms right now. But no, I found the way that Anakin is portrayed in the Phantom Menace like totally ridiculous.
It was ridiculous.
And
So that seems like a bit of a convenience to say, well, here now, because this whole conversation is saying there's no precedent for this whatsoever. But then when we point out a precedent, then we just say, oh, well, that's also not.
well,
not,
okay,
even though it is canonical now and there is precedent for it, that's also bullshit. And
Wait,
that
so what
seems
was?
very
Hold
convenient.
on. So the precedent that was set for it, the idea was that Anakin was the chosen one, right? Which I don't like that explanation myself personally, but fine. Let's say that's the case. One of the traits of a Mary Sue, and I read this out. There's actually a page called like Common Mary Sue Traits on TV Tropes, and I think I read out like at least 24 bullet points that describe Rey to a T. One of them is that she is the chosen one, even when a chosen one already exists. She's the one that defeats Palpatine once and for all, not Anakin. She is shown to be like it seems like she's way more powerful or OP than Anakin was, considering that Anakin, in the second and third movies, had at least one limb chopped off, if not three. He loses. Anakin loses in both Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith, and Rey never loses.
Now, as far as I'm concerned, as far as I remember, he also lost in the pod racing in Phantom Menace. He just happened to win that one time that Qui-Gon voted on him. Betted on him.
Yeah. Actually, they did mention that
It's
he's
not
never
about winning.
won
It's
a pod race.
specifically humans don't have the reflexes fast enough to even drive a pod racer in that like They can't even survive.
No, they established that he's done pod racing before, but he's never won.
Yeah, he's never.
Yeah,
He lost.
Which
he lost.
which sets the stakes for like, oh, so they are placing their faith.
But he's still using the Force. It's not a matter of if he won to use the Force. It's a matter of he was using the Force in an advanced way that I've been hearing argued.
And he doesn't have the training that's necessary for it. Which I don't think that
I'd say
the fact like
there's
this.
a precedent.
There are natural abilities like you mentioned with Harry Potter earlier. Like he did speak with snakes before he knew how to do it. He didn't will himself to speak with snakes, but he had the ability to because he had natural gifts. There are ways that you can sense people that are natural in the Force because they have these natural gifts.
Well, the way
Wait, can I
go into
also in the Harry Potter Harry Potter example, they also explain that he's able to talk to snakes because Harry is a Horcrux. Because when Voldemort killed his mother, it made Harry into a Horcrux. They spelled out specifically.
I mean, we get multiple explanations of she's a Palpatine, she's a Force dyad, all that stuff. So
can I just go into expanded material for a
second?
Force when it comes to
it's an excuse.
So when it comes to the expanded material, and it explains,
this is going crazy. Hang on.
Okay,
you can go on, Shiny. Let's make sure.
In the expanded material, I believe it is explained in the Ahsoka novel that when it's come, I know this isn't an excuse for what happens, but this is something which is set up in canon. So the explanation we are given is that when someone is strong in the Force, they are naturally gifted in the area of either sensitivity or a kinetic ability. Or like some very basic Force ability that they'll be very in tune to that, and they'll just be in tune to that. And the explanation given is that for Anakin, his basic Force ability, is acrobatics, sense, and kinetics. And these are the three basic things which can be picked up to find Force users in the galaxy. So we see it in the Clone Wars. We see a small baby using the Force to make this ball move, and so Anakin he was found on his Force sensitivity because of his quick reflexes, and I think it's referred that Ahsoka is found due to her athletic ability through the Force. So there is the thing that I set up is that in the Force you're innately good at something very basic. So again,
let me turn this around for a second. Okay, so you said there's precedent for Rey. So what? Name a Jedi or any Force user that was comparable to Rey that could use these powers, dominate mind, all this stuff, and out Force pull train Jedi before Rey. What's another example?
So I'm saying that here's the thing, is that it's very easy to go back in retrospect and be like, well,
give me
this
another
thing was
example.
Unprecedented. Anakin. We just established Anakin.
No, Anakin did not do these powers before he got trained.
Okay, so then what justifies Anakin doing it?
Who's
someone who did it before Anakin?
I can actually give an example, although it's not from canon anymore. But Starkiller in the first Force Unleashed game, as a child, Force pulled Darth Vader's lightsaber away from him out of his hands, like in an opening cutscene.
We've seen Baby Yoda lift up a fucking rhino. Like
that was a Force lift. I mean, when did an untrained Jedi dominate minds?
You have to understand the absurdity and the sort of bad faith argument being made where it's just saying, well, it's not this specific thing that I am deeming is more complicated than everything else. Show me in prior things where dominating minds is infinitely more impossible to do than back to any other Force technique.
My previous question. Give me an example of when an untrained Force user could do all these specific things. Like you can see Force push. You can see that's connected to emotion. You push people away from you when you're angry or when you're scared.
It's also more basic, and it's.
To jump off of that, essentially inside of The Empire Strikes Back. So what you have established inside with Luke is that he has trained like just for a little bit on the Millennium Falcon with Obi-Wan. He's been told about the Force. He connected with it at one point. You're like, he's not experienced though. He barely knows anything about the Force. So what you have in the opening of that film is he's at a point in the Wampa Cave where he's stuck and his lightsaber is just out of reach. He's trying to reach for it, he can't go for it, and then he uses the Force to get it. It's something it's an extension essentially. He uses it to pull in. That's something which is very like intuitive. You're like, I can buy that someone who's like understands something about the Force and has trained a little bit understands that. But what
and there's a 3-year time gap between A New Hope and the beginning of Empire Strikes Back, where I imagine that Force Ghost Obi-Wan was helping Luke train in the Force.
We don't. We have no real evidence of that, but okay.
To be the case though with the Jedi
Well,
mind
hold
trick,
on.
it's a specific skill. So that's something that Obi-Wan did. That's something that Luke did later on. It's something that the Jedi seem to understand about. And I would compare that to the type of thing with sword fighting. That's something which like is a specific skill rather than something that can like come at a whim, something that's like instinctive essentially. And again, the trouble that I would say with Rey is that she had no knowledge about the Force. She didn't know anything about that. She essentially just wills it to be. It's something that like comes out of nowhere. It's
been established that you can have some natural Force ability when you're sensitive with the Force, and these natural Force abilities seem to stem from primal urges. Like think of a baby. What does a baby want? I want that. Give that to me. Go, a scared person. Get away from me. Push you away. When you have so natural Force abilities are more like give me that. I want that. So you force pull something, or natural ability of get away from me. Force push. Your natural instincts of flight or flight. Just I'm scared. I'm going to run away. I'm going to dodge this. I want to dodge this. That's what seems like your primal natural abilities that Force enhances. However, it's a lot different when you go into a more specific skill, like reading someone's mind, dominating someone's mind, that sort of thing.
I want to ask you something quick, John. Let's say that we had a different version of A New Hope. Let's say that A New Hope was written and directed by J.J. Abrams. So Darth Vader cuts down Obi-Wan, and Luke yells no, and decides to, I guess that whether Luke decides to stay behind, or maybe he just isn't close enough to the Falcon at the time that Obi-Wan is cut down. Basically, he then, he's got his own lightsaber, his father's lightsaber. He he grabs it, and he decides to go after Vader, or Vader, confronts him, corners him, whatever. But the idea is that Luke and Vader engage in their first lightsaber battle right after Obi-Wan cuts down. After Vader cuts down Obi-Wan, and then Luke defeats Vader in their first fight, his first time fighting someone with a lightsaber, and he beats Vader. Do you think that would be bullshit?
I'd say it's equally as bullshit as Luke destroying the Death Star at the end, despite Vader being an infinitely more experienced pilot and highly regarded as one of the best pilots ever.
I mean, the Vader was taken by surprise by the Falcon.
Before we go down this rabbit hole, because we've been going down this for a really long time, and this is a very interesting conversation, but just to branch out, this all essentially stemmed from the idea of objective criticism and like the idea of it. So we were on the Jurassic Park thing, and then we talked about some of the stuff from The Dark Knight. We came to conclusions. Like the nice thing about the Jurassic Park example for like a plot hole or an inconsistency with the film is it's pretty much irrefutable. So what you have is like the geography changes. It changes to benefit the villain in one scene. So like that is clear. There's pretty much nothing else. So this is what I think is interesting about objectivity, is that like it doesn't necessarily reach a specific conclusion, because what I think is if literally everything about a film could 100% be determined and there would essentially be a correct answer for quality, there would be a specific answer. And it's like there's always a little bit of wiggle room and a little bit of discussion, but do you think what we're doing right now is objective? We're trying to come to conclusions like about consistency of character and if things have been set up or not. Do you think what we're doing right now is arguing from the text to determine conclusions?
I'd say that it is, everyone is sort of applying. I'd say there's a lot of bias in this situation, because here's the thing, and I should have mentioned this earlier. I 100%, when you tell me, hold on, she used the Jedi mind trick and she didn't have any training to do it, I don't buy that. I 100% believe that affected your experience of the film. I 100% think that is a valid reason for you to have a lesser experience of the film. where we're running into trouble is I say the opposite, where I say, well, I personally, based on my understanding of the films prior, I personally totally believe that that is just Jedi mind trick, and persuasion is just as, in my mind, because it is so thoroughly subjective and semantic, that in my mind, that persuasion can be just as instinctual of an ability as force push and force pull and reflexes and all these other things that we've established are okay. So when I was watching the film for the first time, just as I thought it was rad that Luke, with such little training in New Hope, doesn't use his targeting system, and using the Force shoots the laser and it like curves down into the hole and he hits it spot on, and it's like, you know, maybe the training, the minimal amount of training he had, that one scene with Obi-Wan that he had, maybe doesn't justify that, but it's this idea of he had this spiritual connection with the Force, and so I buy it. And just like with Anakin and his reflex and everything. And so when I saw Force Awakens and I saw her use that, I had no reason in my mind to think, oh, well, this is clearly a totally different situation than all these other scenarios where I totally bought it. For me, it was, again, that suspension of disbelief of, oh, cool. So she even did this thing at a higher level. And it's the equivalent of seeing, like, if there's a movie about Michael Jordan where he trains and trains and trains and gets amazing at it, and then there's a sequel to that movie about Kobe Bryant, and then he hits a 3-pointer after, within 10 minutes of picking up a ball, then I can believe both of those things, even though there's not a precedent for that. So literally all I'm saying is I absolutely understand where you guys are coming from. 1,000,000%, and I think that is so valid, and I trust in your sincerity on this, and all I'm saying is that there is almost no attempt to say that, well, no, it's been nothing but it's insane, it's impossible that this could happen, when I say I believe it.
Well, let's go ahead and look at it objectively. I mean, if we just take the movies, just take the movies. Just get rid of all the other stuff. Just take the movies. Luke Skywalker was the first Jedi we see, or whatever. The first hero who grows into a Jedi. He does the mind trick, but he only uses it after he was trained. Anakin never used the mind trick until after he was trained. I'm not even sure if he ever uses the mind trick. I don't know. I forgot.
Not in the movies.
Not in the movies.
Not in the movies.
But and then Rey uses it without the mind trick. So there is no precedent. There was no precedent for using the mind trick untrained until Rey.
Again, yeah, Obi-Wan uses it inside of the OT. So like that's what I would say.
There was no precedent for using anything after training. So why is Anakin believable?
I'm sorry, what? So no precedent for doing anything after training. What do you mean by that?
So Luke didn't do anything with the Force until he was trained.
I'm saying,
so then that should be said, that even those shots of babies force pushing and force pulling are objectively inaccurate to what we know about this world, because Luke didn't force push or force pull until after he got training. So force push and force pull, by those exact same standards, should be impossible for someone without training.
I mean, we're looking at this objectively with just the evidence we're given in the movies. With just the evidence we're given in the movies, we'll reevaluate it. And there is no instance in the movies when a Jedi uses, or a force-sensitive person, we'll say it's force-sensitive person, uses the mind trick until after they had training. So how do you explain Rey in those terms? If there's no precedent,
you understand what I'm saying? Where, let's say, in one of those, in what you were talking about with like Force Unleashed, or like any of the canon stuff where we see a baby using the Force, or a small child using the Force who has been untrained, or Anakin using the Force to do pod racing, there was no precedent for that either. So how can you say that is okay?
Depending on good or bad writing, it would depend on context. That's the whole thing.
And I'm saying
how do you explain
context works for both?
Well, hold on. So a lot of people had an issue with Anakin being able to pod race way back when the Phantom Menace first came out, and I agree with those people. I just simply have a consistent standard when it comes to Anakin in the Phantom Menace is just as much bullshit writing as Rey is throughout most of the sequel trilogy. Now, I'm fine with the idea that, okay, she was training in the Force in between The Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker. There's like been a year that's passed. I will give her that. It's like, well, she's after like a week of training, she's powerful enough to like lift tons and tons of boulders all at once. So of course she'd be even more powerful if you gave her a full year to train.
Okay, but here's the difference between those two. Okay, so look, Anakin. So let's just say we'll stick with the movies. Keep it objective.
Okay.
We'll say Anakin was the very first when he did the pod racing was even regardless of what your feelings are about it. Okay, this was the first real instance of seeing the Force, manipulate your reflexes where you have enhanced reflexes. Is the first instance. When Rey did the mind trick, that was not the first instance of a mind trick being used in the movies. If we just get to take the movies into concern,
the Force is manipulating Luke's reflexes when he blocks the laser blasts in.
So if you take that, then it's the same thing, right? It's the same thing.
But that's because he was getting training. That was after after Obi-Wan told him what to do.
It remains consistent because when does that happen? When does that happen?
When he blocks the blast on the trainer droid?
You're supposed to. I mean, that's something you're supposed to be able to do. It just he's training with those.
Obi-Wan taught him how to do it.
Is that reflex?
No one taught Anakin that.
That's instincts. So like where he can sense it coming towards him.
I'm saying that what Rey did was instinctual.
No, look, the instincts with Luke, right? Boy. But with the prequels, we get to see a first definitive look into the reflexes, how the Force enhances the reflexes. That was the focus of Anakin's whole scene in the Phantom Menace. Now, with Rey, there was no precedent. There was already precedent set that a Jedi needed training. That Luke was only able to do the mind trick after training. We only see him doing the mind trick after training. There was no precedent, so it was already set. Okay, it was already set. We already, as the fans, know that mind tricks need training. People need training to use mind trick, as exemplified by Luke. So that's why it doesn't really make that much sense when Rey does it just out of nowhere.
Okay, so this is what I'm going to say. And I personally think, like, Evan, you have been fantastically sort of, like, at least open to seeing where I'm coming from. And I haven't seen, I mean, from pretty much everyone in the chat, I haven't seen any sort of bad faith arguments that are that defy logic or anything. I will say, Literature Devil, you are these are not at all logical, these conclusions that you're coming to, because you say it's okay for Anakin to set that standard of if we have never seen it before, then it can never happen.
No, I didn't say that. So if we never seen it before, then it can happen. I'm saying boil it down. So
that's what happened with Rey.
We were pulling in a bunch of like canonical stuff that's outside of the movies and everything. So I boiled it down to the movies, and we just boil it down to what we see in the movies. And if we see Luke, even if we take your example, okay, that Luke was enhanced by reflexes, okay, that he was learning the instinctual training through how to block lightsabers, and then it would even connect with Anakin's enhancement of the reflexes, even though I think all of us agree that was really dumb, that his pod racing nonsense was nonsense. But that's
I bought it. It was George Lucas. It was canon. It was him established as being strong in the Force, and the Force isn't strictly trained.
But yes, we agree on that. It's nonsense, but we can't really take into nonsense because it's canon. I mean, like you said, it's canon. So we see Rey do a mind trick, do something that's been shown to be complicated. That's so complicated, in fact, that Luke couldn't do that until after he was trained. That's where it stops making sense.
Try.
He was trained by that point.
Hold on,
I think we established that.
But did we ever see Luke try to use a Jedi mind trick before then to definitively say that he couldn't? Because that would be a thing. If he had tried before getting the training to do so, if he had tried to use the Jedi mind trick and totally failed, then it would be slightly harder for me to. But then, even then, that is just Luke, and that does not apply to every Force user ever. We are
Right.
taking the experience of Luke and applying it to every person ever.
Okay,
which
okay,
is
hold on.
insanity.
I'm sorry. So
Mhm.
let's imagine that they made another terrible Karate Kid remake. And this time, instead of a Daniel-san, we had a Danielle-san. Okay, we had a girl being trained by Mr. Miyagi. Okay, so let's say that Mr. Miyagi wants to help train this girl that's getting bullied or whatever. And we find out, oh, she's actually capable of going toe to toe with Mr. Miyagi without doing any of the wax on, wax off stuff, that allowed Daniel to block his strikes. And as it turns out, she's just a prodigy at fighting martial arts because she watched a ton of Bruce Lee movies, but she never actually did any hours inside the dojo whatsoever. Would you at least agree that that's like saying, oh, well, she just has the instincts and this is just establishing that that's possible now, that's not a good excuse for that? Because for me, when I see something like that, it's like, okay, they want a character that's going to be like strong and capable and independent and probably outshining the original protagonist as well, which is what they did with Star Wars. And then they're going to try to justify it by saying, oh, well, she's just, she's just that instinctual, and it's just a thing that can happen now. You can just be that naturally talented with martial arts without actually having to train.
Yeah, I mean that's the plot of a lot of films. Have you ever seen Color of Money by Martin Scorsese, the sequel to The Hustler? So
I haven't seen it, no.
The plot of that movie is because The Hustler was this movie from the 50s, 60s, and it's actually very similar to how they made a sequel to Star Wars years later with new people. But the Hustler was this movie from the 50s with Paul Newman, where it's him as a pool hustler, and it's him getting better at pool, and it's him sort of learning the ropes and trying to beat the top guy and failing to do so. Then Color of Money is a film that takes place in the 80s, and it was Scorsese who directed it, and it is Paul Newman's character, who was not at all this savant or this genius or anything. He was well trained. Runs into Tom Cruise's character, who is this guy who is naturally brilliant at pool, but the problem is he's not refined. And so he's beating all these people left and right, and he's showing off, and he's doing these amazing things, and he's one of the best pool players that Paul Newman's ever seen. But the intrigue and the plot of the film is that there's this guy who's so naturally good, but he does not have a lot of the common sense, and he doesn't have the emotional control. And so those are two which, and if we were basing it off of strictly the plot of The Hustler, Tom Cruise shouldn't exist. But because of our understanding of reality and how there are people who are naturally better at things than other people, we accept it. And it's not some absurd thing that caused this division across America, that how could Tom Cruise be so good at pool when he wasn't trained by anyone? He just learned it by doing it. Then, it's that you never run into that, because it is a thing that is accepted as a possibility. And I think to say that if Ray does something that no one's done before, then it is bad writing, is to say that nothing new can happen. And
Can I just,
no one
can I
just
put
there was
that in
no-
for a second? I think we're very stuck on the idea of Ray's mind trick, because I think we're very stuck in the idea it's a complex power. You're very stuck in the idea it's a very simple power. To try and move it, I think a better example of the poor writing would be Ray's instantly, very easily beating Kylo, which I think we can all agree.
Yeah. So hang on. With that, the thing is, like, this is the trouble, is we never see anyone learn how to use a Jedi mind trick. That's something that's never established in any of the OT. It's established people using it, but we don't know exactly how powerful that is. So it's a little bit hard to say that that's a contradiction necessarily. I think that the fight scene is a lot clearer, though. Because
also, I'm sorry, I do have to go. My time's up. It was great talking to you.
Expertise.
Thank you.
That was me,
I will go ahead and I'll talk to you later, John. We can try to discuss this a little bit more. I'd love to discuss more with you. You seem like a great guy to talk to. And I hate that having to bail this prematurely. It's just I'm stuck at work tonight, and it was just really bad timing on my schedule's part. So, everyone, thank you for letting me be a part of this, and I'll hopefully be around for the next time we do something like this. Okay.
See you later, man.
Thanks, Southpaw.
See ya. Thank you.
Oh, okay. So like I was saying, you mentioned the idea that if maybe you saw Luke do something and it sets a precedent for him failing, and then later on there's something which contradicts that inside of the later films. I would say the great example of that is the fight scene. So what you have in that scene is, like, regardless of everything else that Rey does, she has never picked up a lightsaber in her life. And what you have in the OT is something very similar to that in The Empire Strikes Back. So Luke has never used a lightsaber in a fight before. He's trained a little bit with Yoda, and he learned to hone his skills. That's one of the things that's a little bit more realistic about him, like using force jump and all that in that film, is because he knew some stuff. Yoda trained him a little bit, but he said, you must complete the training. He didn't know everything there was to know. He wasn't ready yet. And then he tried to fight Vader, and he failed because of that. He could not, his skills were not refined. And then inside of The Force Awakens, what you have is Rey fighting in a very similar situation, except she has no training. So beyond her catching the lightsaber, she overpowers Kylo. And there's a lot of different factors which play into this, which people have brought up, which makes the conversation a little bit murky. So for example, you have Kylo being hit by the bowcaster, and also the fact that he had just killed his own father. So those are all things that, like, people say, they make him emotional. That's one of the reasons why he didn't win that fight. He wanted her to be trained. He wanted to train her. There's a lot of different factors which play into that. But one thing that we know for certain is he has trained with the Force. He was trained by Snoke. That's very much something which is established. And Rey somehow manages to overpower him in spite of the fact that she had not received any training. She had not known anything about the Force. So I would say that that's something which is a little bit more clear of a contradiction. The fact that she has fighting with a lightsaber is very much something which is a skill. You don't even need to go to the OT or the prequel trilogy for that. Finn had just fought Kylo and lost because he knew nothing about lightsaber fighting. So what do you think about that? Do you think that that's a little bit more clear of something which is maybe a bit of a contradiction considering all that has been established?
So actually, I think that's a little more cut and dry for me, and the reason that it worked for me in the film, it's almost identical to if we look at Episode 1 and we see within that film, we have this, we have the sequence with Anakin at the end where he's a pretty good fighter pilot. And 9 times in any other situation, if you threw a kid into a Naboo starfighter, he's not going to know what the hell to do, and he's going to get himself killed immediately.
Yeah,
but
that was absolutely ridiculous.
I'd say him being trained with the pod racer is a little something, but I say that's still really silly.
It was really stupid.
Well, that's the thing. Well, they
this is
have
pod
all
racing.
Exactly, that line
haunts me to this day.
Try spinning. It's a good trick. It's a good trick.
That's a good trick.
Oh, I love the jokes of that in Star Wars.
Go on.
But the thing about that is that on paper, it is, he's been doing these ship-based death races and surviving those. They've established that he has natural force reflexes. And also they introduced, there's the thing about autopilot, that R2 puts it on autopilot for a section of it. So they do go to whether or not it works for you is a whole other story. But I would argue, quote unquote, objectively, that they did put in the logical steps for you to say, okay, he does have experience with piloting. He does have these natural force abilities, and there is outside interference with R2 and the autopilot, even when he takes over and that. So
I think that's where comes to play, because there's different factors which you can use to contribute there. Like one of the different things is that he doesn't know anything about the controls at first. Like he's like, where's the gun and all that stuff, and R2 leads him into it on autopilot. That's something which makes a little bit more sense. But after that, he manages to accidentally destroy the droid control ship. So that's something that like comes with a little bit of argumentation there. I think I'd probably be leaning on the side that that's a little bit of a stretch. It's the idea that things are interchangeable. And again, I mentioned the whole thing with Kylo being like emotional, being wounded. Another thing people love to cite is that Rey has trained with a staff. And that's something which
Shadowverse, he had a fun time with that.
Mind on, because he says those things are not the same. But there's like equivalations that people will pull. They'll say like these things are like identical, or there's something which matches this. So it's like, do you think that with, set up small stuff like that?
Let me just jump in for a second. I did get a super chat, and it's from Andrew Clark, and he's making a statement, very simple, that Rey never self-practiced the Force. She was best from the start, and that's the general consensus, I would say, from everyone. That's what she is.
I think that's pretty much the point I was making the entire time. That's pretty much where I stand.
And well, so yeah, to get with there, to sort of wrap up what I was saying before, and even in A New Hope, where this is a classic writing technique that you'll see in thousands of films, where you see the seeds of potential being planted, and then it is the payoff of that potential in the climax or at some point in the film. With A New Hope, he says that he targeted womp rats from 30 yards or whatever. He bullseyed womp rats, and so there is, and that the reason that line is in the movie is to establish that he has any amount of potential of possibly being able to do this, right?
Exactly. There's also several other lines.
They did plant
there are several other lines as well.
Piloting. When he first meets Obi-Wan Kenobi, Obi-Wan Kenobi does say that, I've heard you become a good pilot. And then there's another instance of Han Solo where he goes, yeah, I could pilot it myself. So there are some instances and references where they do references piloting skill. The real problem is that we don't actually see it until the very end. That's actually a pretty big flaw.
But I would say
it's still a little bit
that's
set
part
up,
of the
though.
emotional. That's because here's the thing: if they established all these things to be like, oh, he's this amazing pilot and he's the perfect marksman, then that reduces so much of the anxiety and the emotions of that climax and the success of that climax. With New Hope, is that like the odds were against him and he succeeded against all, with Darth Vader on his ass and with him not using the Force in some significant way like this before. He overcomes all of these things through willpower and through luck and through all these different, and through help from friends and all this different stuff, that makes it this triumphant, amazing climax. Is one of the best climaxes in movie history, is Luke blowing up the Star Destroyer or the Death Star, and it is almost purposely not set up to show that he is this brilliant, amazing, perfect thing he can do it the first time. That's where the drama comes from. That's where the tension comes from. And
that's one of the things though with the piloting. That's why they addressed it, to establish that like he didn't just jump into an X-wing and like instantly know what he was doing. And again, you mentioned, he was saved by Han. There's a lot of different factors. Like he didn't perfectly do that. You had the other pilot who tried to use the proton torpedoes, but he missed. There's a lot of different factors which go into that, and a lot of people say that like he would have died if it weren't for Han. So.
So there are all these different things that had to coalesce perfectly to make that possible, but you still buy it. And here's the thing: if someone watched that movie and they came up to me and said, I could not buy with what they gave me the idea that his first time in a space battle, certainly he's able to do all this stuff and pull it off, even merely with Han coming in at the last second. And which is also, they could argue that that's some kind of Deus Ex Machina or something too. And if they said that didn't work for me, then I'd say, that's totally valid. That makes total sense. So when you guys
I
say,
would say that this is
Mhm.
a bit different to. So when it comes to Rey versus Kylo, this
Mhm.
is a clash out power battle between two. This is at the
Mm-hmm.
forefront. This is, what is put a lot of focus on. But when it
Mhm.
comes to the space battles you are referencing, while you are kind of making good points, it's not as an explicit power battle. So it's not, Anakin's. Vader's skill straight up against Luke's skill. It's not Luke's straight up versus the other TIE fighters, because he's not always directly fighting the TIE fighters. There's a big battle around them. There are people saving Luke. Luke saving other people. There's
Mhm.
more stuff going on, because the Falcon even goes and saves Luke at the
It's,
end.
it's a
So-
battle. There's a lot of different things in there. Like what I
Yeah.
was more curious about is like you mentioned the idea of setup and payoff, and like that's a very
Mhm.
important part of like pretty much any story. So inside of A New Hope, you have the different lines about him being a pilot and bullseyeing womp
Mhm.
rats. So what would you would you say there's any setup in that regard with Rey?
Yeah, so
Like
these
inside
are the
fights.
things that like that make it work for me personally. And again, I totally understand why it doesn't work for you guys, but for me, it is a few different factors. One, like you mentioned, with Kylo getting hit by Chewie's crossbow blaster, so he's like mortally wounded, which or not, he especially, and there is set up to that because we saw that thing blasting people and send them flipping backwards every time they're hit, and he took a direct shot from that, so he is
But there's
greatly
an
wounded.
inconsistency there, because he doesn't fly backwards like everyone else. Everyone else flies backwards. Kylo just seems to
I
get
think it
knocked.
can be assumed that he used the Force in some capacity there.
Out
Well, he
inside of his
didn't see it
video,
coming, so he couldn't have used it.
one of the things with that is like they show that he's like they set that up because he's like slapping the side. I would
Yeah.
say that the trouble comes more in the choreography, because like he's never shown to be like struggling because of that wound. Like he's like putting all of his weight on the sword, and you're like, if they'd shown more clearly that he was weakened except for that small moment, I think that would be a little more viable. So yeah, I'd say that's inconsistent.
That's a valid thing, and I think that, but I certainly would not call that logic breaking, because also, there are people who are stabbed or shot and their adrenaline kicks in and they're even more, focused and even more effective than they normally are.
I would say that was even Kylo just drawing on his rage when he was hitting his wound.
Using the Force, like people say that, like the instinct. I'm like, I don't know how well I feel about the instinct argument, but it's an interesting discussion to be had. But like, what are the other factors?
And so that's a part of it. And then also the fact that, just to talk about how like we haven't seen her use the Force, we do have a very subtle setup of her saying she has dreams of an island, and then it turns out to be Octu. And so she does have some kind of pre-established connection to the Force, although very subconscious.
So that one's fine. That one's fine. That was like having a dream of that one's fine.
Yeah, that worked for me.
And we were talking about the idea of like accidentally using powers, like the idea with Harry Potter. Like she accidentally goes into that dream, and like she has no idea what's going on when she touches the lightsaber in that movie. So there's certain things, but like I was saying, the idea here is what has been established in the previous films is that lightsaber fighting is a skill. And what I would say is
that gets me to the big thing. I know you guys have kind of written it off, but we do see her extremely efficient with a staff. And the thing
staff is very different to a lightsaber.
Well, I'm sure that whatever Luke piloted was very different from an X-wing being surrounded by a hail of gunfire, and I'm sure that in the same way that a pod racer is definitely very different from a Naboo starfighter.
A ship,
because there's no gravity.
There is a much bigger difference, because in a ship you're still basically using it within the same way. The controls might be different, it might handle differently, but if forwards is still forwards, left is still right, up is still down, up and down are still there. So, but when you go to a sword, so a sword is using one or two hands on the hilt, but a staff, there is much more. It's focused on keeping your hands in the middle of it, and you're swinging it around in much more different ways. Whenever Rey uses it, she's always got a hand on the back, and even when she's like, he just whacks Finn because he's wearing a fucking jacket.
here's the
it's a
thing
much
with
more
that.
bigger thing. I mean, we can always see if we can get Shadiversity. I don't know if he'll be interested right now, but
Like
I
I think he's addressed this on different streams that that it's a different thing. He might have made a video on that, but it's like
Mhm.
it's one of those things. It's a little bit like I see that as essentially not like the whole thing with the T-16 and like Luke being a pilot. I think that's mentioned 3 times inside of the OT.
Mhm.
What I see the whole thing as the staff is I don't think that was by design. Like I feel like they just kind of viewed like that essentially became an explanation because there was no explanation given. It's something which said people said like she had a staff, she knows how to use a lightsaber. It's one of those things where I'm like, this is not something which necessarily was built up to. Like I said, you have the idea of her maybe getting out of the interrogation room by like MacGyvering it out or something like that. That would be something which would make a little more sense based on what we've seen. We've seen that she like is good with materials. She's a scavenger. It all depends on like what's been pre-established about her character, and I'm like, I don't think that sword fighting was necessarily something that was like a part of her character, especially since the only time we see her using the staff was when she was basically fighting off some people who wanted to steal BB-8, and it's like these people are probably not skilled fighters compared to Kylo, who like has trained for years and like is able to stop a blaster bolt in midair. It's like I think there's a little bit of a difference.
That's the whole thing. I think. Oh, and then we're getting back to it. It's planting those seeds of potential that's enough to create a suspension of disbelief. Is all you're trying to do as a writer. And so, in the same way that like, because here in my mind personally, and this is just my personal opinion, I find it more believable that if someone was fighting with a staff and then had to pick up a sword and fight to win a sword fight. That seems just as believable, if not more so believable, than someone who's, let's say has their pilots that just got their pilot's license, or has been flying around in, a plane like that their parents have or whatever Luke was doing, and then throwing that person into a crazy air battle and expecting them to survive it. Seems like more of a stretch to me.
That is your own suspension of disbelief.
I was about to say, like, suspension of disbelief kind of varies from person to person. That's why I try to keep it with the film. And the whole thing with Luke, I think that makes more sense is like Shiney addressed this, the idea that there's a lot of different factors which go into that. Like Luke didn't single-handedly like win that battle. It wasn't by him alone. That's why I think that Anakin, instead of the Phantom Menace, is a little bit more ridiculous. Like the idea that he was in a pod racer and then all of a sudden he can fly and accidentally destroy an entire ship, like single-handedly. He didn't have any help doing that. So it's like, but this is the part where argumentation comes in, because like we all have different factors and we're going to use different references. It all depends on like what is going on. And like the whole idea of suspension of disbelief, like the thing in A New Hope that I think makes that payoff a little bit more strong is that you have the setup with the different lines that he's been flying. He's been a good pilot. With Rey, we see her fight off like vagrants with a staff, and it's like that's supposed to be.
I'd like to jump in here. Can I just jump in for a second?
Yeah.
I would just like to say this is an objective argument we're making right here. So we are going to taking references from the film and talking about these scenes. And you said, well, who decides earlier? You said, who decides what is objectively good and what is objectively bad? And I would say that we all do. We all individually, make our own objective judgment from the information we see. And that, what you called that a bias, I'd say, no, that's actually our perspective. I think Shadiversity did an absolutely great analogy of, the idea of perspective in objectivity. So you have the number 9, and then you push it over, and see, from your perspective, it's a number 9, but from the other person's perspective, who's just, on the other side of that, it's a number 6. So this is where the idea of the discussion comes in, and that's where we kind of start to, as a group, decide. So we argue why it is a 6 and why it is, why it is a 9. And I'd just like to say this is a good example of where people judge something objectively.
Exactly.
We're talking about seeds and development and building up things in A New Hope. Luke's talk about the destruction of the Death Star. The way Luke does that is by him being finally able to connect with the Force, open his mind, and utilize the Force, and combining that with his mentioned piloting skills. But that was a development from the very first part of the movie to the ending of the movie. So we have Luke Skywalker meeting Ben Kenobi, or Obi-Wan Kenobi, what you want to call him, and then you see him an instance of training. You see Obi-Wan giving wise advice. You see all of this stuff, and then you see Luke going through adventure after adventure, just one thing after another, and he never actually uses the Force. Not really, not consciously, not with his will. It's only during this heightened part of the movie where it's up to him to destroy the Death Star, or all the rebellion is going to be obliterated, that Obi-Wan comes to him as a, whatever you want to call me, a Force ghost, a voice, or whatever, and says, "Trust your instincts, Luke. Remember your training. Trust your instincts. Remember what I've told you." And he does that, and at that moment, that's the true climax, where he actually just shoves away the earthly logic, and then combines what he knows with the training that Obi-Wan had combined with the Force, and that is when Luke uses his first Force power for real, like not instinctively anymore, but through his will. He chooses to do this, and he trusts his instincts. He combines his instincts with his will, and he's able to make the shot with the Death Star. And I think the contrast to that is Rey, when you go back to her uses of Force powers, and that there was no buildup. She just kind of used it as opposed to seeds being built with Luke Skywalker going from the beginning of his movie, training, learning wise word, wisdom of the Force, learning what it is, and then with Rey, she doesn't really have any seeds. It's more like she just comes with a tree.
So the thing that there is a moment, I'm bringing up the video now so I don't screw it up too much, but there's the moment where Kylo says, "You need a teacher." She's
the way is the Force, and then she says the Force, and then she closes her eyes, and then she overpowers him.
Yeah, she overpowers him.
So that's to me. So to me, in the same way that, like, Obi-Wan didn't imbue him with some power when he reached out to him. He just inspired him and changed his perspective and made him realize, oh, I need to dig deep inside myself and use the Force. Right?
It wasn't that one instant. I mean, that's what I mentioned before, is that it was over time where it's like, okay, here's a first instance of Obi-Wan teaching Luke. Just look into yourself. Like when the first training that you mentioned earlier, when he's using the lightsaber to block those bolts, Luke is getting hit by those bolts. He's not doing very well. And Obi-Wan says, okay, just put this helmet on, trust your instincts. Okay, you've been doing this for a while. You're not doing very well. I'll give you like an F- on how you're doing so far. You're kind of bad at this. So put this helmet on, and this will help you. He's like, I can't see through this. Well, that's the point. You can't see with your eyes. Your eyes lie to you. Trust in the Force, and he does so. He opens his mind, trusts the Force, and he's able to block a few bolts. All right, fine. And then it goes. You go on with the movie. He experiences several different events and obstacles, until finally it climaxes. It ends. This is the end point, is where he actually trusts the Force when Obi-Wan comes back to him and says, remember what I taught you. Remember your training. Remember the things I've said to you. Remember the skills you've learned, the mental skills you've learned, mental skills I've taught you, so that you can actually use this Force, the Force power, use the Force, and bend the Force to your will whenever you want. And that's what happens with Luke at the very end of A New Hope. He uses the Force at his own will by remembering what Obi-Wan had already taught him. Doesn't really do the same thing with Rey.
So that's where that whole sort of the thing I brought up with, like, if Kobe Bryant had a basketball and just watched someone use a basketball for however long, and within 10 minutes he managed to sink a three-pointer, I still believe that as within the realm of possibility. And there is that it seems unlikely, but he was an extraordinary person, and I think that's how I perceive. I do not perceive Rey as Luke. I see Rey as someone who is more naturally talented in the Force, in the sense that everyone has different, varying entry-level skills with things, that is where that is why my suspension of disbelief works there, is just because I see her being portrayed as that, and it is something that I can relate to, something that exists in reality. Those people exist, so it is possible for me to buy. That said, if you guys, there's that term stranger than fiction. If you guys watched a movie, that movie about Kobe Bryant, and didn't know he was a real person, you might walk out of that being like, that's absurd that he'd be able to do that. And I'd say, even if it is based in reality, that is still a valid response to have to a thing, depending on, again, that is where bias comes in. And I think that bias applies to a lot of it, and that's the thing that I think is really interesting about all of this, is that suspension of disbelief is such an integral part of so much storytelling. It just like with that Jurassic Park thing, just like with, and there are a million things that we're overlooking because we put so much there. We just listed all of these different things about why Ray possibly could be able to win this fight, even though it's still unlikely, which is the line you want to walk. It's that you want to think that there's a good chance she'll lose, but she overcomes that. But meanwhile, in in A New Hope, we have the line of like, oh, only stormtroopers are this accurate, and then we see them missing dozens and dozens of shots on the heroes, which is a
Actually,
plot
that's
hole
explained. No, that
That,
is
that
explained
makes
though.
sense with the whole like they were tracking them is like it's to escape. It doesn't make sense inside of The Empire Strikes Back when like literally their
Yeah.
purpose is to kill them and they're
And unfortunately, it's
Yeah, I
now
mean, that's the
canon
running
with a
joke
joke.
of so much Star Wars, is that
Yeah,
they're referred to as the most accurate, and they miss every single time.
like that joke about like sand people being more inaccurate and they're like how the hell is their accuracy if they're like if stormtroopers
Yeah.
are like significantly better. Like
Yeah.
I think we're kind of reaching a conclusion here. Like this is like one of those things where I think we're gonna have trouble, especially if we're talking about Star Wars. But
Mhm.
would you agree?
Yeah.
Like you're talking about suspension of disbelief here, and I think that's something which I agree with you is an integral part of like the
Mhm.
experience of watching a movie, and that's where I think the subjective part comes down to it, and that's something that can be discussed as well. It's like it's interesting to talk about in addition, but we're also talking about the idea of like setup and payoff here. We're using references from the text to try to support our points. Like that's where I say there's like an objective conversation. Like we're using references. We're trying to figure out how well made the story is. Like comparing this to DOT, some of the stuff which has been established about like force powers. Like this is something which is I view those essentially as two separate conversations, like what you get out of a film versus like the mechanics of it, and if the story makes sense, if things have been set up, like how well achieved the goal is. Because I'm like, what I think Shiney's touched on this, the idea of like craftsmanship, but like the reason that I support like objectivity in filmmaking and storytelling is because you have like excellent films. Like, have you seen 1917?
Yes. Yeah. Fantastic.
I would cite that as one of the better films like I've seen like in a really long time. I watched that movie and it blew me away. And one of the reasons, which I would honestly love to make a video on this eventually, is the idea of setup and payoff in that movie. There's different character arcs that are set up at different points, especially towards the end when you have these very significant payoffs. But the reason that it is satisfying on an emotional sense is because everything built to it. There's points, everything makes sense. The characters have been developed, the story flows, and it's like we understand what's going on because we're following the journey of these two characters who have a very simple goal. It's just like the Lord of the Rings. It's all a matter of execution. So what I think is that there's traits you can pull from, and sure, there's a little bit of wiggle room. It's going to depend on like what is happening in the film, like how much information that we have, like all the stuff that we've been talking about with Ray, what might have been set up, so what might have not. But I think that there's points that you can draw from to determine quality depending on mechanics, like the idea of setup and payoff that we've been going through. And I think that pretty much all aspects of filmmaking like can be assessed that way, just depending on the amount of information you have. Like you're not going to have all of it, but to a degree, I think that you can trace back quality depending on references. Like
so that's where it loses me. Is the idea of quality. So to give you a quick example, if I were to say that if I were to say that I am going to remove my emotions, my bias from a situation, and say that, let's say, handheld camera shots. I'm going to say that those can often be disorienting. Cloverfield made a lot of people nauseous, and they couldn't watch the movie. There
Blair Witch,
is
a lot of people hate that movie for being handheld and like,
yeah,
you know.
yeah, exactly. And so there is, not speaking from my own emotions in any capacity, there is evidence to say that handheld shots are disorienting. Obviously, it's on a spectrum, but I'm just going to say that handheld shots are disorienting. Then I can look at a film, and from that objective perspective of handheld shots are disorienting, then I can say it has this many handheld shots. They wobbled this much. Even 1917 was bizarrely impossibly smooth for a film.
So
But
are
you're
a lot of
looking
big
at like
he rarely ever uses handheld, like outside of like Seven and a few other instances, but
Yeah.
like
Oh,
he's
yeah,
very
yeah, yeah.
tripod and dolly oriented.
But then we look at the climax of Children of Men, which is a lot of shaky handheld and very disorienting, intentionally so a lot of the time, and out of necessity too. And I would be correct in objectively stating that let's say the end of Children of Men had a lot of handheld. It was very shaky, was not smooth at all, could make people sick. It could pull people out of it, based on my understanding of what other people have had experiences with handheld things. So by those standards, I then say the movie is objectively bad based on the standards of handheld makes you nauseous and pulls you out of the movie. From a logistical standpoint, which again, I absolutely adore logic. I studied it for years and years of my life. It is an obsession of mine. I wish art was more logical. I wish that I could buy into objectivism even more, because it is this. I spent years and years of my life on debate teams, on all this other stuff. But the fact of the matter is that if I devote this much time and effort to saying, okay, there's this much handheld in the film, and then rate it on that scale, yes, that's very useful for the people who are affected by handheld. But for everyone else in the world, there is no practicality, there is no purpose to that analysis, and
Well,
there's
depends.
no value to it.
Yeah. Well, that's what I think is very interesting about objectivity is like that's a big question relating to it. Like when you assess different things using logic or using a scale, the question is like, how important is that? And it's like, well, that's
what I'm trying to figure out.
And again, that's what's really nice, because the whole thing with objectivity is there's plenty of things that can be flawed, but you still enjoy them. Like the one that I go with a ton is Game of Thrones season 6. Like I understand that there's a lot of payoffs which are not very earned inside of that. There's a lot of instances, like people cite plot armor and the Battle of the Bastards. There's different factors which make it so that you could say that that's not a very well written season. At the same time, I love it for those reasons. I understand some of the payoffs inside of the final episode like aren't earned, but still it's like I will take a payoff if it does not have good setup. But again, the whole thing with 1917, I love it because that film earns all of its payoffs. That's why I love that movie so much. In addition, I think it's very well written by that sense. So, people put value in different things, and that's the whole subjective side. Like, people could not care about anything that comes into an objective assessment. That's going to come down to person, but regardless of what they think, it's still an assessment using the text of the film. It doesn't mean that it's universal. It doesn't mean everyone needs to agree on it, or that it is the assessment of all assessments. It just means it's unbiased and it's using the text, right?
I'm going to jump in here just for a moment. My apologies. Super chat from Mr. Nathan Break. The nonsense idea the stormtroopers are bad shots is rubbish. They can hit their targets, but for the sake of fun action scenes, characters get plot armor. And that happens in many stories where the
Yeah.
character can't die just yet.
Yeah, which
Yeah, none
I
to
think
the
I would
Yeah.
point to the first scene on the Tantive where all the stormtroopers basically wipe out all the rebels and their shots do land. But that's explained in external materials that the 501st are like the best of the best.
mhm.
You all say okay, yeah, okay. Go on.
And I'm not contesting that that's plot armor, but I think it works. But yeah, that's the thing that like it is when you it is I love objective analysis. I think it is integral to so many things. I think that I love breaking down movies by like time lengths and stuff and see what kind of patterns they have to them and everything like that. It is then saying that something is bad or good that it loses me entirely.
I think what you're
because-
confusing is so you think saying something is good and bad is subjective.
yes.
I think what you're confusing is good is a qualitative statement. I don't think it's
Mhm.
so when you say something is good, it's usually suggesting that it's not saying you enjoyed something. It's saying that what makes okay. So for example, what I have here is a good bottle because it retains water. It's got certain features which makes it good. That's not really subjective. And again, what I think you're confusing is enjoyment.
Well, so here's the thing is that you're saying it's a good bottle because it does the things you want it to do. There are many people who would say that's not a good bottle because who knows, they might want more of the thing, or they might want to be able to take it on a bike trip and it might not hold up under those situations.
The reason, again, what we're going back to objectivity, it's not a fact. It is using. I can state and reference why it's a good bottle. The cap, is very well sealed and it won't leak. They've got some nice grips at the side, which means it's not going to slip out my hands. It retains quite a lot of water. It's got a little hook, so I cannot easily carry it just hook it onto something. So that I'm judging this thing objectively, and I'm using the references that I have at hand to say why it is good. Now, someone who has a different perspective, who might prefer their bottle in a different way, would say, well, no, I prefer these things in a bottle, and they would be perfectly valid. We're both referencing objective things, which we reason it as a good thing, and we can discuss it like we discuss film, but that is different.
Hold on, this is why standards are important, and this is the whole thing.
Yes.
Honestly, I really try to avoid as much as possible saying that a film is objectively good or bad, because it's a broad statement. You need to clarify what you mean exactly. But like going back to the T-Rex scene from Jurassic Park, so we've determined that there is a definitive plot hole inside of that scene. So what you could say about that scene from Jurassic Park is you could say objectively, like using a standard of consistency, that scene is flawed. It's a flawed scene objectively using that. And it's like
flaw in, can you describe flaw? Can you define
like
flaw?
meaning inconsistency. Like if we're trying to judge a film, if we're trying to judge a film like by consistency and how things progress, there's like a break inside of that scene, right?
Here's the thing. This is and I don't know how much you guys agree with this. Have you guys ever seen that I think someone posted on Twitter at some point. They posted an image of two rectangles. One was very straight, with the lines are very straight, and one had very squiggly lines and looked like it was written by a second grader or something, or drawn by a second grader. And they just said, which one of these is the objectively better rectangle?
This is why I try to, like, a lot of people do that. I think Jack Saint did that inside of his video. He so you for example, you say the Mona Lisa versus a drawing by a kid, like say it was your brother who drew that drawing. So it's like the trouble is that those use completely different standards. So someone will be like, I like my brother's drawing because I love my brother, and he's like, I enjoy his artwork. It's something there. Like, I have a brother who draws things all the time, and like I posted something to him on Twitter. It's like he makes some really good stuff. I'm impressed by that because I'm a terrible artist. Like, I cannot draw worth anything. So those are different parameters, though, like different paintings. So let's say someone was asking which is the better square from like a mathematical sense, like which is more accurate. So you're like, you would go with the one which like follows like the lines better. Every single part has an angle. It's like all the angles are very accurate. The other one, they're not very accurate. But it's like asking which one is better or which one is objectively better is kind of redundant, since those are, you need to establish what you mean by better.
Exactly.
Because that'll depend. Yeah.
So that's implying that in the same way that there are mathematical standards, it's implying that there are storytelling standards and there are film standards that are just as universally given as mathematical standards.
Not necessarily
Or else you
universal.
cannot-
It's like logical. Like, would you agree that they're logical standards in films?
Well,
Yeah.
okay. So, well, no. Here's the thing: is that I think that in the same way that there is math is based on logic. Math operates logically. But the thing about a lot of art, which what we talked about with stirring emotion or evoking emotion being the goal of the art, just in the same way that the goal of math is to be as logical as possible, the goal of art is to evoke as many emotions as possible. That's what you're trying. If you go out and make art,
I would say
you're
depends
not-
on what the art is in specific. So
Okay.
some people could disagree that some people could say that visual effects is an art. It's what makes a good visual effect isn't to draw emotion. You can say good visual effect is that it blends in with the scene, that it does this, that, and the other, as I
well,
mentioned
then it's maintaining
before.
an emotion, right?
And then,
it's not pulling you out of it. You just keep
Like I
being
said at the
emotionally
beginning, it's the idea of like, what is the definition of art? It's a broad definition, but there are different like levels of art. Like I said, there's different standards.
Oh, here's the thing is I don't even care about what the definition of art is. That's a whole thing. I'm just talking about the goal of art. And that's the whole thing of like, what's the definition of a car versus the goal of a car. Goal of a car is to get you from point A to point B, but there's all these different, like, one is does a car stop being a car if you take off its tires? It's still a car. That's a whole muddled semantic nightmare.
Which is why semantics is important in establishing like what your definition is behind a car, like what you're trying to do. Like, is a car defined by an engine? And like there's a lot of different factors which go into that, and that's what I think. Because like the whole idea that I've been trying to like pull through here is that objective doesn't necessarily mean like definitive, universal instead of every single position. Like, and again, that's why I try to avoid saying a film is objectively bad, because that's such a loaded statement. You need to define what you mean.
Yeah,
but like but it depends on what standard you're using, and if you establish that at the beginning. So like I said, with the whole Jurassic Park thing and consistency, so you can say with that scene in particular that scene is flawed. It's inconsistent under a standard of consistency for filmmaking, and like a progression story, which I think is intrinsic to storytelling, right? So yeah,
that makes a lot of sense. And that's the thing with like, because here's the thing, as someone who has and you've seen my video and I get into it a bit, I've received a lot of comments when I say it is my opinion that I personally enjoyed Last Jedi, I receive a lot of comments that say, well, it doesn't change the fact that it's objectively bad. But the thing is, that is based on, like you said, you need standards. You need specific standards. And just like how I would be correct if my standards were how shaky a shot is, that Children of Men is objectively bad because it fails to meet that level of smoothness.
That's why I tried to keep with the Jurassic Park thing, that it's just the scene that we're talking about. Like, again, with the whole idea of objectively bad, it depends on like how many things you're assessing and like what exactly it is. Like the whole idea. I think that's actually something that like struck me about your video on subjective film was you compare Godfather to The Room, and you talk about how people view it subjectively and all that stuff. I agree with, but then at the very end, I think I wrote it down here. At the very end of it, you just say, but it is objective that The Room has horrendous character work, editing, and story structure. To be fair, I agree. That is something which I didn't go into detail about, because it's one of those things that I think is pretty much apparent. Like, because have you seen The Room?
Oh yeah, multiple times.
Oh, that movie's hilarious.
Hi,
I saw it
Mark.
in theaters. Tom Cruise was at the premiere. That is one of my all-time favorite theater experiences. It was so
it's
much
great. I
fun
love seeing it in
watching
theater.
that with
Yeah.
my older brother. But again, it's like like you can just take a look at all the scenes and how like just how the film is edited. It's so bizarre. There's no rhyme or rhythm. There's like no sense of like timekeeping. It's bizarre. So you like I could qualify all those different things. It's just one of those things that I think is like. What would your point be on that essentially? Do you think that,
so my point is like if you were to make these standards by which it is horrendous, the editing specifically, let's say,
yeah, that's a good example.
I could pretty much go to like let's say, you know, I think a common thing is the absurdly long sort of interstitial shots of the city between scenes that just
Theater
go on
everyone's
forever.
going, go, go. It's not. It's really strange the way that
And it's just like,
shot,
yeah, here's
not just move on like the Golden Gate Bridge. Like, what is the shot trying to do other than transitioning? But
yeah, and it's just like, here's a shot of the Disney store for 15 seconds. Just sit there and watch it. And so I think that, you know, if that went against your standard for you know, whatever standards you'd set for good editing, I still think I could find a lot of examples of that being used incredibly well. Look at Blade Runner and look at how long it lingers on those shots of the city that are pulling you into it, and the only difference is the emotional effectiveness of
I would
those
say
two
that like
things.
that depends on like what shots are doing. And again, this is why it's important to set standards for all these things. Is like you need to talk about like what qualifies a shot, like what's wasted time, what is the film trying to like illustrate, because an important part of Blade Runner is the world building and how like that how the film is like setting up this location and like the area that the replicants live in. It all depends on what you're trying to go for. But like, would you agree that if you set a certain standard or criteria for like a filmmaking technique, and then if you use that, you could be objective within that standard that you set?
Yeah, but then I think the result of that is like with the shaky camp, because like I said, I think if you made this objective standard of too shaky is bad, because my dad has Meniere's disease where his vertigo is all off and or his like inner ear balance and all this stuff is off to where he can't look at anything shaky for too long. And so with him, that objective standard is very useful. And it's very well founded. It's very justifiable to judge something by that standard. But still, I'm trying to see how this could possibly scale or apply to anyone else. And that's the thing is like when I see someone coming to me and saying, "Oh, this is Star Wars is objectively bad by these standards of plot holes and of all these other things." Whereas, like, you know, just as how some people are not affected by handheld shots, some people are not affected by plot holes, and some people are not affected by, just like me for many years, unaffected by the logic of the plan for Return of the Jedi. And so I'm just trying to see how I think that there can be value. Like, let's say if I'm someone who here's a good example of just like there are a lot of people who are traumatized by certain things and do not want to see them in a movie. Whether it's like, let's say, sexual assault. Like if you are judging something by that standard, then you could objectively say that Mad Max is better at portraying sexual assault for alluding to it and empowering the people who are the victims of it and not graphically showing it. Then based on those standards that you've set going into it, then that is very useful. That is objective. It's not inserting your own bias once you've established those standards. But really, that's now only useful for the people who agree with you. And if there are the people who are not affected by portrayals of sexual assault, then what you're saying holds no weight. And and has no
But that
validity
comes-
based on their
not,
experience.
not to them exactly. It's something
Yeah.
that like it's going to vary from person to person depending on like what
Mhm.
people value in a film. And like I said, that's the reason why different people place different value into objective assessments, because
Mhm.
different people like care about certain things in a film, and it all depends on like what you said. So like you said with the idea, like let's just go with The Last Jedi and what you were saying about plot holes and people saying the film was quote unquote objectively bad.
Mhm.
I would assume that like a lot of those people would say, under the standard of consistency, when you assess the film and like how progression is maintained, there are holes inside of the storytelling. So you could say that that is
Mhm.
something which the film fails at. Like under an objective standard, the criteria is not met. But again, that's not something that you place much value into, which is fine, because like we all value different things. But would you agree that again, we haven't even discussed that, but like just going back to the whole idea of the Jurassic Park thing, do you think that certain aspects of filmmaking at least can be broken down without bias to determine like quality, or at least like consistency within a standard?
Here's the thing. I can say that you can absolutely determine inconsistencies. I cannot say that definitively reflects quality. I can, because I think what you also run into the problem of is intention. Because the thing is, if it turns out that Tommy Wiseau is actually this genius who's totally self-aware, then that sort of like
He's literally said that before. He said that the film was designed to be like a dark comedy, and I just always say he's screwing with people. I
think that like my perception is that is just a defense mechanism, and he's like, oh yeah, no, this is supposed to be funny. But like if it comes out that he's this Andy Kaufman type that has like just been playing this role of this oblivious guy this whole time, then he is an absolute genius. Like he is
like he might be, because we know so little about him, which is hilarious. But like,
yeah, exactly. And you're getting into intention there. So that's where I have a problem, because the difference between The Room being one of the best constructed films ever made and so absurdly ridiculous and poorly constructed ultimately boils down to his intention with what he was trying to accomplish with that.
Well, I think it's pretty obvious that Tommy Wiseau was pretty much riding the wave of anything he can get at that point. So,
like what I say about like author intent is that that's something which can be taken into consideration. But again, like I want to address this in a video, but the idea of a theme being derived using the text and not necessarily what the author intended, like that's something which is going to happen. And again, this goes into death of the author, and that's a whole jar of worms. But I don't think that like authorial intent necessarily like equates to quality, because again, I think that is going to vary based on like what standards are being used. And again, when it comes to subjectivity, the idea of how much you enjoy the film, because I love The Room. That movie is hilarious. I want to see it again in theaters. It was amazing to see.
I think at the end of the day, when it comes down to movies or anything that tells a story, the question has to be asked: was the story or a story, not a story, but the story told? And when you go for example to the A New Hope, it's a story about, on the surface, about a young hero who just finds out his place in the universe and wants to discover the actual place in the universe, fighting off a powerful, oppressive empire. But most of the story of A New Hope is not really that. The focus is on the personal development of Luke Skywalker as a person, as he grows from the farm boy to introducing himself to the Force, to eventually becoming a hero. And we can accept a lot of these things. We can accept a lot of inconsistencies and whatever you call it, because like, he wasn't shown flying the X-wing or whatever. But we can accept these things, at least to some extent, because the story was told in a logical cause and event scenario, cause and event sequence from the beginning to the end. And so the core, like I said, the core element of A New Hope was Luke's personal growth. Now we look at Rey, and they didn't have to use the same setup. You understand? They didn't have to use the same setup as Luke Skywalker, but they chose to. They kept it in the tradition of Star Wars, as focusing on a main character who starts off as nothing. She starts off as a lone person on a desert planet, and her story should have been her personal development, which is actually kind of exemplified by Luke's growth in the Force. Luke's growth in the Force kind of parallels and shows us to a more visual example, more or less, more exciting example actually, to coincide with his personal growth. We get to see something. We can see that he becomes more powerful as he becomes more aware of himself and matures in his as a character. Now with Rey, we were expecting the same thing because they put in place the exact same journey as Luke Skywalker. She was supposed to be going on this hero's journey. That's what they set it up as, because she started as nothing, and that's what we expected. But she didn't have an era or a place of personal growth. She just went through one event after another. There was no point of her looking into the Force and learning its abilities and learning, learning the Force while at the same time learning about herself, learning what her wants are, what her needs are, what her desires are. And that's most of the fun of A New Hope, and that should have been most of the fun of The Force Awakens. But we don't really get that. She sort of skips the middle part and goes to the end. Now, what would have been fine, and I've maintained this and I've said this before, is that if you redid The Force Awakens and had Rey start off as a abandoned Padawan, insinuating that she had training, or having Rey start off as an already established trained Jedi, then a lot of these problems would go away, because then you refocus the story from a person going on a hero's journey to more of like a I don't know, a diehard sort of thing, having the experienced trained fighter destroy and fight an oppressive empire, which is what they could have done with Rey if they started her off as a veteran. Now, it would have been the story, just the story of a powerful trained Jedi coming in to save the day, which would have been cool, which would have been fine. But when you have a hero's journey, like they've tried to do with Rey, we need to see the growth. The focus is on her growth. That's the story they're actually telling. Everything else is kind of just secondary, tertiary.
So,
which is and that gets into the hold on. Shiny, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, so I was going to go back to what you were talking about with like author intent. So you said that, well, an author intends like this thing and the other, but I would say that an author, I'll go to Star Wars Rebels. In Star Wars Rebels, Ezra at the beginning was supposed to be annoying, and but that doesn't change the fact that Ezra is really fucking annoying, and it is a problem for a lot of people. And just the same as, so an author can be aware of a plot hole, and he can even purposely put that plot hole in, but that's still a plot hole. It doesn't change that. And again, we go back to the whole idea of, you can feel however you want about that, but it's not, doesn't mean that it's just because some people find Ezra annoying and can reference why he's annoying. It's not fact. It's not unmovable. It's just it's objective because you're using references to why he is so fucking annoying.
Well, so that's the thing, is that but that is all based on the standard of what you consider to be annoying, and I'm sure there are plenty of people who watch that.
And annoying is a very subjective stance.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm asking, who is unlike math or something like that? It's a matter of, you are still, based on your own preferences generally, you are still setting these standards by which you are objectively measuring things. And so I'm trying to figure out, how does the selection of those standards not become subjective?
It doesn't become subjective so long as you don't include any biases which alter the text. And again, this is why I keep going back to the text, because that's the only thing that everyone can universally agree on. Like when we watch a film, everyone can agree with what's on screen. There's a certain amount of frames in a film. Films have run times. That's something which is definitively objective about films, is like what is depicted on screen. Obviously, there's going to be a little bit of like disconnect, because it depends, like I said, it depends on the information which is presented in the film and like how much we know about certain things. But you can be objective within a framework. And I like the whole idea of like why of different people valuing those things. Like you don't necessarily need to create something which is like universal, but I'd say those standards aren't going to be subjective, because you need to set a criteria, and as long as you don't include any biases which changes events in the film, say you set a criteria and then you made up something, or there was something that you overlooked in a film, you're not being objective within that framework. Like let's say you've made a mistake, and then you can amend that. You can be like, oh, whoops, I I got this wrong about this film, and then you fix that. So what I think is the thing that removes biases is that you're being accurate. That's accuracy is what I think removes the subjective element.
Okay,
Right?
so
I
so
also
to go,
think you can.
go ahead.
So can also. I also think you're confusing bias and perspective. So like different people have different perspectives, but
Mhm.
your bias is something which is going to basically remove it, because it's going to make it harder to say why something is good or something's bad, because that bias is trying to make you say either because you hate something or because you love something, or
Almost like an
it's trying to make
emotional state of mind type of
yeah. So like
Yeah.
for example, if I saw a cool explosion,
Mhm.
you know, and then it's going everywhere, my bias could be towards it, saying, "Oh my god, that is really good," but then the logical part and the objective part of my mind is saying, well, no, that explosion doesn't really make sense, so that way it means that it's bad, and it's removing that bias, which is what we're trying to do when we judge something objectively.
So this is where, again, like it's just that last part of that means it's bad, because I can't really fathom objectively determining the goodness or badness of an explosion, especially the
Okay, so
quality of an explosion or something like that.
like again, this is the whole thing that I
Mhm.
keep saying with this is that
Yeah.
like when you say something is objectively bad, it doesn't mean universal. It doesn't mean it is
Mhm.
universally and like definitively bad. It
Okay.
means that like whatever you set the criteria for it is. So
Okay.
like what go on.
So that's the thing is, okay, so we establish, because it seems like you're just kind of adding this extra little step that creates the illusion of non-bias, but to choose standards is a level of biasness, and it requires biasness, or else every standard would be up for grabs. How do you narrow down what standards? How do you know exactly how many plot holes are acceptable? Why are the plot holes in A New Hope more acceptable than the plot holes in Last Jedi? Where do you draw these lines without coming from a place of bias and personal preference? How do you determine those standards?
I think that
Well,
Shiny said this is the idea that that's where argumentation comes into play because like how much certain plot holes affect you or like how things are set up is going to vary from person to person. And
Mhm.
again, the example that I used with Game of Thrones season 6, like that's something where I understand that there's a lot of flaws, but I love that season of television far more than
Mhm.
probably it is in terms of like quality. But
So
like
those flaws are determined by you, though, right? Like there's flaws based on those standards that you have for judging
well, not
cinema.
necessarily. Like what I would say to that is I know there are a lot of like when I would go into a film, like I would say like basing stuff off of like Game of Thrones season 6, I would go to some
Mhm.
of the stuff involving payoffs and like where characters end up in
Mhm.
terms of like character progression. I'd say some of it isn't very well earned. There's a lot of contrivances which lead to certain things.
Mhm.
Those are things which I overlook or I don't care about because I enjoy that season a lot more.
Mhm.
But again, like if you can be objective and determine certain things don't line up or certain things aren't earned depending on whatever standard you set. And
Uh,
like how much, like I said, how much these things like affect your enjoyment is going to vary, but it isn't going to vary like depending on like what you set and if you're accurate. I don't think. Like
so I
where's
think.
the
Mhm.
question comes from?
Sorry.
Like, what was exactly the question? It started off. I went off a little bit. I kind of
Oh,
lost.
it's just how do we establish those standards? Because this is it's easy with math because we have the rules of math. We have amounts that can be observed, and it is theoretical, it is abstract, but because of the rules of math, the plus sign means a certain thing, the minus means a certain thing. Then you can sort of judge the correctness or incorrectness of any number of any math equation based off that. But the problem is we don't have that for film, and any kind of, if you try to come up with a thing like I keep hearing the hero's journey cited, but there are a million things that do not ascribe to the hero's journey, and there was no blood pact signed by J.J. Abrams and Rian Johnson to ascribe to the hero's journey. In fact, a lot of that is sort of a intentional deviation from the hero's journey. And it's them, trying new things, and whether or not it's emotionally successful or not is one thing. But if you judge things based on what you think it's trying to do, and with established Star Wars, because there's plenty of Star Wars stuff that isn't hero's journey. I love the animated, the hand-drawn Clone Wars cartoons.
I love
loved a lot
that
of their
show, man.
shorts.
That
It's
that
so
is my
fucking
Clone
good.
Wars. It's so
Oh, yeah.
good.
There are
And-
plenty of examples out there that aren't the hero's journey that could be in Star Wars. The thing is, it's not just the hero's journey. I mean, it's just one formula that you can use. With
Yeah,
the,
and-
It's not the problem that Rey doesn't follow the hero's journey.
Yeah.
The problem is often all
doesn't
these
go
other
somewhere.
things, like how she doesn't really go through much problems. She just kind of seems to glide through it. And in terms of the plot, there's so much convenience. Like a few seconds after they land on the planet, the First Order comes. A few seconds after BB-8 goes off a desert, he's found by Rey. As soon as a few seconds after that, they find Finn. A few seconds after, they find the Millennium Falcon. A few seconds after that, they're found by the Falcon. It's just so much convenience.
I mean,
And-
look at New Hope, where the droids land and are picked up and happen to
Thing
go
is,
to where,
yeah,
I would say
There's different
that is
walk that come into different stories. Like that comes down to levels of contrivances and
yeah.
suspension of disbelief. Like you can tally those things together. Like the analogy that I always use in that instance is like finding a silver dollar in the street and winning the lottery and becoming president of the United States on the same day. Both of those are aspects of luck, and luck is essentially what relates to contrivances in a film. There's different amounts of like plausibility when you consider those. So it's like something like that. Like that's something which comes in the beginning of the story. Like you have the rat in Endgame. A lot of people have a problem with that. It's like, is that something that can for the story? And it's like
but
contrivances are
then it
different.
comes down to like, what if you're making a story about someone who wins the lottery? Like, you can't make that argument anymore that it's absurd. Like,
Yeah, exactly. 'cause
That's
something
the
that puts it
premise,
off. It's-
right?
But if you're going to
But
make a story
Rey-
about something or someone, even if it's absurd, it has to be a story. It has to go from a beginning, it has to have a connected middle, and it has to
I
have
don't
an
think-
ending.
Are you denying that like Last Jedi isn't a story?
Well, they're trying to make one. It doesn't follow the story. I mean, you start off with the Force Awakens. That begins the story. Rey, they set up Rey as I said before, as a starting person in the hero's journey. Now they don't have to follow it. They don't have to use all of the hero's journey, but they set up Rey as kind of like a nobody. She's meant to be a nobody. She has no force powers, like we mentioned earlier. She thinks it's all a myth and all that stuff. So what we want to see, and this goes for almost any stories, we want to see the hero encounter obstacles, and we want to see the hero overcome obstacles by their own volition, by their own power. But with Rey, she goes on this journey. She's just pulled around like a puppet, and then she kind of, when she goes up to that when she's captured by Kylo Ren, there wasn't an instance between the beginning and that point where she went to this where she started going to this change, started to look into herself and started to change like Luke Skywalker did. No instance of someone guiding her to a higher plane or higher self, or her character didn't mature. She just kind of gained these powers, and the powers that she gained helped her right out of that situation. So that's what we mean by they started her off as a kind of a hero's journey character, and even if they didn't use it all, they sort of skipped the part where she encounters obstacles and had to get herself out of it. She's kind of is handed the key to getting out of these obstacles. And that's where a lot of the problem comes in, because we can discuss the minutia of the Force and how it works all day, but when it comes down to it, what really upset people, I think, is the absence of a beginning, middle, and end of a story, because Rey didn't encounter these obstacles. She didn't overcome these obstacles. She didn't overcome them by herself. Their own volition. She was just handed the solution to these things, and this is why a lot of people have problems with it.
So I think you can take so much of that and look at something that really, I had a great moment of humility recently, based on just my perspective of something, because my friend Patrick Willems, who I'm sure you guys are huge fans of, uh, he recently came out with a video that's going through all of Robert Zemeckis' films, and he talks about how bizarre Forrest Gump is. How like how just he thought it was about nothing, and he's like, I don't know what this movie is about. It's just him stumbling from one thing to the other, breezing through it, not being affected. Everyone around him gets hurt and dies and all these awful things, but nothing, like everything keeps going great for him. Like he happens to invest in Apple at one point and like all these absurd things. And I was like, yeah, what is the deal with Forrest Gump? That, and I was pretty much like in that exact same, like, yeah, what's the point of that? But then I saw Mikey Newman from Movies with Mikey, who he tweeted out that Forrest Gump is, and Mikey Newman struggles with MS, and he has a lot of trouble walking, and it's a very debilitating disease. And he points out that Forrest Gump is a story of a man who has disabilities and is being told his whole life that he can't do anything, and he does everything. And in that way, that is such an effective and emotional and powerful story from that perspective, from those standards. Like that it put a lump in my throat thinking about that. I have an aunt with MS. I have a cousin who's mentally handicapped, and I like, and just this idea of like, that's fantastic. That obviously it's not necessarily a story for me, but it is, and I struggle with my own things with depression and stuff, and depression plays a very biased role and in my love for Last Jedi's Luke, and I've seen I've seen the nearly identical things said about Rey in reference to women fans of Star Wars, and it is.
Can I say in what way?
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying that, well, there's Forrest Gump is a story about a man who's being told all his life that he can't do anything, and then he does everything, and you're trying to, and that's supposed to relate to people with mental illnesses, but you're trying to say that in the meta narrative, the Rey is like an embodiment for female fans. Can you explain why?
So from my perspective, it is someone who comes from originally until Rise of Skywalker, and which that's the funny thing is I'm not a fan of Rise of Skywalker. I just don't.
I was about
really
to say, like, that was
about
something
it.
that was kind of a question, like at the low end of my list of my notes. We've been on this point for a while, but I'm
Yeah.
curious if you're not a fan of the Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah, and that is just based off of that. That's my whole like that is why I think one of the most deceptively important parts of the video I made is that whole what is it that you want from a Star Wars film? Because when you talk about the hero's journey and everything, then you're describing
Sorry,
what you want.
I think you're going on a bit of a tangent. Can you please? I want to.
I'm
explain
circling around.
why? Okay.
Yeah, I'm circling around to that, but it's
I
a matter of what.
That, by the way, that's the idea of a Star Wars experience. That's something that's a little bit on my nose. We've been on this for a while, and I'm like, I think we're kind of nearing a bit of a conclusion here. Like, I think we've talked.
Yeah.
I've been trying to butt in about something else for about 20 minutes, but it keeps going on.
Yeah, you go ahead, Shiney.
But the end of the day, it's just like how it's just like when she is someone who comes from nothing, is treated like she's worthless, is sort of has been abandoned on this planet, and not just within the context of the film, but in the context of the entire narrative, where all of these significant people have come from this legacy of you are like you have this bloodline, you have this destiny, this purpose, and until
I would say a
Rise of
lot of people
Skywalker-
didn't come, like Obi-Wan didn't come from a bloodline, Ahsoka didn't come from a bloodline, Ezra didn't come from a bloodline, Kanan didn't come from a bloodline.
But I'm talking about specifically protagonists.
Regardless,
like, Yeah.
I think I get your point. Like what I would say is that's why subjectivity is also important. Like I don't think that objectivity like should ever be used to like undermine subjectivity or anything like that, or what you take from a film. Because what you take from a film is going to stick with you. There's plenty of films, like I said, with Game of Thrones season 6, there's plenty of other stuff like that that are like similar to but they're like hit me on a really emotional level. Like I'd love to make a video on one of those films that like touches me. It's like there are movies like, I get really emotional.
That's all I do.
I like to say that art is both subjective and objective. Your enjoyment. Well, I like to say my judgment of a film, whether I think it's good and bad, is completely separate to how I enjoyed it. So I like to go, I really enjoyed Shazam, but when I started thinking about it a little bit more, a lot of the premise this kid, like he searched the entire world and no one else was more worthy than this one kid, that's kind of like, well, and then it starts to go to other things like, why is he suddenly a completely different person when he turns into adult, when he turns into Shazam, when it says while he's the actor, I don't know his name, is absolutely doing great at playing a kid, he doesn't quite play the kid, which is the grumpy loner that we kind of see the film. So my enjoyment of the film, because it is obviously Shazam is a very fun film, is my enjoyment is separate to how I judge it.
And I think that just sort of, if anything, that just kind of implies exceptions to rules, where it's just like there are a lot of things that I generally don't like, that I'll end up loving. Like I hate reality shows, but Terrace House on Netflix is fantastic and stuff like that.
I usually comedy, for example, in that realm. Like it's like usually comedies just don't sit well with me. Even ones that I think are relatively well made, I'm just like, there's some that just don't make me laugh, and it's just that's kind of my personal parameter. I'm like, if it's not funny for me, then I don't want to watch it.
Yeah, and the same with, I think, a lot of Westerns, especially with modern audiences, where it's just like so many of those seem so boring. But then you get stuff like Django Unchained or something, or
The Hateful Eight. I love that movie.
Yeah, exactly. And there are those certain things that like that it kind of forcefully broadens those standards you set for a thing by showing you an alternative to them or a different perspective on them, and yeah, I think that's so much of like, I think that the a lot of the conflict here, a lot of the issue comes from this idea of, if you say this movie's good, then you're saying I'm wrong about this movie, or if you're saying it's bad, you think I'm wrong.
That's what I've been trying to clarify, is that I get where your frustration came from, and I think that this is what we've been circling around with your video, is like the idea that you were getting comments from people who were saying the film was quote unquote objectively bad, and what you took from that is that they're saying that you're wrong for enjoying it. That was something that was, I think, a direct quote from your video, if I'm not mistaken, is that like, why would you tell them that they're wrong for enjoying it? Is that something that you recall saying?
Well, that's also citing people. I've gotten so many comments, and I'm certainly not, because I noticed in that first 40 minutes that I watched, there is a point where I say, forcing their hate upon others, and I think
that was something which was a point I wanted to bring up on that idea of like, and I've heard that a lot too, like robbing people of their enjoyment, and this is something that I think is very interesting, because I don't ever view like the idea of objective criticism, or like what we've been discussing right now, the whole stuff with Ray and the Jurassic Park. I don't think any of that should be destructive to subjective perspectives. I think it could be potentially. I think someone could like go to a film and say, like, if they learn more information about a film and learn that it's not very well made, then it's like, oh, that kind of sucks, and maybe it tarnishes their enjoyment. But it's like, I just see that as like a natural progression. Like someone watches a film, they learn more about it, and maybe it affects their enjoyment. But it doesn't have to.
Can I just jump in for a second? I think I only have half an hour left. So one thing that was quite important to me to address is a certain suspicion I had about your comment section, and something which
I'd love to get into this.
So me and Evan both placed comments on your video. They weren't horrible. A lot of things, I think mine was just about I trying to explain objective versus subjective and how I disagreed, and the comment was suspiciously removed. Evan could see it originally, and then later he couldn't.
Oh no, it was manually removed specifically by me.
So it feels.
We're suspecting that you were deleting or moderating comments. Is that true?
Oh yeah, 100%. And so this is because I want to establish clearly I'm not afraid of my position being challenged, or I probably wouldn't have come on to a podcast.
Oh yeah, good on you.
Have my position challenged for 4 hours.
This has been a great conversation.
I've loved it, and I sincerely love having this engagement. But if you go to my avatar video, just tons of Last Jedi hate comments that are still up there that I don't touch those, or any other video that I make. It is exclusively that video, and that is because I made a 30-minute long video that is pretty much just the whole point of the whole thing is not to say you're wrong for disliking it. It's not to say that I specifically say that if you dislike it, that doesn't mean it's for racist or sexist reasons. Like, I have all these qualifiers. But the point of the video is for me to say that it breaks my heart that we have lost this space where it's just like, if you have a like, let's say I start a Facebook group that explicitly says celebrating blank, and then you come into that Facebook group and say, here's why this thing's garbage, then you have sort of I think that there should always be, I think that I'm open for criticism at all times. I love criticism on my videos, but I wanted to create that sort of space where I say at the end of the video, let's celebrate what we love instead of fighting what we hate. And so.
But do you see how you say your video is about empathy, but do you see how it can be difficult? It can be difficult to believe you're empathetic towards people you disagree with when you're basically shutting them down and basically removing their comment. Only allowing comments which are positive. Surely the people who are also being negative have the right to express how they feel. In fact, I don't think my comment was extremely negative. I just said that you didn't quite understand the idea of objectivity and subjectivity.
Yeah, no, and that's, but the problem with that, and that's why I've started removing ones like that, because you can also find in that somewhere in there, when the video first came out, there are a lot of similar comments to that, where I actually would engage with people and tell them my position. There are people that would disagree with me. There are a few people that actually ended up agreeing with me. But what I noticed with those comments and why I started deleting them was it would devolve in the replies to those. It would quickly devolve to arguing, and it would quickly devolve to, I say it's objectively wrong, so that means you are objectively wrong. Or I say it's objectively bad, so you are objectively wrong, and no, you're the one that's wrong, and it's subject, and it always turns into these arguments. And in the same way that if I create there are all these things where it's like, here's a safe space for women, and for someone to come and say, okay, but I should be able to, as a man, enter that space and tell you why my opinions on this, you don't know. It's just like, it's that whole thing. I absolutely believe in government not stopping free speech, but it's identical to someone comes into your store and starts spouting their opinions on politics or whatever. It is still your private space. It is your property that is open to the public under certain conditions, and you have so much right to kick someone out of the store for what they are saying, if they're being disruptive.
I'm not saying you can't delete the comment. I'm arguing I don't think it is right to delete I would, in my comment section, unless it was, well, it's funny if I don't get many comments, but if I was to go into my comment section, I would only ever delete comments if they were like explicitly absolutely terrible. I don't believe in a a safe space, because I think it's kind of
Like I was about to
stupid.
say, like if you had someone in there who was like being like racist, for example, that would be something where I'd be like, I would absolutely like agree with you that those are comments we should probably delete. But like when it comes to just people disagreeing or maybe challenging perspective, like I understand what you're getting at with the idea of like arguing and like this is why the whole thing. If that was your experience with people being quote unquote objective, and I'm like, that's not a very good experience to have, because like what we're doing is not what they're doing. And I'm like, this is what I think is valuable about objective criticism, or like at least what I view as that. And it's like my concern with the whole like removing comments would essentially be the idea that you might be creating a bit of an echo chamber, the idea that like your comment section is just filled with people enjoying it or that. It's like it's always nice to challenge perspectives a little bit. And again, like I said, good on you for coming on. Like this is a great conversation. This is something which is productive. But yeah, like it's just a little concerning is all. I think.
Oh yeah, no, and I totally get that. But the thing to understand is that I hear a lot of people say they don't believe in safe spaces, but you also have a home where people don't come into it and just give you their opinions or argue with you. Like
I'm not going to kick someone out because
if someone came into your house and started telling you their opinions on something, that wouldn't get agitating.
The idea of a safe space is very different to the idea of a house. A house is privacy. A safe space is only letting in people who agree with you, or a certain
that's
this, that,
usually
and the
how
other.
a house works too.
Well, no, because people can disagree in a house. A house is just where you live.
But the owner of the house has every right in the world, because that is their sanctuary.
Oh no! Are we just going to dive into the safe space stuff?
Oh god. Okay, to remove it from.
Okay, hold on. Okay. Before I freeze again and banish from the internet forever, I just want to clarify. Just want to see if I can clarify for you the point I made earlier about how a movie at the very end of the day should be about a story. They should tell the story that they set up to be told, and let's boil it down so it's a little bit, a little shorter, because Star Wars is a big scale. Let's scale it down a little bit. So we go back to Rey's mind trick, and we remove all the fact that she's strapped to a table and all that stuff. What I mean by story is that on one hand, you have the story of, you could have because we talked about this where she failed the first time and then she waited a few seconds and then she succeeded, and I said that wasn't proper. That wasn't a story, and the response was, well, how many seconds does she have to wait? Well, here's what I mean by that. Okay, she fails the first time, and then what happens? She fails the first time and then she tries again. She fails maybe a second time, and then she goes over. She reevaluates like we do in real life. We see, why didn't it work the first time? What did I do wrong the first time? And maybe she has a mentor who says, okay, this is what you did wrong. This is what you did wrong. Or even if she didn't have a mentor, maybe we'll be more generous. She didn't have a mentor. She taught herself. We will give it that generosity. She practices it again, like you said with Mozart. Maybe he was self-taught and she can be self-taught too, I suppose. She reevaluates her own actions. She says, okay, why didn't it work this time? I know how it should work. Why didn't it work? And she practices it again and practices it again. She fails. She tries something new. She tries something different. She fails and fails and fails until finally, at the very end of the story, she succeeds. It's like with Luke. He started off as someone who was completely absent-minded of the Force, and then he practiced with Obi-Wan, and then he went through some journey when he encountered some obstacles that made him very emotional, including Obi-Wan's death. And then at the very end, after all these obstacles were encountered, all the things he's gone through, he was able to finally learn and connect what Obi-Wan was telling him, what Obi-Wan was trying to say, and he was able to learn the Force. Now with Rey, in this mythical, hypothetical scenario, she started off as failing at the mind trick, and then she went through a journey, and at the very end of the journey, she learned something. This is opposed to her starting off failing once, and then she tried again, succeeds. There's not really a story there. It's just, okay, you did it.
Yeah, so I think that you are giving a lot of power, a lot of gravity. You are determining that the mind trick is this major end goal instead of just
for fuck's sake, we're back on the mind trick again.
I'm just using mind trick as an example.
I really want to get So
I can use something else if you want to.
No, I have actually a really good example, and that is there's the a movie with Jimmy Stewart from 60s called what was it, Flight of the Phoenix, I believe.
Nah.
And it is about this group of people that their plane lands in the desert, and they have to build out of the scraps this new plane, and to escape from the desert. And it is like they're fighting against time and all this stuff. And in the scene where they're trying to start the plane, they have these canisters that are the like sort of ignition things, the capsules, that there's only 5 of them. And they need to, one of them needs to spark, needs to hit correctly to where the plane starts up, or else they're stuck there. So they put in the first canister, it fails. Put in the last one, or the second one, it fails. They're going through these, and it is super stressful, and it is I haven't seen the movie in 12, 13 years, I don't know, and it's always stuck with me as this really effective emotional moment. But it wasn't, and then they get to the last one, and the last one works, and they didn't have to go through any training on how to build a better one of these. They didn't have to go through all this different stuff. It was just this confined thing, because there are beginning, middle, and ends within scenes, within moments. There are all these little moments that have are set up an immediate payoff. And that
again, just to pause again, that's why I used the Jurassic Park example, because that's a very defined scene with the beginning, middle, and end, like conflict and resolution.
Yeah.
And you can use the plot hole to assess that. So yeah, go on now.
Yeah, and that's something that the guy that did like Kiss Kiss Bang Bang and stuff has always talked about, how each scene is sort of its own small movie with all these back and forths and stuff and setups and payoff. But yeah, I just think that is I could equally make the argument for Flight of the Phoenix that there is no beginning, middle, and end to that thing, and it should have been, they try it doesn't work, they have to go through all these reiterations, they have to learn things, a mentor comes in and helps them, try it again, they're getting a little closer, but it's not working, and then in the end they have this big payoff where the last one works. But it didn't need it, and it's not necessary.
Oh yeah, I know what you're saying. I know
it's
that
just a different approach.
I know
really.
there can be elements within the story that with this things just jump, and it's fine. I use the mind trick as an example, but like I said, boiling it down to if that was the only thing in this particular story, taking away all the fact that she's captured and everything, with this story about a little girl trying to learn something new, and that's why you can connect it to Luke Skywalker. His story was complete, which is why people like it. He went from one thing, he encountered obstacles, he overcame those obstacles, and then ended up different at the end. Now, you don't have to do this particular formula. Like we said earlier, you don't have to do the hero's journey. Like, for example, I said Die Hard, or you can even choose Rambo. I'm not expecting Rambo to go through a mentor stage where he has to learn how to kill people better or something. He's already trained. They established at the beginning. When I go see Rambo, I want a story of Rambo going in and fighting off and winning against impossible odds. Just surface level, blood and guts sort of movie. But with Rey, it's a little different because it's a hero's journey for me. That's what they set it up as. So our instinctual need, what the story we want to see is of a person growing and developing and finding out who they are. So that's why this little tiny example of, I want to do something, I can't do something, I'm doing something wrong, I need to learn something about what I'm doing wrong or whatever, and at the end they learn how to do it. That's the small example. With Lucas, it's a lot more grand scale, but it's essentially the same thing. That's what I mean by there being a story, a beginning, a middle, and an end.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think there are a lot of things that transcend that or don't apply to that. That, like I said, you keep saying they set it up as a hero's journey, but I think that they obviously go to great lengths to sort of subvert that in ways, which is also a totally valid thing to do.
That's where you get to the point of tropes. Like, tropes in stories are different from like rules necessarily.
And that's the thing is, personally, I don't.
I was just going to say, like, one of
ahead.
the examples that I use a lot is Casino Royale. Like,
Mhm.
I look at
Yeah.
that as a more ideal version of what The Last Jedi was trying to do. Like, I think that what Rian Johnson was trying to do in The Last Jedi was to subvert a lot of the tropes and like expected circumstances inside of a Star Wars movie. And I think that you addressed this in your video, the idea of like the hotshot pilot, like winning the day and all that, like the hero being like praised and like learning. And you said that it's all about like how it subverts. Like, where my argumentation would come in is like how effective it was at doing that. And then the same thing applies to something like Casino Royale, which is trying to break down like the construction of Bond. Like he has Omega watches instead of Rolexes. He uses a different gun. There's
When it
different
comes to
specifically avoided for the sake of subverting tropes, but at the same time, that film like can be judged on the basis of quality. But again, it depends on like what you're assessing, even though like it's subversive to like what you expect from Bond films.
And you can subvert a
would
hero's
say that-
journey and still have a story. You can subvert the hero's journey all you
Yeah,
want and still have the story.
I don't think you don't have a story though. I think that I think a good parallel for me mentally for Rey is, let's look at like at Captain America, whom I loved, I adored, and in his story it's just he starts out good. He's a good dude. He is just handed these powers because of his goodness. And
he has no arc in any of the stories, and he doesn't change or develop. He's the same Boy Scout throughout every single film in the MCU.
And then that ends up being the message. That ends up being the message of his character, of the he is challenged in all these different ways, and it is him maintaining his resolution to be this good person.
There's a small video I think by the channel Flick Fanatics, I think, or something like that. It's a really smaller channel that I watch. He did a compare and contrast to Jaime Lannister from Game of Thrones and Captain America from the MCU. It's like
cool.
The two of them are very different from each other. Like, one has this arc where we have like an understanding about who Jaime is based on what we see, and then we begin to learn like a lot more about him. And like, and obviously in the episode Kiss by Fire, which is like the big moment for his character, where we learn something, we're like, holy crap, we did not know any of this.
The thing is,
what I said contextualizes the stakes. And then you have Captain America, like the world challenges him essentially. So that's where the conflict of the story comes from, because Captain America is not a Mary Sue. And again, we can get into that thing. That's its own jar of worms, but essentially that's a different way of telling a story with a character.
As I said earlier, there are different ways to tell a story, and it's not you don't necessarily have to use the hero's journey. The story of Captain America is a story of a good Boy Scout, like you said. He never changes that attitude. He's always the goody two shoes, the guy who always does the right thing. So his story is not about him becoming a good person. He's not starting off as a bad person, going through a journey to become the good person at the end. His story is being he's essentially a pulp character. His story is being the one bright light in a very, very dark world. He starts off in World War II. That's his story. His story is being challenged, being the one bright light with all kinds of darkness, trying to stomp out his bright light. And then the middle part of that story is him fighting against that, using his inspirational goodness, using his strength to combat this darkness. And the strength that he gets is more or less parallel to the strength of his character. And so his physical strength becomes a personification, well, not a personification, but a more metaphorical representation of his good character. And he fights this darkness as we can fight, bad guys with good character. And by the end, we get to see that at the end, good people and good deeds will win out against evil every time. That's his story, beginning, middle, and end.
That's why I love Winter Soldier so much, because that movie was essentially what I was hoping to get from a Captain America movie that I didn't get from the first Avenger, is like the idea that he learns that like he's transported 70 years in the future, and he just says like to Peggy, it's just not the same. Like I thought I could fight. And then he learns like that essentially like spoilers for Winter Soldier obviously, but like he learns that like S.H.I.E.L.D. has been corrupted. Something that he put his trust into has been like challenged. He's like, holy crap. It changes his worldview, and like he needs to fight for the world. But again, that comes back to like him fighting for good. And again, heroes facing different challenges.
And so I'm sure even if you don't necessarily agree with it, I'm sure you can at least somewhat begin to understand where I'm coming from when I say that is a lot of my perception of Rey, where it is people trying to corrupt her, people trying to control her, and her finding her own path and her own way of doing things. Despite that, I'm not happy where it turned out with Rise of Skywalker, but
I think that's
I
the
was
fault.
very
The writers ping-ponging back and forth, unfortunately, and this is the whole thing. I think
Okay,
that they tried this whole thing with Literature Devil. Just before you go, I think that like they tried to go for like a hero's journey at the beginning, but it dissolves, especially when you get into the Last Jedi and the Rise of Skywalker. Like,
it falls down immediately. But unfortunately,
the quality might have changed.
I have to go. Unfortunately, unfortunately, I have to go. I have to get out of here. But
okay.
it was nice talking. I hope we and if I came off as hostile, that was probably a little bit intentional. But I apologize if it was offensive.
You're good, man.
It was a very enjoyable
lived up
talk.
to your name, I'll say that much.
Very enjoyable talk. I don't feel any animosity toward you at all.
Oh, totally.
Actually. So
mission accomplished.
I hope to maybe speak with you again in the future. It was very fun. I enjoyed myself. I hope you did as well. And I wish I could stay, but unfortunately I can't. But so, I hope this talk continues, and hope hope you have fun. I'll talk to you all later.
See you.
What's going on?
See you later, Devil.
How's my audio, by the way?
Your audio is just okay, not as great as it used to be.
I've switched to my iPad now, so
It is noticeable, yes.
well, it's not an AT2020 for sure.
Okay.
So one thing I wanted to point out on is you compared Captain America to Rey, but I would say you're saying while Captain America is a good person and he doesn't change that much throughout the movies, he's still challenged and he still has flaws. He's not the strongest in the team of Avengers. He's not the smartest and he's not the most powerful, but Rey she's always presented as the smartest, she's always presented the most powerful, and she's always presented as the one who pretty much does anything the plot needs her. She pilots the Falcon better than Poe, she fights with a lightsaber better than almost everyone, and she's more powerful than Kylo. I would
say she's not presented as the smartest. She's probably one of the most naive characters in the thing, where she has these sort of rose-tinted glasses concepts of Luke Skywalker and of her parents are going to come back to her when everyone else knows that's not the case. And like, I think there's a lot of ways that she is by far not the smartest character, and I think that you can sort of, there's inevitably going to be the characters that are best at certain things, and I don't think that is a flaw.
The thing is, she's the best at almost everything. The thing is about the dynamic that should have been in the movies. So so Rey should have been the Jedi. Poe should have been the pilot, and Finn should have been the good shot. But what's the point in having the pilot when Rey's a better pilot? What's the point in having the good shot when Rey's a good shot? And also she's the Jedi. She's all of the main traits of the characters in one.
I feel like you're boiling, and again, if that's what you value, a sort of diverse set of skills, then yeah, I can absolutely see where you have an issue with that.
It's really just a basic skill dynamic.
Yeah, and I think that we don't do that when it comes to the Godfather of who's the better shot, who's good at this, who's good at that. It's really just it's a weird kind of standard.
But then what's the point in having the other two along if they don't contribute anything? If Rey's just...
Oh no, I think they contribute a ton. I think that Poe, like I said in the video, Poe is a great example of that whole idea of learning to lead instead of being a hero. Why
are they mutually exclusive?
They're not necessarily. There's a difference between the two, I think.
Definitely, but it's like you can still be a hero and a leader. I don't think he needs to learn to be one rather than the other.
I think he deprioritized. I think he prioritized leader over hero over leader.
In what way? In what way was he not a leader?
By getting a bunch of people killed.
But he saved people. Like, you say he got people killed. I'm assuming you've talked the last minute in the first battle. But you say he got people killed, but he saved everyone by destroying them.
No, because here's the thing: is he succeeded in his mission, and Leia's like, all right, head back to the ship, we'll get out of here. And he's like, no, we have a chance to destroy a dreadnought.
But
And
Wait, what was
that
his
is
mission?
what gets people killed.
What was his mission? What was his
His
mission?
mission was to protect the people so that they could run.
How is
No,
he doing
the
that by
mission
taking
wa-
out the turrets? How does that?
Hold on a
Because-
second. Let me set the stage here, because this has been a conversation that goes all over the place. So here's what I'm pretty sure that the film sets up, and I know what they were trying to go for, and I've suggested the fix, which I think just should have been acknowledged. Essentially, what the film opens with is their plan, and they very much established that Leia was against this. The idea that they're going to go for the dreadnought, and the way they are going to do that is they're going to get rid of the turrets. So you're like, why are they getting rid of the turrets? So the bombers have a better chance. Obviously, the fighters begin taking them out. But that was their goal. He was going to do that. Then when they evacuate, essentially you have the idea that that Poe is like wants to continue anyway to destroy the dreadnought. The dreadnought would have killed them if he hadn't taken it out, because that the cannons are effective enough to take out the Raddus after the chase begins. So that's an aspect of they needed to do that, otherwise they would have been killed.
Well,
the other thing that's the trouble with that scene, and I think this is the biggest thing which just needed to be addressed, is the fact that since the bombers are so slow, we're left to assume that they were already on their way to the dreadnought. And if not, then Poe flicks that switch, and like we don't know what that switch did. What we're left to assume is that like those bombers still went, because we never see Leia trying to call any of them back or anything like that. So it's a very poorly like put together scene, because they don't establish exactly what's going on with like what characters are doing and how like things progress. But like the film frames it that Poe is in the wrong because like Leia slaps him later.
Right.
But like with what we see on screen, he saves the resistance because he gets rid of the dreadnought. And if he hadn't done that, then the chase wouldn't happen because the cannons would take him out.
So here's the crucial part of all of that is a lot of that was him. He was taking out the turrets. He was distracting them. How
do you know that?
Because in it they say to Hux that he's distracting them.
Well, no. He did that so he can
That was
charge
the
up his
joke.
engines, right?
Mhm.
Wasn't
Yeah,
distracting the whole fleet.
But the thing is, I mean, this is attacking as a form of defense. And there was I think the critical point that we're missing here is there is a point where Leia says, "Okay, we've got everyone evacuated. Let's get out of here." And so if he had done that at that point,
that's the weak link. Why didn't she call back the fleet?
she was going with, he was the one that was sort of doing the whole operation there. He said we're taking out the dreadnought.
Yeah, like a higher rank than Poe.
So she had no idea what was going on?
So
And what I'll point to is in Star Wars: The Clone Wars, like there's a moment in one of the first seasons. So Ahsoka leads her fighters into battle, and she refuses an order to retreat. While the clone troopers do know what's like happening, they decide to ignore the orders from the orders to retreat, and that's what gets them killed. So in reality, it's not really Poe's fault that they didn't listen to their commander, because they chose to follow Poe instead of Leia, or at least what we can infer, since we don't actually see Leia order back the ships for some reason.
So I would say that in terms of what they're trying to accomplish with the scene is I think that it is fairly well, at least it was for me when I was watching it. I was able to follow this thread, I assume in the way they wanted me to, where it was a matter of he's out there distracting the ship. They have to, if they need to take it down, they can, but then they had an opening to escape by sacrificing taking down the ship.
Okay, but that's wrong.
He makes the decision
because
my view on this is that what Rian Johnson was trying to illustrate with the scene is very clear. He wanted Poe to be in the wrong. He wanted him to be a hotshot who wanted to take out the dreadnought because he was cocky. But what the film shows is that he did that to save their lives, because the dreadnought was beginning to target the Raddus. Otherwise, it would have killed him during the chase. And you have the trouble with the bombers coming through. So my thing with that is his intentions are clear in the scene as a director. Like, I know what he was going for, but the mechanics are off. Like, the trouble
So
is, like,
there's the point, like when he decides to take out the dreadnought, it is directly after that the guy says redirect the guns at, like, target their main ship, right?
which is another issue. The fact that, like, they
We're
target
just
the
going
base,
deeper.
which makes no sense.
We-
Like,
we-
why didn't they target the Radis at the beginning? Like,
We're
they
going
didn't.
deep into problems.
Yeah, this is going to go down a whole jar of worms, which is interesting. But yeah,
We're mainly
so-
focusing on Poe's development. So there's also the battle at the end. You say where he tries to learn, and this is the point where he learns. This is also a point that doesn't make sense, where he tells everyone to retreat rather than destroying the thing. Because
well,
if they don't destroy the miniature Death Star laser, then everyone's going to die. So he's not going to destroy it because some people might.
that's where he decides to find an alternative. Like that's what.
But there is
like,
no alternative. It's about to blow
clearly
a
there
hole
was.
through the door.
Like,
Well, no,
there
there
was,
wasn't.
and they escaped.
But
The point that originally, this is a super chat, by the way, so I have to catch it. It's from
Go for it.
Punished Berserker. This is in response to Evan's statement he made twice about Leia. If she called the fleet back, the entire fleet would be destroyed. And that's a very objective observation we make, where the autocannons are about to fire, it zooms in on Leia's face, and then boom, it gets destroyed.
bombers are so slow. Like, again, this is the whole thing that I say with mechanics of the story. Like, I understand exactly what Rian Johnson was going for, but, like, there's points where I'm like, mechanically and in terms of how, like, progression is maintained, I'm like, I think it's off. And again, this is the whole thing that I've been talking about. Like, the Jurassic Park thing is very clear cut and definitive, and you have stuff like this where information is almost missing. It's like you said, they find an alternative. It's like Poe didn't know that they would. For all he knew, when they pulled out, they were going to die. And it's like he did that because they were being picked off.
So
And then they
here's
stop being picked off as soon as, like, Finn starts going in. They stop shooting for no reason. But yeah.
So here's my issue is that what we're doing right now, we can do with every single film ever made.
I know, but we do it
We
with The
can-
Last Jedi all the time because there's so many problems in virtually every scene. And the more you go into
So
it,
why don't you do it with So why don't you do it with cats? Why don't you shift to cats?
I would never put myself through that.
Well, how about
I
we
have too much self-respect.
The reason why we
I've
do it
done
with Star Wars is it's a very popular brand. We've all known it. We've all seen some
We all love
flavor
it.
of it. And these are things that go beyond the genre of believability. So we have space opera. We believe all these melodramatic moments. We believe technology. We believe spaceships and hyperdrive and et cetera, et cetera. And The Last Jedi comes in and just turns it all down or deletes it and does its own thing. So that's where people dislike the destruction of lore, the destruction of characters, plots, useless scenes, that sort of thing. And you could enjoy those scenes for being fun and entertaining and dramatic, and that's fine. But we're talking about the nitty-gritty because we can't find the meaning in these scenes anymore if we just look at the surface level. So when people say, hey, you're stupid for liking the movie, you literally have to turn parts of your brain off to say, okay, I'm just going to go in there and enjoy, as Patrick Williams might say, or have a rip-roaring good time. And that's exactly what I got.
You have to do that with every single movie. You have to do that with every single movie.
No, this is something that a lot of people bring
No.
up. There are movies which hold up tight. Like, not every film needs to be perfect. Surely, there's like there are films which I would point to that have absolutely no plot holes. Have you seen 12 Angry Men?
Yeah.
That's a film which I would cite as having no plot holes, no inconsistencies. The characters are all put together. I would say that's one of the best films I've ever seen in my life. And then, like, the thing, again, this is something which I'd love to make a video on. There are movies like No Country for Old Men is another example I would cite as that, as
that
pretty much
movie.
having no plot holes. I love that film too. So those are two films which I was like, those movies don't have any plot holes. You're like, so why is that? You're like, the films are very simple. They have a simple premise. You're like, No Country for Old Men, what is it? Guy finds money. Guys goes after him for money. Cops trying to get both of them. That's the film. And it's like, it's based around the decisions of the protagonist. That's pretty much how the plot is maintained. And as long as you write the main character consistently, the rest of plot will be consistent. Same with 12 Angry Men. Simple premise. It's like, does simplicity just mean your film was great? It's like, no, just because a film doesn't have any plot holes doesn't mean it's good. There are films that I think have no plot holes, which could be bad. It depends though. And it's like, what I would stand by is that like, if you do this, you can establish like how consistently a film is put together, or like or how well the payoffs are put together. Like I said with 1917, that film is another film which I would say is pretty much airtight, and all the payoffs are earned because of how the plot's developed. So what I think is the value in this is you can determine like how well these ideas are put across, like the mechanics are in place. And again, there are films which aren't perfect, like Captain America Civil War is another example. That film has some flaws in it, but at the same time, there's a lot of really solid writing, and the crucial payoffs are built very well and set up. So it's like you take films as they come, but a lot of people say that like no films are perfect. I'm like, there are films which get really close that are where you can tell the writers put the work in, and
but
they
you're
wanted to
basing
make
that off of plot holes though, and it's that standard. Like that's what I would say
That's
that
one of many flaws that we look at.
one aspect. That's I was just using plot holes to like give you that idea, and you were saying that you can. It's like you can't.
I would say there's I can promise you there are a lot of people who might watch 12 Angry Men or No Country for Old Men right now and say there are flaws with this film, and just because there are not necessarily a lot of plot holes to point to, they could cite any number of standards they've set for pacing or for dialogue.
Going to go for like pacing or like how
believability.
Like there's no musical score in that film. That's another thing that some people might have a problem with. There's different things you can use to assess a film. This is the whole thing, is I think you can be objective within different aspects of filmmaking. It isn't just plot holes. Like I said, just because the film doesn't have plot holes doesn't mean it's good. It depends on like what's in the film. So yeah.
So if someone sat down and determined that by those same standards, Return of the Jedi had the same amount of plot holes as Last Jedi, do you have that same hatred for that film?
Hatred is irrelevant of like with the objective assessment. Like
I'm just going by. I agree, but I'm just going by what I saw video about my video.
That's the beauty of subjectivity, is that I love Return of the Jedi and I dislike The Last Jedi. It's one of those things where it's like those are based on very different aspects, because I grew up with Return of the Jedi and like I didn't have those same sets, and it's like there's stuff that I like, and watching it today, there's stuff in the specialized edition which I don't like. That's why I like the despecialized, because like you have Jedi rocks and that entire scene is like insufferable, but like there's different aspects. So like hatred or like how much you like a film doesn't like necessarily play into the mechanics, and like that's
so I'm just trying to figure out the because I'm this is me just sincerely trying to connect with you guys' motivation. Like why are there not 6-hour videos about Return of the Jedi?
Okay, so the thing is, we criticize what I think you're probably referring to Mauler here, but the reason why we criticize movies like The Last Jedi so heavily is because they're part of a franchise that we love, and reasons why we criticize so heavily is because we criticize what we love because we want it to be better. They say, okay, well, you didn't do too well in this aspect. Maybe next time you can improve.
So again, how does that not apply to Return of the Jedi then? From an objective standpoint.
I think that Cosmonaut, like he's very much in the position that like art is completely subjective. There's no way to assess a film, but he brings out very valid criticisms inside of his video on Return of the Jedi. That's one of his most popular videos, that he thinks that it sucks. So
the thing is, The Last Jedi has far more problems than Return of the Jedi does. So which is why you get people who like Mauler, who spend 6 hours going over every single problem with it. You can't really go over for 6 hours the problems with the Return of the Jedi, because there probably aren't as many problems.
If I wanted to, I could, because that's the thing I've noticed about a lot of this that I think is, that just sort of confuses me. Like that's watching you guys talk about my video. There's a thing where you watch 10 seconds and then you pause it, and then you assume what the rest of my argument's going to be, and then you argue against that when I'm sitting there watching it, and just like with the part where I say where I talk about uh, people trying to force their hatred upon others. In the video that you guys made about my video, you specifically say YouTubers or influencers are trying to force their hatred upon others, or that we are trying to force our hatred upon others is absurd. But I don't say that in the video, and you kind of just assume this argument that's not being made by having this
Well, we infer you're talking about
approach.
people who are criticizing the film.
Yeah, I was about to
which
say
is incorrect.
like people force their hatred, and this is something I honestly wanted to ask you, because I don't think that that's the video. I don't think you ever go back to that. You say it in the intro, but that's not something
About
you really
forcing
really
their
say
I
who
talk
is
about the
forcing
people
their
who
hatred.
are seeking out people who loved it and commenting, like replying to their tweets directly at them or comments on YouTube and saying, this is why you're wrong about this thing. It's not
But
because
there are
here's the
also
thing.
people who do that the other way around.
Yeah, and
But
I
there's-
also say, which is right after that point, I say, and there are people who are forcing their love of the film on others. And in the video, I
you
also
did
say that both of them are very wrong.
I do remember that you said
Yeah.
forcing love on others. So yeah,
Yeah.
I agree with that point. But yeah, just in that intro, like that was before we got into that other stuff, and I don't remember quite how we responded to some of the other stuff. I mean, we talked about the whole Twitter thing, and that's a whole thing to go into as well.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I
just from that opening, we
Mhm.
assumed that you were talking about critics or all that stuff, because you did show comments that were saying
anyone.
like watch Red Letter Media's review or Mahler's critique, and it's like
Well,
that
so
was
that's-
something we assumed. But we were,
yeah.
if we were taking that point, so yeah.
I think that's the problem is you talk about objectivity and trying to achieve this sort of this I assume you think it's you take it as a higher form of criticism, a more objective form of criticism, but then to apply it to this format of like that in philosophy, like if in one of my philosophy courses, if someone was going through a chapter of a book, like reading it aloud, and I stopped them after every paragraph to assume what the rest of the argument was going to be and to address that little out of context fraction of the argument instead of the argument as a whole, which, and that's part of, if you dismantle an argument and look at it sentence by sentence and eliminate the context, everything after that, then it's incredibly easy to make arguments against it. But I'm just trying to understand.
I agree with what you're saying about the idea of like finding someone's point, and like I'm sure someone could do that with my video, but like you made some points going through my video, and I'm sure you would have like points against it, like more conclusive stuff, and like that's what I would say is the difference between making like a response video and making like a stream. Like one's going to be a little bit more messy because it's live, it's there. It's like I think so get points across. Maybe some of it's going to be lost in translation, but like I could have made I included some of your stuff in there because I wanted to go into it, like talk about objectivity. I didn't necessarily want to make a full response video because there's some stuff which I agree with you, and to a degree in your video, I was just a little bit I was just a little confused on the specifics exactly, but still I'm like, I think like I said, I understood what you were trying to do with like the idea of like trying to kind of calm the storm, and like with maybe the hatred that you were seeing and all the comments that you were seeing of people saying like that they're wrong for enjoying it, quote unquote, which again, I would never advocate for that. I don't think that that's something which is productive to conversation. I think that that's something that's destructive, but it's just, it came across a little bit bizarre in the video itself, but having context is important.
Yeah, and I would say it does a disservice, especially if you're trying to criticize something as objectively as possible. I think it does such a disservice to not judge that thing as a whole and to hear out the whole argument and to try as sincerely as you can to not sort of because like I'm sure the parts that I referenced from your video, I made sure to sort of give context, and I try not to strip them of that context, because that is important to every argument. And so just the thing that I'm just so sincerely trying to understand, because you guys are incredibly smart. You have a very
I don't know. I think you could probably make an argument for me.
Shiny, do you have to go right now? Are you okay?
I mean, I can stick on a little bit longer. It's 2
Okay.
a.m. here.
You should
Oh,
go to
geez,
bed,
yeah,
man.
I
That's
didn't
pretty
even
late.
factor that.
All right, if you want to stay,
happy
I'll
come
let
back
you stay.
if there's
Okay,
anything
fine.
else you want to mention. But just what I was trying to get at is that you guys are so sincerely, like, incredibly intelligent, and passionate, and it just I don't know. I just think about, like, if I got pretty close to. If you go look at MakeStuff, it's almost all love letters to things I like, and examining the things that made me have certain emotional reactions in a very subjective way, which I'm sure we can agree that also has, value to look at how things
Seriously,
affect you
I'd love
subjectively.
to make a video on
Mhm.
subjectivity and like talking
Yeah.
about the importance, because a lot of people like thought that I was saying subjectivity wasn't
Mhm.
important in my video. I was like, oh
Oh
man,
yeah, no.
that
Yeah,
wasn't what
no.
I was trying to say, like, because they're both really important conversations.
Yeah,
to
when
have.
I was
Yeah.
studying literature, I mean, we learned all kinds of perspectives, like femlit and Judeo-Christian.
Oh yeah.
We did all sorts of perspectives on a given work that didn't even need it. And how would we apply a
Mhm.
feminist perspective to The Grapes of Wrath
Right,
or whatever?
right.
You're like, oh, okay, well, we could do that. So I don't disregard the other perspectives. I just happen to like looking at something which you intrinsically see and say, this is flaws in it. And that people don't either just gloss over the flaws or think they're actually not flaws.
Yeah. And like I've said, like, I think that the concept of a flaw gets, murky, and it absolutely depends on what your own standards for a film are, or any art or whatever. But the thing that, like, that is confusing me so much is you guys are so passionate, you're so intelligent, and, like, if I devoted, like, I personally, I was hurt by Rise of Skywalker, and that's why I've gone so far out of my way to not talk about it online, because of how vocal I've been, and about trying not to take away, like, I would love to be one of the people that loved Rise of Skywalker. I would
Well,
love it.
I would love to have loved The Last Jedi, but there were
Yeah,
so many
yeah.
hurdles from my
But
believability to, not be shattered. I was just sitting there going, how could this happen? And then we have
yeah,
three major breaks in lore: the Force, Lightspeed, and I think Lightspeed again, or sorry, Force Ghost. So all these things just starts happening. I'm just like, okay, how am I supposed to sit in this world, which I know is magical, I know is fantastical, has all these past experiences I could fall back on, and have a Mary Sue running around, and have a plot of just incompetent people just sitting together trying to kill other incompetent people. I'm just like, this is the dumbest thing. And it keeps happening. And
and,
there's three climaxes, and it just keeps going. And you're like, this is ridiculous.
and the thing is, like, I was, as a fan of Last Jedi, like, Rise of Skywalker is such a slap in the face, and
I don't know who that movie was for, by the way, because like
oh yeah.
all the people I know who hated The Last Jedi hated that movie. So I'm just like,
I still haven't
well,
seen
that's
it,
the
so I
thing.
don't know.
Yeah, I've seen a good amount of people that say, oh, they made up for Last Jedi.
Whoa.
Like, I've seen, yeah, and it's like, in the sense that they're clearly trying to undo some of the Last Jedi stuff. And I've seen people who are like, I loved both, and I envy the hell out of those people. But the thing is, like, the reason that I haven't talked about it extensively and stuff is that, like, you don't see a lot of film critics or anyone really just, like, it's the idea of producing dozens and dozens of hours of, because I would imagine you guys have made your positions abundantly clear on the channel.
Well, I didn't really talk about that kind of stuff yet on my channel. I've only got a couple of
Right.
videos which are interviews with this lot about objectivity.
Right.
few videos. I made a video about like the whataboutism argument instead of conversations around The Last Jedi. I've been very vocal about it, like ever since I saw the film. But
Well, yeah, I'm specifically referring to, like, the streams you guys do with on this channel.
Right. I
And,
mean, but even if it wasn't a stream, I was still critiquing Patrick and Just Wright by myself until I figured out how to, get these people on board. So
yeah, and that's the thing that, like, I'm just trying to understand your perspective, because it's like, if I've caught myself doing this thing where I just seek out anger sort of irrationally, where it's like I will if I see a tweet that I agree with but I know is controversial, I will click on it and scroll past the dozens of comments that agree with it to find the 3 people who disagree, so I can just think to myself, look at these assholes. Like, look at these idiots. And it's just like, I look back on stuff like that.
Sorry,
or like,
I do have to go soon.
okay, thank you for joining us.
But I just want to quickly to point out that I think what you're kind of inferring is that you don't want to spread hatred, because that would be kind of negatively affecting. Like, you don't want to spread some kind of dislike towards something.
Is that what you're going for?
I'm more just trying to understand why you guys are just still talking about it.
Well, what I would say to that is it's so that, like, you can improve. Again, I think that Smudboy said this, but it's the idea that, like, we loved Star Wars. Like, we loved the OT. Like, I grew up with that. And it's one of those things where, like, we know what, like, the good quality was, and we want to capture that again. And when the sequels aren't fulfilling that, it's disappointing. Like, an example beyond Star Wars that I would go with, which is a huge example, is the Terminator franchise. Like, I love Terminator 1 and 2. Those are incredible movies. They're so well made. They're really satisfying. But all the sequels have fallen short, like, except for maybe Salvation, which, like, has some stuff, especially in the third act, that's like questionable. But, like, by the time you get to Terminator Genesis, that movie is like a nightmare of production. And, like, I could and honestly might make a video on that, and, like, I could talk for hours on that. And, like, the reason that I would do that would not be to bash the director or bash people who like that film. It would be to explain flaws with it that I have, or, like, fundamental issues. And again, like, that would mean you could use a standard of sorts, or you could just say why you dislike it.
Right, I'm
personally.
going to have to leave now. It's getting 20 past 2. I have to drag myself away.
Go to bed already. Jesus.
I'm just having too much fun. It's been like 4 hours and 25 minutes.
You're a while. Oh, man.
Yes, but what were you saying about you don't think this is going to take?
Well, I had this whole series of questions planned out, and as soon as I asked that question to John, I was like, okay, let him do what he wants. It just kept going. I thought, this is fine.
Questions. It's all been about that first one. But
we spent like 3 hours talking about Mind Trick.
Yeah, no, we gotta get John back.
Yeah, I could have done
for
without
more specific talks, because I had things planned out. And I asked you guys for questions, and you did a pretty decent job. But I wanted him to really do his thing, and that's because he wanted to come on. I thought that would be more than important.
I appreciate it.
Everything else.
Anyway, John, it's been great talking to you, and I know it might have gotten a bit. And I know that sometimes I suppose people can take arguments a bit too to heart, and thankfully you've been pretty fair, and it's been very good that you can listen to people who do disagree with you, because not everyone are able to do that.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you.
Smud and Evan, I guess I'll see you later.
Good night, Shiny.
See you.
I just got a super chat. I got to read that. Excuse me.
Oh, nice.
This is from Punished Berserker. Again, thank you, sir. There's only 2 Terminator movies. The rest are fanfic with a budget. Ooh, that's mean.
I stand by that, man. Especially Terminator or Dark Fate, which I swear Southpaw thinks that film is worse than Genesis. Which
Okay.
We'll fight on that one, because, oh man, Genesis is a disaster. But yeah, like there's something I might want to talk about in a video on the whole idea of the retcon film, like, because I'm not a fan of Halloween 2018, and that did that. I think that the idea of, like, rebooting a franchise and just saying all the other sequels don't matter, we're just making a sequel to this, it's not a very good idea. And it's like, yeah, it's troublesome. But yeah, the whole idea, like, I was going off on it for a while, but the whole point that I was trying to make with Terminator is it isn't to spread hate or to necessarily, like, make it so that people don't enjoy a film. It's to point out certain things and explain why it's not up to par, like why this is not capturing the spirit of the
Right.
previous film, or why it's failing mechanically as a film.
So one of the things that I bring up in my video that in relation to that, because the thing that like, and I get criticism, I get venting your feelings towards a thing, I get wanting to express your interpretation, your perspective on a thing, but it's we've kind of gotten to the point where, like, if Ryan Johnson tweets, a good amount of those tweets for years after, and probably to this day, would still get responses from people
Fair, I
saying,
did address this in the
Mhm.
response, but I think that that's largely due to how he's been responsive. He's been pretty dismissive of a lot of the criticisms. Like, have you seen that interview where someone asked, like, of all the criticisms, like, did you think that there were any that were fair? And he was just like, no, no. It's like, it's one of those things that, like, as someone who like has been so vocal about the films, like this applies to some people, but it's just like one of those things where like he's not listening to anybody.
yeah, well, I
That's just
think
one of
that
those things. I'm sure he's proud of his film, and like that.
Mhm.
Obviously, you're going to want to stand by your own work, and like
Mhm.
I do that with a lot of my videos too. There's been people who've been critical of my stuff, but it's like you also want to respond to some of that stuff, and it's like when you see someone who's made a film and they're just, it seems like they're just like covering their ears, like la 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 la. I don't care. It's like it's a bit of a slap in the face. It's like that's where I think a lot of the criticisms come from regarding him. But yeah,
Mm. Well, and that's again getting back to what people are owed, which I don't necessarily, if someone comes to me and says all the things they don't like about what I did, it's I am totally within my rights to be like, yeah, I don't give a shit. Cool, like don't watch the stuff. Uh, but uh, but I think that a sort of misconception, and just as someone who has created videos and comics and lots of other stuff, just like I don't think I've ever seen a comment on, and if either of you write or make any, I mean, any creative content, like, I don't think I've ever seen a comment that has called out an issue with my video that I didn't already despise about my own video or my own comic or whatever, where it's just like, I fully recognize that this is an issue, and either it just could not be fixed, like there is no honest solution, or it's just like you notice it too late and it's too late to fix it. I have people who comment spelling errors, uh and like in my videos that are done and uploaded 2 years ago, I still get comments about, like, my first video on Hamilton. I just within the last month I've gotten a comment on a spelling error, which is a comment I've gotten 20 times on that video about the single spelling error in that video. And it's just like, what are you accomplishing
well,
with that?
I think that's something that can be pointed out. It's interesting. This is honestly why I love relating films to video essays, because I think that they're very similar. Like one of my favorite quotes from Every Frame of Painting's videos is that he says, remember, video essays are not essays, they're films. So you want to structure and paste them. So I look at them very similarly. And I'm very nitpicky about my own videos. I have a video which I am pretty much almost done with. I'm going to release it soon. I hope to release it during the weekend. But it's one of those things where I've been really picky about the audio. I've re-edited it at certain points because of like distortions in it, and it's like I've been picky with the editing choices. I want to make sure everything gets right. It's one of those things where like pretty much everyone makes mistakes. It can be in the script, it can be in the edits. And there's videos that I've made that I've recognized flaws. I'm like, oh man, why did I make that? Why can't I fix that? But one of them that was big that people pointed out was my Halloween 2018 video. And in that video, I literally say there is no such thing as a horror comedy. And I remember, and there were tons of people who pointed that out. They're like, well, what about this film? What about this? What about this? And I was like, oh, you're right. And I realized after like reflecting on it a little bit, I'm like, I haven't seen anywhere near enough horror comedies to make a generalized statement about that, especially when you consider what I was trying to talk about, which is essentially the idea of tone in horror movies, and how I thought that it was destructive in the case of Halloween 2018, how it undercut a lot of the tension building in that film. So it wasn't really a necessary statement on my part, but it was one of those things where like I heard the criticism and I listened to it, and I remember listening back and I was like, why did I even say that? I'm like, that was such a odd statement to say in a video. I'm like, I don't know
Right.
why the hell I even thought that, but I did. And it's one of those things you can't escape. I put it in a pinned comment. I was like, there's a lot of nuance to the concept of a horror comedy, and it's just like that's what criticism's for. Criticism is for like so that people can learn how to improve their content in the future, and that applies to filmmakers, it applies to video essayists, it applies to all artists. All artists, if they have criticism of their work, they can learn how to improve it in the future by hearing out what like fell short or what like it was that it didn't quite meet the criteria of certain people. Like different people enjoy different things. There's been plenty of people who will dislike a video or a movie even though there's no real reason for it. Maybe it's just not for them, but I think criticism is so that people can learn and that they can help to improve their content in the future.
So I think that, and that really, oh boy, to actually tie this back to objectivism, I think that's where I kind of struggle with.
You cut out there a little bit. What was that?
Oh, that's where I kind of struggle with the practicality, the pragmatism of objective criticism and determining these standards by which you're going to, just giving so much power to things like plot holes and whatever standards you want to apply to it, whether it's all the stuff about like hero's journey and these certain structures and stuff like that, and judging things through that lens. It really reminds me, because I keep coming back to that idea of like, here's the very sort of straight normal rectangle, and here's the poorly drawn rectangle, and which one is better, and it all depends on the standards upon which you're judging it. And you can look at that from this sort of non-emotional standpoint, or even a mathematical standpoint, and say the first one is better by these standards and you are objectively correct, but then I think you kind of run into the problem of everything has like even Citizen Kane starts out with a plot hole because he whispers Rosebud and then the nurse comes in and no one could have possibly heard it, but still everyone's trying to figure out why he said that, and it's like, it's right out the gate, it's one of the best films of all time. And it's one of those things where it's just like, if you're not striving to judge it specifically based on the goals of art and of emotional storytelling, like it kind of just sort of, it feels like such a time dump, and it feels like such a like, yeah, you're technically correct that there are inconsistencies in a plot, but if it does not affect the enjoyment of the film for a certain amount of people, then like more so than like there, if Cats had no plot holes in it, and if Cats was like well shot and had a that cookie cutter like sort of character progression through it, but still it just did not resonate with people emotionally, then really what you've done is like, you can call a philosophical essay art and judge it by that standard, and it can be so minutely correct without any flaws in logic or anything, but if it fails to speak to someone emotionally, they will not retain that, and they will not have any sort of connection to it. And if that's your goal, like usually that's the goal with a lot of philosophy, is just, I don't care about emotional response, but that's not the goal with a lot of art.
Well, there's plenty of philosophy which has the romantic stint to it, going back to Plato. I mean, we can keep going up to Sartre. We can go all over the place.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, with like Camus and everything. Yeah.
Well, that's
Like,
kind of the point. Like we didn't really talk about quality that much, and I'm surprised. Like I always when I was talking to Shiney, because he did all those interviews on objectivity, and I always see a problem with people. Even today, I don't want to say anything, but they don't focus on the function of a thing, and that's why you kept asking us for a criteria. Yeah, you could argue functionality is a criteria, but that's the goal of the thing. Like you build a car to do a thing, so. It's not my opinion that that's the function of the thing. That's what it was designed to do. So we talk about a dramatic story. Well, you have to care about the characters to have drama. If you talk about, I don't know, something obscure like, I don't know, some sort of high art, highfalutin art like belles lettres, or like something that combines all these genres. Like you have to know how fiction is then written. You have to then know how essays are written, how drama and stage production is done, how poetry is done for it to get to that level, or else you wouldn't categorize it as belles lettres. So there are standards for that. And it's not my standards. They're not like my opinions. These are what has been established. Like, for example, this is a simple question I want to ask you guys. What is a Star Wars movie? What's in it?
The title Star Wars often.
That's it. That's the only opinion you have about what makes a Star Wars movie.
I think that there's a number of things that it doesn't have to be absolute. I think that
Okay,
you could
when
ask
you
the same
observe
question.
when you observe the Star Wars movies, what's the you see any patterns at all?
Yeah, I think they exist within the same universe.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, obviously they're consistent. Yeah, they come after one or the other. That's good. But there's nothing else.
And I would say you can spot similarities, but then there are a lot of the great moments and a lot of the great things to come from Star Wars is they're abandoning a lot of those cliches, and even looking at Empire and how radically different that was.
Rules are meant to be
like
broken.
I said, the idea of subverting tropes, it's very much something active. Yeah, just to throw a question, because I think that this is like, I think we're nearing some sort of a conclusion here. We've just been circling around it. Like, what I think that you're getting at here is that, like, we can make all these assessments about films. We can like determine things using standards. We can be consistent. We've been doing that this entire time. We've been trying, or at least we've been trying, and with the information that we have, what you're essentially trying to get at, or at least what I believe, is that, like, at the same time, different people are going to place different value into that, and there are certain people who don't place any value into those certain things, and it's like, that no one is necessarily like more important than any other, right? Is that kind of what you're going for?
Yeah, and I think that's a very good way of
which I agree with, like, in all honesty.
Yeah, and
like
it's
the idea that, like, a subjective perspective and an objective perspective aren't necessarily better or worse. Like, that was something I wish I put that in my video. Just Wright said about the terms objective and subjective that implicit in the two terms is a hierarchy. The idea that objectivity is better than subjectivity. The terms empower those who seek to end discussion rather than those who seek to encourage it. That's his exact quote. And it's one of those things where I'm like, I've never believed in that. The idea that objectivity is better than subjectivity. I think they sit in separate conversations, but that they both have value.
Yeah, but this is again looking at what quality is, and we talk about the classical view and the romantic view. And if you've ever read Persig's Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance, that whole, I think half the book is just a discourse on, or a monologue on, what quality is. And when we talk about critical thinking, that is specifically using the classical mode, or using objective observations. So you can't disconnect those two things. That's why some people say, oh, you're an idiot if you like this, because you're not using that part of your brain. Doesn't mean you can't use the other part of your brain, or your feeling bones, or whatever. It's just that is the point of the critic, is using critical analysis, is to find meaning, because it either is hard to find, or it's hidden in a theme, or it's hidden in a character development that we didn't see. So we have to keep watching things, and that's why we use objective observations to see exactly what's there, so we're not deluding ourselves with rose-tinted glasses, which we've criticized. Well, maybe not Evan, but we've criticized some really strange YouTubers that see sexual innuendo in the Last Jedi and all these other sexual imagery, and we're sitting there going,
like have you seen Jonathan McIntosh's video on The Last Jedi, where he's talking about, like, the roles of women and how the film challenges that, like, intentionally, like by undermining the male characters?
That's an argument that I've heard a few times, but I haven't seen that.
It's a really bizarre video, and when you watch it, this is the whole thing that I hold up to kind of the same standards of film applied to video essayists, and this is why I honestly think that it's important to hold people to those standards so that they're accurate. Because like if you pay attention to the stuff he references things which aren't in the film. He makes up references, which is something that I kind of imply in my video talking about that. The idea that you can make up things and that's like something which isn't objective. You're inventing the film to like defend it, which I think people can do that accidentally. There's instances where you can overlook certain details in a film, but it's like being accurate is something which I think is very valuable. Otherwise, like everyone is just throwing out.
Right, and that goes back to the comment that you don't like about people making about your spelling mistakes. I've gotten that too in my original videos, but you need to be reminded of your flaws, even though you've heard them 30,000 times before. And that's why
I was about to say
I would hope there's
one of the things on the
cap to that though.
No, there isn't.
Ryan Johnson
you will be criticized till the end of your days.
But over the same thing forever, I would say that is unnecessary, and I would like to remove myself from it, because if I've heard it once, then I've retained it, and then the rest of it's worthless.
I wish that it was not so, but it will happen, and that's why.
Oh no, I understand it's happening. I'm just thinking it's fucking stupid and unnecessary.
It is stupid to a degree. I'm like, I get what you're saying, where you're like, I heard you, but again, with the whole idea of like why criticism is valuable is because you can use that to improve in the future. I actually made a spelling mistake, and I swear I keep kicking myself in the back. The video is still up. It's a compilation of the song "Ecstasy of Gold" mixed in with battle charges. I love that song, and I think it fits with the battle. It's so weird when it's used in the good, the bad, and the ugly. I spelled a word wrong in the end credits. I spelled Steven Spielberg's last name wrong. It's one of those things. I think all the rest of the spelling is right, but I remember seeing that. I was like, oh. It's like, why did I have to spell one word wrong? No one's called me out on it, but I'm well aware of it. And it's like one of those things where I'm like, I make sure I double check every single word if I ever use like text on a screen instead of my videos.
Oh yeah, that's the thing that
sure my spelling's accurate.
I do all my stuff in After Effects, and that it kills me that there's no. I don't
know why they don't like, make that on editing softwares. Why there's not like the whole thing on Word? I'm like, you'd think there would be stuff to make your stuff more accurate, but
anyway, sorry to jump in, but I do have a super chat, and this is a question addressed to John by Andrew Clark. Can one movie be made better than another?
One movie be made better than another. So hypothetically, right now, if I were to ask follow-up questions for them to clarify, that would just make you a bunch of money, right? If they keep doing super chats.
Oh no, I really hate that. I actually do hate that. Can one movie be made better than another? Oh, so they're asking about the actual craft of making a film. I think that it is I think it largely comes down to the end product. And I think just like I talked about with Hemingway, and if he was drunk and crapped out a novel in a month, like that ended up being flawless or whatever, does that, and then compare that to like something like Chinese Democracy by Guns N' Roses, that was, you put so much effort into and so much time to where you hit this point where it's just like it's overly produced and all this stuff, and it's still like it can be really well done, but it you can't deny, like, you cannot take away the idea of like, well, that one I just might like more, and it might meet my standards of quality better, even though it was more hastily put together. And I think a good example of that is Lin-Manuel Miranda is a brilliant sort of freestyle rapper, and he can come up with this stuff immediately. And he wrote this whole like 30-minute one-act musical in like a week for this like charity event. Oh yeah.
And it is just, it's just brilliant, and it's better than so many musicals I've seen. But it was just like him just flying through this thing, and that's just, his brain is built in that whatever weird way to be good at that specific thing.
So let me give you a more abstract example specific to the question. So we have two movie studios. They both make a romance story, for example. So there's different tropes in romance stories. There's different qualities of film, different CGI, different actors, etc., different budgets. So can we say that one film can be made, not necessarily end product, but can be made better than another film?
So then that just comes down to what you mean by better, because I think
Well,
that's the
okay,
word that
again,
needs
we're talking
defined
about
here.
all the properties that make a film,
Mhm.
right? So sound, music, lighting, acting. You know, if you have enough money, you could do anything, right? So
Mhm.
is that your conclusion, that if you have enough resources, it'll just make a better product? Or
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't necessarily say so.
okay,
There are plenty of people that uh, I've noticed once I've upgraded my computer, it's actually harder to make videos because I have too many options and I don't have to do that problem solving that gives me like sort of brilliant ways, like solutions, because I like just was tortured over this trying to figure out what to do for this transition or something. Like when you're backed into a corner, I think that great things can come, and when you have unlimited resources, I think great things can come. It's all
so
depending
you
on
can't
the film.
have, let's say, uh, one romance be better than another romance story of production value. We just can't compare. Like it doesn't matter how much money they have.
Yeah, I mean, look at like it's probably still gonna be not as good as fucking Casablanca or something, like, and that was not made for a massive budget, even with inflation.
Right.
Uh, and so I
So a
think
student
that's
film could be better than Casablanca.
yeah, potentially, yeah.
Okay.
I
All
definitely
right.
wouldn't count that out.
I think potentially my thing with that I've said before is I'm like I think that every film to a degree could have been improved. So like
hmm
let's say that you made a film, like you were making a film and it was like kind of in the early stage of production, like maybe it hadn't been finished, and you showed it to a test screen. And this is why a lot of people do it. Let's say you could change pretty much everything in the film. You showed it to an audience of 100 people, and 70 out of the 100 people liked it. And then you ask them why they liked it, and they explain why. There's different reasons inside of the film. And then you ask maybe maybe there's 10 people who just said, it just didn't resonate with me. It just wasn't for me. Like, okay, that's all right. And then you ask 20 of the other people, and they're like, well, there was this scene where this happened, or this, maybe there was some more mechanical stuff. And you're like, oh, there's stuff that's very like tangible in the text, and you can change that, you can alter it. And maybe you edit that again, and then you put that film out, and it's like 80 people out of 100 people liked it. It's like, oh wow. It's like that's what I think it relates to the idea of the text again, that the idea that things can be improved, things can be like qualified for like how well put together they are. And again, like people liking it is going to be a bit arbitrary. That's going to vary.
Yeah.
It's an indication for quality. This is something which I say as well. I do think that there is a correlation between people's enjoyment of films and how well made they are.
Yeah,
and
we could
that's
argue
something
that
which I think shows
the things that
in like time.
we dislike about The Last Jedi, we could say, you know what, it had great production value, but we can say from the sound and the music and the visuals, that's a really nice looking and sounding film, even if we don't like what's in it.
I think that the scary thing that you run into with that, with the trying to, if there's 70 people that like it, trying to fill out that other 30, is you run into stuff with like my issues with Rogue One, which I like enough. It's sort of towards the bottom of my list with Star Wars stuff, but is that it was, you hear about this original vision for the film, that it's going to be this war film, and it's going to be like this gritty, like dark thing.
Yeah, honestly, I
then,
think I like the idea of like production like being like turned into a Frankenstein monster. That's why I said you can change anything in that film. Like that's what you can do with the video. I say you can change everything. You can't do that with films because they spend so much money. So you have to stitch things together. That's what they did with Justice League. They tried to fix it, and it's like
that's the thing, is like
Frankenstein monster.
If you concern yourself too much with those people that don't like it, because it also comes down to what's more important for the artist. If they're trying to please as many people as possible, if they're trying to please a certain amount of people in a way that they feel represented and they feel that it resonates. Like I made a comic book about depression, and the thing is, if I had made that in a way where it was just like hyper popular but did not speak to anyone in a specifically profound way, or it became too relatable and like kind of abandoned a lot of its you know, it's minute details that not everyone can grasp onto and stuff like that. Like I would much rather it speak to and sincerely help and sincerely move uh, a handful of people than for it to do sort of none of that or do that to less people, but then overall appeal to more people. And
I mean,
sometimes there are just those stories that like really sometimes need to be divisive and to really
I've said
get
this. I'm
what
like,
they're doing.
yeah, I don't think that
Mhm.
like pretty much every film is not going to be universally loved. Like, even if you can
Mhm.
have one of the best made films of all time, I mean, like, you could just
Get
take Citizen
Out
Kane. You're like, that film
is
was really
one.
well made, but still, there's
Mhm.
people who
Yeah.
don't like it. It's just like that's
Yeah.
just natural. Like it,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
that's why I said the 10 people who just like are like, it doesn't resonate with me. But like,
Mhm.
if you have 20 people who have like tangible things which could have been improved, you're like, oh, that's something which could like maybe could have made my story a little more consistent, or it could have made it so
Mhm.
that like stuff in the film made more sense. Maybe it made it so that the payoffs were a little more satisfying. Like that's stuff
Yeah.
which can be altered. Maybe you shouldn't do that in every time. And like I said,
Mhm.
I don't think every film needs to be perfect. There
Mhm.
are films which can have flaws. It's fine, but it all depends. I'm like
Yeah.
but the reason that I think objective criticism is important is because you can learn how to improve. That's what I think is the beauty of it in the end of the day.
All right, I have
Yeah.
another super chat from Mr. Punish Berserker, and I hope this is not a
Mhm.
common theme. We're getting to the end of our communication here. Is Neil Breen, oh dear, Twisted Pair as good as The Godfather, yes or no? I'm going to do a simple answer and just say yes.
we rewind to our talking about the room, and I think we
Yeah,
covered that pretty well.
I think we did too.
I'd say I pretty much enjoy both of them pretty equally. But yeah, you know what? Just because this is sort of the one thing that I really want to because we've actually I think laid a lot of ground and come to a lot of mutual understanding, a lot of stuff.
Ah,
So just to sort of cement how I feel about objective criticism and why I am drawn to it less than the stuff I am doing, talking about what I react to emotionally and what I can relate to and stuff like that. And uh, I think the thing it comes down to is as an artist, as a creator, which one of these things, subjective analysis or objective analysis, uh, is do I think is going to help me in my goal with my art, my personal goal with my art, which is to evoke as much emotion as possible. And I think that hearing the feedback of how people emotionally reacted to a thing, how the thing made them feel, including their biases, including their all of the anything they want to bring in from society, from other art and text and everything, and how that unique perspective has observed my art and the things that always surprise me about how we relate to and how we don't relate to it. Like I've always gained so much more from that in terms of feedback to what I'm doing. Uh, than I have with you know just purely looking for plot holes and character construction and hitting these certain standards at certain things. And I think you really a lot of the time, you know, because I'm worried about like what if Kubrick was more concerned about the plot making perfect sense than something emotional. And how would 2001: A Space Odyssey turn out? What the fuck would David
it's like he
Lynch be
was
making?
yeah. If you look into him, man, he was like very concerned with details, especially like his direction. I don't like
Oh yeah,
obviously he
but
went into writing, but yeah.
yeah, but and he also was very concerned about you know purposeful ambiguity and not having a definitive answer as like what the hell was happening in that movie and stuff. And you get people like David Lynch who are intentionally doing crazy things just to evoke emotions. And even you know look at Jackson Pollock and abstract art and stuff that like that has no basis in logic or just is pure bias and purely what you're bringing to it and how you emotionally react to that thing just sans logic. And just for me personally, that is what I find. I absolutely strive to pull it all off, but at the end of the day, if I can create something that has plot holes but evokes a really strong, powerful, meaningful reaction from the audience, opposed to something that makes perfect sense and was set up so, clearly and effortlessly, and has and uh, all checks all the boxes but does not hit people hard. I don't want to make that thing.
Well,
So it's just a
there's
matter
nothing
of what's
stopping you
more
from doing
valuable
both.
to
Just
me.
so you know, you could do totally both. And
I was about to say, like that's something which I would say, like those two aren't necessarily opposed to each other, and that's a whole aspect of conversation. And again,
Mm,
that's why I love 1917 so much, because that movie is emotional,
mhm.
and it also puts all the payoffs
and I would
together, like
argue,
the
in
story
order to
flows really
achieve
well.
that level of drama, or I don't know, CGI, if you want sensationalism, those require certain techniques, and there's certain lessons you have to be taught in order to do those techniques. And you can observe those techniques,
Mhm.
and the critic can say, well, you did if this was your intention and this is what you wanted to do, you didn't do it right, or you didn't do it properly. Like jump scares in a horror movie. Like, you can't oversaturate your horror movie with jump scares. You just can't. You'll just get bored of
Mhm.
it. So you have to time. It's all about timing and mood and tense, and all these other aspects of storytelling, at least from a visual medium, to do horror right. I'm not an expert.
Mm.
I've seen a few, and I'm like, okay, this is not working for me, and this could work that way. Yeah, it is a very emotional medium, but you have to be taught that, and there's a certain way, and only a certain way, to do those techniques. It's like how to make a V8 engine, or a Wankel engine. There's only a certain way to do that to produce a certain effect.
See, I don't think I agree with that part where it's I've if you're trying to, like you talked about jump scares, and that is in the interest of scaring people, is what you're trying to accomplish there. I think that we have seen any like Hereditary has so thoroughly different scares than, Paranormal Activity, or something that both scared the hell out of me, and even, from Exorcist and stuff like that,
Sure.
where I think there are so many variables, and there are so many things that so many rules you can break. Look at, just everything that Tarantino has done, and everything that all these people, and I think applies to Kubrick, obviously David Lynch, and all these people. I think uh, they're it is kind of bonkers to me to assume that you can even understand, because there are so many variables of the context of the whole thing, that it's not like, oh, you can just, if you do this type of shot here, it's going to have this effect. Like, if it was that narrow, if there are those few variables, then yeah, I can see that being sort of an objective, the outcome. But then also, values change over time, and they become desensitized to things over time.
Right.
And the fucking if John Carter of Mars was the most groundbreaking swashbuckling adventure ever, and people go back to read that now, and it's just like, who this is boring, because we've become so desensitized to this type of story, and it's been so stripped of so many things. And that's kind of what irks me about the whole idea of, like, how dare Ray do something that hasn't been established before, when it's like, no, that's all I want, is for her to do something that hasn't been established before, because then I can still be surprised by this thing I love, instead of getting the same thing regurgitated.
In regards to the
uh
example I was making about the jump
mhm,
scare, you don't want to oversaturate the same effect
mhm,
over and over and over, because it will have a lesser return each time you do it.
mhm,
And that's just
Repetitive
a
strain.
basic
Yeah.
psychological reaction to anything.
mhm. Yeah. uh and but I just think that, there might be sort of universal problems, but I don't think there are universal solutions.
I
uh
think I think I get what you're saying. And like I said, I think we've actually been nearing this conclusion for a while. But like, I
mhm,
think what you're trying to say essentially is the idea that you understand exactly what we're doing. Like, I
mhm.
th- would you agree that, like, as long as it's for standard and not universal, but we're technically being objective, maybe?
And can you
Would
repeat
you
that?
agree? Do you, like, with what we've been talking about, like in all this
Mhm,
discussion, what we've
mhm.
been laying out? Would you say that we're being technically objective so long as we're sticking to like a standard?
Yeah, but like I said before, I think it is the
But
selection of those standards that is where the subjectivity comes in.
and the idea that, like, different people place different value into different things, is
Yep.
would that be what you're going for? Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Which
Yeah.
wouldn't disagree with, and I understand like where you're coming from with that. So
Mhm.
Yeah, I think that's a kind of a good point to make. I think we're kind of at an understanding. Would you say so? Maybe.
Yeah, totally. And I think that, it all boils down to just like, if people have the same standards as you and agree to those same standards, then you can absolutely have an objective conversation about a thing. And I think that's what we ran into for so long with the whole mind trick and all that stuff. Is
and
that
again,
there's
that comes
just
down
the
to the
difference.
information. Yeah, we have
Yeah,
a
and
lack
that's
of
just that
information,
different
so.
difference of standards. And that's where no one can be right in that scenario, because there's not enough information, and there's not that agreement upon.
In that regard
standards.
to genre, I will say that science fiction authors, whether it's TV, movies, or books, are extremely concerned with getting their lore and detail and science correct, sometimes to the point of just hiring an engineer to talk to or whomever and actually give them, like, I need to create a defense against bullets. What would be a probable futuristic defense mechanism? And having that done. That was done with Harlan Ellison's short stories. So they want that accuracy and that believability as much as possible, because if you don't have that, then you just have plot. And if you don't have plot, then you just have this wacky, weird, possibly futuristic sci-fi adventure thing that may or may not make sense to some people because they're just there to see laser guns and things blow up. So
Right. And you can, but that even applies to, like, Star Wars didn't care that much about it. They refer to it as a laser sword, but lasers can't, stop in midair. And there have been a lot of people that have sort of tried to explain certain things, but then it's like the Force doesn't especially make sense, and it's like,
well, no, but that's the thing. But when you talk about not having the skills and what have you, it's like we have schools, we have teachers, we have masters, we have students, we have younglings, we have all this lore to fall back on. And if you want to create a savant character like Ray, great. But just, give it something. Give it, like, is there another prophecy? Is there another the awakening? That was the big thing in episode 7. There has been an awakening, and where did that go? Nowhere.
Yeah. And I think that's sort of the like, and I personally think, like, when you introduce prophecy, then you're just like, that opens up a whole nother can of worms.
Yeah, but there's
just
something.
logistics
There's
and-
something.
and
It's a lampshade. It's a bad explanation, but it's an explanation. We could say, well, it's a prophecy. Who knows? It's been prophesized for hundreds of years. Who knows? Like, that's the beauty of telling backstories, or telling exposition dumps, or flashbacks, or any other technique that you can use to give us. Oh, this is like, we don't care what Rey's backstory is, but we need it to explain why she is the way she is, because the rest of the story hasn't done that.
Well, and I think, then you can also run into stuff like, do you despise Groundhog's Day for not explaining what the hell's why time is looping?
No, that's fine. That's the premise of the story.
That is one of my all-time favorite films. That gets to exactly what you said. Premise, like, it depends, because a film can set up anything. This is one of the trouble that a lot of people don't seem to grasp with the Last Jedi, is that it is the 8th film in an ongoing series, so there's certain lore that you have to stick by. But when you're making a story, you can pretty much set up anything so long as you don't contradict it. It's like they don't need to explain that in the story, because it's just what sets the plot into motion. It's like it doesn't contradict anything. So.
Also, the plot of Groundhog Day functions just as well with Bill Murray's character not understanding why he's stuck in a time loop.
But
there are other.
Your own opinion, though, right? That it functions just as well. I'm sure there are people who are annoyed by not knowing what it is.
Well, they can think that way, but can they qualify their argument? And can those arguments be backed up by, like, a sound logic? Now, like, there are certain instances where if you're trying to do a Groundhog Day time loop, especially in a story where that's not. For example, there's an episode of Supernatural that does something like this. Are you familiar with the show Supernatural?
I know of it. I haven't watched much.
Okay. I like the first 5 seasons of Supernatural a lot. I'm not saying that they're like top tier television, but pretty entertaining stuff. There's an episode where Jared Padalecki's character is stuck in a time loop like in Groundhog Day, and the catch here is that every single time that he's living through this day, somehow his brother is killed, and so and every time he tries to prevent it, his brother dies in some new way. So the thing is that's like one episode that we ever see that happen in the show, and it takes place in the middle of the 3rd season. Now, the show provides us an explanation, and it's kind of required that they give us an explanation in that context, because the whole show isn't about time loops.
Mm-hmm.
You're cutting out there, Southpaw.
Yeah.
But when they show, Jared Padalecki's time loop, like that's a sufficient explanation for how it's happening. Whereas in Groundhog Day, where it's a self-contained story,
Southpaw, sir? Hello?
Oh.
I think he's having connection issues.
That
Is he gone? Oh dear. Is he there?
Well, I might have to.
Yeah, no. I was about to say we're just past 10 o'clock. I think 5
like,
hours is.
I think
My
I think
wife
we've-
is getting angry at me now.
I think we made immense progress here. Like this has been
Oh, yeah.
insane. We've been talking for 5 hours, but we've covered a lot of topics. I think
yeah.
even if we don't all agree with each other, I think we understand each other's perspective a lot better, and I think we clarified a lot of points made in the video. It's like I think that we've made a good amount of progress here. So yeah.
so
Secretly, all along, I wasn't trying to convince you guys of anything about objective stuff. I just want to show you that civil discourse was possible, and here we
same here.
are. This
Yeah.
is fantastic.
yeah,
100%.
We'd love to have you on again, John. If you want to help us criticize another video which is not Star Wars related, I'm sure you'd be more than mentally capable. Obviously,
Can we make like a no Star Wars rule or
Yes.
something if I'm on again?
Yeah,
That'd be
please.
Let's cover
fantastic.
something else, man. I do not want to cover another Star Wars video for a while.
yeah. I'm burnt out on covering Star Wars, man. I've been skipping out on the most recent ones due to like availability, but also like I don't want to cover Star Wars every single time I guest on these streams either.
yeah, no,
So,
it's a great idea. If you
but-
have any recommendations or anyone in the chat after this film is done baking, leave it in the comments for a video, a title, a topic, non-Star Wars related. I would really appreciate that. Leave it on YouTube, Facebook.
Star Trek.
We could do Star Trek. Why not? More science fiction.
I can't. I just can't.
So
But
thanks.
yeah, no. I had a great time discussing this with you, John. And so you're actually like interested in coming back and talking more about it, or
Totally. Yeah. Yeah.
excellent.
Well, you're more than welcome,
Excellent.
you guys. I mean, you're funny enough to pop in and off regardless of your connection issues, but that's great. Always adds character to the conversation. So yeah, thank you, Evan. You've always been clear as a crystal, so that's good for you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, this is a really nice conversation. Seriously, John, I respect the hell out of you. Thank you for coming on. Like this show is a lot of maturity. I'm glad you could talk about this. Like you said, with the whole like being civil, I'm glad we can have this conversation, because like this is what I think is valuable about like discussions on film. So yeah.
Yeah,
Right back at all of you.
the format of podcasts and streams like this can be intimidating for some people that get their videos covered. They feel like they're going to be invited in to like get beat up on and outnumbered. But it's like I think it's a show of good faith to, for one thing, to make the guest appearance, but also it's important for the people that are hosting the thing to be civil, be nice, don't gang up on the person, let them say what they have to say, and be very calm and polite in expressing disagreement and laying out counter arguments. And I'm glad that we can actually have someone that may not agree with us that much on stuff like this, but can still engage in honest discussion and not be some disingenuous prick, because it's something I see a lot on the internet. So it's great to see an outlier like you. And I think you'll make a lot of great contributions to this little stream thing that Smudboy does.
Thanks, man. Yeah.
Well, I'll be happy to gush about John in private because I want him to go to bed and everyone else to go to bed.
Please.
My
Yeah.
brain is fried. Holy crap, we've been talking for 5 hours.
Oh god, I'm gonna have so many stupid dreams about a cliff in Jurassic Park now.
Well, say thank you to your wife for letting you stay. We appreciate it.
Oh yeah,
And we'll hopefully have you on again sometime soon.
totally, man.
Okay, well, thank you so much for all the super chats, everyone, for hanging in there for the 5 hours. You guys are nuts, but we appreciate it anyway. And we'll talk to you later. Have a good night, everyone.
I guess.
Have a good night.